The knight holds the dead woman by the hair and declares that the witch Owen is dead. And now it is all over for Clan Lethe. The girl looks at her dead mother in horror and begins to scream in despair. As soon as the girl moved, dozens of swords were immediately pointed at her. The knights discuss that Owen's daughter is in front of them and decide what to do with her next. One of the guards says that the girl needs to be sent to the crown prince as a trophy. The girl looks at the knights with anger and thinks that her mother is now dead and her clan has been destroyed. Nomads of the Lethe clan, a small people who emerged from the Aleta Plateau. From the very beginning, they had dark hair and skin. They were said to be on the other side of the world. Stupid people who sought to show their superiority by ostracizing themselves and others were branded. During the invasion of the Blanche Kingdom, many members of the clan were killed, so they had to leave their lands. 300 years have passed since then, and a lot has changed. The surviving clan changed its name from Aleta to Leta. The skin and hair, which were completely black, changed color over time. Nomads wandered throughout the country, staging performances and thereby earning a living. The memory of their persecution gradually faded, and Lethe might have become a culture if only the civil war in Blanches had not required a new enemy of the people. First, Prince Waldo Blanche looks at the girl with interest and asks her name. The young woman lies on the floor, trembling all over, and answers that her name is Martina. The prince grabs the girl by the chin and scornfully says that she has a suitable name for a mudblood. Waldo smiles nastily and says that Martina will be good entertainment for the coming night. The heir made a plan for a win-win situation by eliminating all half-brothers competing for the position of successor. Waldo intended to destroy both sides, attracting Leta, who had only annoyed him for a long time. The man throws Martina on the bed and says that there is no point in giving up your name. People are afraid and reject what is different from themselves. The prince leans his whole body on the girl, who with tears in her eyes understands that she can do nothing. The king announces that the first prince has successfully suppressed the escape of the second heir, who rebelled and was in cahoots with a clan of witches. In gratitude for this, the ruler transfers the throne to the original successor. The second prince, Theodore Blanche, who is in prison, sadly realizes that his death is not far off. Waldo gave the order to capture his brother, declaring that the nomads of Lethe had admitted to conspiring with him. Theodore tried to justify himself and shouted that he had been unfairly slandered. Sitting in prison, the prince reflects that he never wanted to become king, and although Vildo is a half-brother, he considered him his own. Suddenly, a man appears from the other side of the bars, completely hidden by a cloak. Martina takes off her hood and says that even though Blanche's hated blood flows in the young man, she will save his life. The girl offers to help the prince, but in return he must lend her his strength. Theodore sadly notes that now he is completely oppressed. He has neither power nor freedom left. Martina looks at the prince and in a quiet but decisive tone declares that she will kill the king. The girl screams that Theodore must avenge his shame by using her as an instrument of revenge. It was this meeting that was the beginning of a relationship that would stretch through 100 years. A few days later, Wildo organized a large, festive banquet in honor of his accession to the throne. Martina was thrown in the center of the hall, to the amusement of everyone present. Suddenly, Vildo throws a sword at the girl and orders her to perform the famous sword dance that her clan is so proud of. Martine realizes with hatred that in front of her is the sword of the murdered Owen. Blanche wants to put on a performance from the symbol of the destroyed clan. The king thinks with a grin that even a wild beast that cannot be tamed before death tucks its tail between its legs, becoming submissive. Martina grabs the sword and begins her frantic dance, which attracts the attention of everyone gathered. Suddenly, with one powerful blow, the girl kills the king's guards. Vildo jumps up from the throne in fear. The king, enraged, orders the rest of the knights to kill the insignificant witch. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and Prince Theodore walked towards the throne, surrounded by guards. The brother looks at the king smugly and asks if he likes the celebration. The knight asks Theodore if it is worth sending the soldiers. The prince looks thoughtfully in the direction of Martina. With amazing dexterity, strength, and grace, the girl deals with all the soldiers attacking her. Martina said that dancing with a sword is not just an entertainment performance. This blade is forged in order to kill people. Theodore was sure that no matter how well the girl wielded the sword, most likely she would not be able to leave there alive. The second prince orders the doors to be closed and to ensure that no one can leave the hall. Even though Waldo must die, it is impossible to bring shame on the royal family, so he wants to present everything as the last atrocity of the witch. 2 hours later, the knights are surprised to notice that not a single sound is heard outside the doors. Despite the guards' concerns, Theodore orders the doors to be opened. Suddenly, the door swings open with a strong kick, and Martina appears on the threshold. The prince and the guards look in amazement at the girl with blood dripping from her. No one understands how Martina managed to deal with everyone and survive, because there were about 200 people in the hall. A girl with a sword in her hands approaches the trembling Waldo, who begs to spare him. With a grin, Martina says that after everything that happened, it is shameless for the king to beg for mercy. The brother turns to Theodore in despair and begs him to save him from the maddened witch. Hearing Waldo's words, the girl abruptly turns away and heads towards the second prince. Martina bows before Theodore and asks permission from her king to cut off the prince's head. After only 1 moment, Theodore, without any regrets, allows Martine to fulfill her desire. This is how Waldo's reign ended, and Theodore became the new king of the Blanche Empire. The new king won the hearts of the people by showing him asking God for forgiveness for his brother's sins. On the day of the coronation, Theodore gave the girl the title of Marquise, and from that day she began to be called Marquise Martina Owen de Leta. Martina, the last remaining heir of the Lethe clan, became known as the guardian of the royal family. Martina began to be called the Scarlet Sword, and her fame spread throughout the continent. The girl's reputation cast a shadow on the king, and since then Blanche's empire began to be called the Scarlet Country. 8 years later, Lethe was again accused of treason due to the king's selfish motives. Martina could not believe that Theodore Blanche could betray her and the clan. The girl's servant reports that despite the king's bad influence, many people support the girl. The young man assures that Martina must take advantage of this opportunity and break Blanche's state. So the girl turned the edge of her sword against the palace, supported by a large army. Martina enters the throne room and angrily tells the king that he took away the hope that he himself gave her. The marquise asks why the king betrayed her so mercilessly. Theodore looks sadly at the girl and declares that he has nothing to say to her. Martina cries in pain, and the king asks her forgiveness for using her to the very end. Theodore calmly stands up and says that the girl can do what she must. King Theodore met the same end as his brother, and Martina was crowned king. Much later, many researchers were sure that the king loved Martina, but all this remained only a theory. Attempts to destroy and exploit the Lethe clan ended in the complete destruction of the royal bloodline. Subsequently, Martina crushed the entire continent and thus formed the Carabella Empire. Once the continent was reunited, the empress moved south, leaving the throne to her loyal servant Elito. Until her death, Martina had no children, so the bloodline of the Lethe clan disappeared. The teacher ends by saying that since then, no emperor has the right to bear the surname Carabella. The woman slams the book shut and says that only Empress Martina was allowed to bear this name. The teacher looks at the class. The boys and girls are deeply impressed by the story they heard. The teacher adjusts his glasses on his nose and calls out to the student with obvious displeasure. Only the third time she hears her name, the girl turns and looks at the teacher in surprise. The professor sarcastically remarks that, obviously, history class is too easy for Astina. The woman is sure that the girl was looking out the window because she already knows the contents of the lesson. The Palad Academy is home to the brightest talents that form the intellectual foundation of the Carabella Empire. Every year, students take difficult exams. If a student fails twice, he is immediately expelled. The professor does not understand how Astina can successfully pass these tests and get high enough scores. The teacher decides that this time she will not put the brakes on the girl's frivolity. The woman says that Martina helped Theodore eliminate all his political rivals and asks how many noble houses were destroyed during this time. The students look at each other in fear. Such information is not even in the textbook. Everyone looks at Astina, who pays no attention to anyone and thoughtfully curls her fingers. The girl says that if you don't count all the nobles who lost their possessions, then a total of 12 houses were destroyed. Realizing that Astina managed to get out, the professor asks the next question. Princess Selin, Theodore's aunt, married the Duke of Adelant. Why then did she support Theodore, who was not the crown prince? Astina confidently says that the concubine Ansel, Theodore's mother, was the eldest daughter of Count Charot, and at one time served as Selin's maid, with whom they were close. The teacher menacingly says that she did not know how well the student understands the history of the empire. Looking at the girl, the professor says that she would like to hear her opinion on current research in this area. Astina says there are many scholars who have their own interpretations of Martina and Theodore's last conversation. Many believe that the future empress planned everything from the very beginning to deliberately cloud the king's mind and take the throne. The teacher is not far behind and asks what Miss Astina's personal opinion is on this matter. The professor happily thinks that the girl will not dare to challenge the authoritative historian and awaits the answer with interest. The girl looks at the table and thinks that she has once again complicated her life and should be more careful in the future. Astina stands up and says that for Martina, Theodore's betrayal was the most severe blow in her life. The girl blushes and says that in her opinion, Martina loved the king from the very beginning. The professor takes off his glasses and asks threateningly if the student wants to make fun of her with her answer. But then the bell rings, and literally a second later, there is not a single student left in the class. Canna smiles and says that Sis did it again, and went against the teacher. The girls walk down the corridor, and Astina says that she was just looking out the window during class. Canna looks at her sister and realizes that she is one of a kind. The younger sister is a genius. She learned to speak much earlier and faster than others. While ordinary children were learning to walk, Astina was reading piles of books on the history of the empire. Parents began teaching Astina manners and etiquette at the same time as their eldest daughter. To everyone's amazement, the youngest of the sisters mastered these lessons in 3 days. Looking at her sister's progress, Kana locked herself in her room and declared that she would no longer study with her sister. Later in the evening, the mother explains to the girl that she is very smart and smart for her age, and her parents are proud of her. The mother hugs Kana and says that her daughters are the best, but Astina is an exception to the rule, and you just need to accept it. At night, Kana wakes up from her younger sister sneaking into her room. With a stern expression, Astina declares that her sister does not need to be critical of herself. Otherwise, it will haunt and chain her until her death. Several years later, Kana witnesses her younger sister telling off the new escort knight, Sir Hiseng. The man, in despair, admits that he was mistaken and asks the girl for forgiveness. Astina coldly remarks that if the knight remains like this, he will not be able to protect her father, and he will be killed. Noticing her older sister in the bushes, the girl leans over to her and asks her to keep everything she hears secret. Astina says that the father will be disappointed with the incompetence of his subordinate. Kana is sure that her father will be more disappointed that her sister is engaged in fencing, but Astina confidently says that being weak is much more dangerous. The younger sister promises that she will give Kana her dessert for a whole month if she agrees to keep everything a secret. The elder sister reflects that from early childhood, Astina spoke like a 60-year-old man in the body of a 5-year-old child. The girl tells her sister that, be that as it may, she should not contradict the professor if she wants to complete her studies until the end of graduation. Suddenly, Astina thoughtfully pronounces the name of the founder of their empire, Martina Owen de Leta Carabella. The girl thoughtfully says that the family prefix de was used by the marquises in the Kingdom of Blanche, and Martina later became queen. Kana ponders that the Empress really has not erased from her name the past title given to her by the traitor. The girl simply remembered the name of the Empress, written down in textbooks, but never even thought about its origin. Suddenly, the sister says that Astina did not want to give up the name given to her by Theodore. Kana looks at her sister in surprise, and she, realizing that she had mixed up the name, hastily admits that she misspoke. The girls walk down the corridor, and Kana notices that her sister understands Martina's feelings very well. Astina admits that she knows the former empress almost more than herself. Suddenly, their friend Rachel runs up to the girls, holding some papers in her hands and choking on tears. The student says that she accidentally read a letter addressed to Kana. Astina snatches the papers from her hands and begins to read with concentration. Rachel mutters that she is ashamed of the misunderstanding, but the contents of the letter are simply terrible. Kana asks in bewilderment what is in the letter, but her sister continues to read intently. Unable to withstand the tension, the older sister loudly demands that the girls immediately tell her what happened. Astina looks at her sister with a gloomy expression and remains silent. Rachel begins to tell. The letter says that Kana should marry the Duke of Atalent. The girl realizes with horror that we are talking about the notorious monster Duke Theriot. The mother reports that in breaking news, the girl's father's business has gone through a huge crisis. The man invested all his money in exports, but the ship carrying the goods was caught in a storm and sank. Due to huge debts, the mansion in which they live is about to be taken away. But the Duchy of Atalanta, with whom the family did business, promised to cover all their debts. The deal will take place on the condition that Kana marries the Duke of Atalent. At the end, the mother writes that they had no choice, and the fate of the whole family now depends on the girl. The wedding is scheduled in a week, so Kana should return home as soon as possible to discuss all the details. Kana announces that she needs to go home, turns around, and quickly leaves the room. The Duchy of Atalanta, a family of worthy vassals, dating back to the founding of the Kingdom of Blanche. The family maintained their position as loyal vassals even after the founding of the Carabella Empire. By all rights, such a trivial family as Riti could never contact one of the most ancient and noble families of the empire. But the dukes have one serious problem. The current head of the family was a monster with a body covered in fur, and no one knew exactly why and when Theriot van Atalanta became like this. Kana slams the closet door hard and realizes that she has no way out. A girl must marry and have a child from someone who tears people apart. Kana got the impression that she was simply told to go and die. Hearing Astina's steps, her sister says that the girl should know why she sometimes teased her. Kana says that even though her sister is a little weird, she still loves her very much. Suddenly, the girl throws herself on her sister's neck and begins to sob bitterly. Astina says that under no circumstances should she leave. Kana emphatically states that they are descendants of Count Ride, and now it is her time to fulfill her duty, and this is how a noble lady's marriage should be. Astina is furious and says that not all noble ladies marry in preparation for death. Kana breaks down and screams that she has no choice because she can't run away and live her life alone. The girl cries and says that if she does not agree to this marriage, the whole family will collapse. Astina gently says that they cannot afford to sell their sister's life because of their father's mistakes. Kana thinks that even a genius cannot understand the foundations of this world, and asks if her sister knows what happens to the fallen aristocrats. The sister calmly says that men become convict laborers, and women either become someone's mistress or a prostitute. Astina stubbornly asks whether the suffering of other people is more important than the life of Kana herself. Kana responds emphatically that no one can live without honor, so the matter is not discussed. Astina extends her hand to her sister and says that it is already late and the girls should return to this conversation tomorrow. In the evening, the students discuss the latest news and notice that Kana even skipped dinner and will sleep with Miss Astina today. The sisters lie in bed and remember that they haven't slept in the same bed for 10 years. As a child, when Kana had nightmares, Astina would come and calm her sister down. Obviously, this would be the last time. The girl looks at her quietly crying sister and thinks that she cannot let her leave. Astina looks gloomily with unseeing eyes and decides that she must do everything possible, but not allow this marriage. Suddenly, the younger sister thanks the older sister for keeping the secret and not telling anyone about Sir Hyson. Astina says that she was caught when she wanted to steal the sword from the knight. The girl remembers how the Sir gave her a wooden sword and promised to give her his, a family heirloom, if she managed to hit him at least once. With a laugh, Kana learns that her sister beat the knight. He lost his family heirloom and became a drunkard. Astina admits that she returned the sword before entering the academy. Kana says that she was simply happy to learn that her sister would study with her at the same department of politics. Astina covers her sister with a blanket and says that she needs to sleep because she will have to get up early tomorrow. A little later, the girl listens to her sister's breathing and makes sure that she is fast asleep. Astina gets up, collects her things quietly, trying not to make noise, and leaves the room. The girl understands that she is walking through the corridors of the academy for the last time. Most likely, she will never be able to graduate. Images of kings appear in Astina's head, and she realizes with despair that this time she will not have a normal life. When the girl was 3 years old, she became fully aware of herself and was surprised to realize that she had been reborn. The girl cannot understand why she remembers her past life, because more than 100 years have passed since her death in Martina's body. The realization of all this was disappointing and depressing, because everyone Martina knew was already dead. The image of Theodore appears before the girl's eyes, and she thinks with hope that maybe he too has been reborn. At some point, Astina decides that she is no longer Martina at all and needs to accept this fact. Having decided to accept herself in a new image, the girl wanted to live her life honestly and serve her family faithfully. Astina enters the stable and reflects that the event that happened has made adjustments to her fate. Heading to the gates of the academy, the girl realizes that Kana, who led a measured life, will not be able to survive as the wife of a duke. Suddenly, Astina sees a silhouette at the gate, but he is too small for security. Kana blocks her sister's driveway and angrily demands that she stop. The sister asks in surprise where Astina was going without warning her. The girl quite calmly replies that she is heading to the Duchy of Atalanta. Kana shouts in anger that her sister is too confident. This time her opponent is not a man, but a monster. Astina sadly bows her head and says that in this case, she can kill him without regret. Suddenly, Kana grabs the reins and demands that her sister take her with her. Astina declares that this is completely impossible, but her sister stubbornly insists that she must definitely go. The girl looks at her sister, and after being silent for a moment, coldly declares that she doesn't think so at all. Realizing that she has no other choice, Astina pushes her sister sharply and forcefully, forcing her to let go of the reins. Ignoring her sister's screams, the girl spurs her horse and quickly leaves the academy. In the Atalante mansion, the men gathered at the table discuss that it has been almost a year since the young duke turned into a beast. One of the men says that the 5 people who entered the young man's bedroom died, so they no longer have any hope of an heir. Standing aside, Oliver, the young master's devoted butler, sadly remembers how it all began a year ago. Theriot called the butler and told him that he did not remember the previous night. The young man says that due to frequent attacks, he hardly sleeps at night, but there are no memories. Oliver, realizing what the Duke is talking about, screams in fear that this simply cannot be. The Grand Dukes of Atalanta have changed 15 times in the last 100 years. Among these dukes, 10 died before reaching adulthood, while the remaining 5 completed their terms of office, following their titles. The hereditary disease was that men lost their minds and intellect and turned into monsters. Symptoms begin with cracking skin, hair growing all over the body, and nails turning into claws. Then the situation worsens, and the person finally loses his mind, turning into a monster. The man notices that they have lost their vigilance, because the gentleman's symptoms began to appear much later than usual. Another man states that if he had known what would happen, he would have worried about the heir in advance. Baron Vernon states that every opportunity must be used, because even animals have the ability to mate. The men begin to scream in horror that the Baron is treating the Duke like a wild animal, and besides, no one would agree to marry a monster. Vernon calmly points out that the case needs to use a family with problems. The Baron declares that he is ready to listen to other proposals, but silence reigns in the hall. The vassal notes that if everything is left as is, Atalanta's house will soon collapse. A month later, Oliver looks out the window and thinks that tomorrow, the lady from Reed's house should come to the palace. The man understands that the whole idea is shameless and vulgar, and he did not want to agree with Baron Vernon. But still, he hopes for a miracle. Oliver wonders why they decided to send Rita's youngest daughter, who is famous for her intelligence and beauty, instead of her eldest. Suddenly there is a knock on the door, and the maids call for the butler. At the entrance, Oliver sees a woman who is almost completely hidden by a cloak. To the surprise of the servants, the girl takes off her hood and asks for forgiveness for arriving earlier than expected. The girl introduces herself as Astina Rita, and she has come to marry the Grand Duke. Oliver is surprised that the girl arrived a day earlier, and even without an escort, but Astina replies that she had her own reasons. The girl says that she should greet everyone properly, but she's so tired that she asks to postpone all the ceremonies until tomorrow. The butler accompanies Astina to her chambers and thinks that the girl is behaving rather strangely, as if she is in a hurry to die. Suddenly, Oliver remembers his duties, bows, and says that he is glad to welcome the lady to the Atalanta estate. Astina turns around and says that she is proud to have found the home of the first knight of the Empire. Oliver thinks in shock that he did not expect to hear such a thing from the lips of a young lady. Lying in the hot water, the girl thinks that she feels incredibly tired from the intense rush. Astina reflects that if she had stayed even a little longer, Canna would certainly have followed her. Having rushed home, the girl asked right from the door why her parents were sending her sister away. Astina shouts that her sister doesn't have a chance against the monster, and she will die in vain in his house. The mother falls to her knees and shouts back that if she had had the slightest choice, she would never have given her daughter up to die. The girl angrily declares that she will go instead of Canna, and this is solely her choice, not her parents'. Astina thinks that if her family were poor, then they would have nothing to lose. The girl slowly dresses with the help of the maids and thinks that first she needs to assess the Duke's condition. Astina is not against giving birth to an heir, but if this does not work out, then she will have no choice but to kill him. Early in the morning, Oliver knocks on the doors of the chambers, but the answer is silence. The butler fears that the girl might have run away, but suddenly steps are heard behind him, and a female voice asks what happened. The butler turns around and is surprised to notice that Astina managed to return from training at such an early time. Oliver hands the girl an envelope and tells her that it contains a marriage contract. The girl thinks in amazement that she has never heard of such a quick marriage. However, it will be even better for her. Astina enters the chambers, sits down, and begins to carefully read the papers. The lady sadly notes that the name of her first husband, Theriot van Atalant, is surprisingly similar to the name Theodore. Oliver says that the girl needs to read everything carefully and ask questions if she doesn't understand something. Astina hands the surprised butler the papers and says that she has already signed everything. The butler looks at Astina calmly drinking tea and notices that it doesn't look like she was sold to a monster. A little later, a woman who introduces herself as Rebecca Pallet comes to the girl and says that she will help Astina in the matter of her unity with the Duke. The lady thinks that it is very funny to marry a man whom she has never seen, and today she will have to spend her first wedding night. Rebecca sheepishly says that she wants to approach this topic carefully, as she is afraid of hurting the girl's fragile feelings. The woman reports that the main difficulty is that Duke Theriot is now in the form of a wolf. Rebecca says quite seriously that the first wedding night of the young people will take place in a similar guise. Astina distantly thinks that at least the wolf is a beautiful creature. It would be very awkward if the Duke turned out to be a giraffe. Rebecca reports that animal mating is very different from human mating. Astina, not at all embarrassed, asks what exactly the difference is, which greatly confuses the woman. The girl looks out the window. She thought that she had already gone through all the circles of hell, but today she realized that she still had to endure a lot. Astina resolutely goes to the Duke's chambers and thinks that if something goes wrong, she will simply kill him first. For the first time in a long time, the girl feels that she is treated as a means to an end, and not as a person. An image of Theodore immediately appears in Astina's head, announcing that he has one last request. Martina is horrified and says that she cannot do what the king asks her to do. The man declares that the girl must do this for the sake of both of them. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asks why Theodore is treating her so cruelly. Astina resolutely pushes away the memories and firmly decides that this is all in the past. Previously, Baron Vernon said that if the girl dies, then all their plans will collapse, so they need to use all means to save the Atalant family. The man takes out a bottle and says that this is a medicine that is used for animal crossing. The men begin to pray in horror, but the Baron assures that this will help increase their chances of success. Oliver, who witnessed that conversation, admits to the girl that he is terribly ashamed. Because of his greed, he committed many sins. Astina decisively takes a step towards the Duke's chambers and says that she will finally be able to see her husband. The girl turns to the butler and asks him to smile, because today is a happy wedding day. Astina thinks that she must do everything possible for the money that was promised to her family, and at the same time, try not to kill the Duke. An hour later, the old maid tells Oliver that they should let the young maids go, who might be scared by the sight of blood. The servant reports that he has prepared tranquilizers that can put even a wild bear to sleep. The butler listens with fear to the silence outside the door and decides that if nothing happens in an hour, they will have to go inside. Suddenly, the door creaks and Lady Astina appears from the darkness of the room. Shocking the servants, the girl drags the wolf by the paw and reports that they have a small problem. Astina points to the emotionless wolf and says that he has no desire to mate at all. Entering the Duke's room, the girl lights a lantern and examines with displeasure the chaos reigning around. Before the curse, Theriot was considered the most popular bachelor with a very attractive appearance. Walking into the chambers, Astina happily notices a sword hanging on the wall. Taking off the sword, the girl unlocks the lock and enters the cage with the beast. In front of her, on a tattered bedding, lies a huge white wolf with a menacing appearance that truly resembles a monster. The wolf lets out a loud roar, jumps from its place, and rushes straight at the girl. Astina deftly jumps away, dodging the attack, and raises her sword to strike. Stunned by the rebuff, the wolf looks at the girl in surprise, not knowing what else to expect from her. The beast rises to its full height. The fur on it stands on end, and the beast emits a loud roar. The wolf attacks Astina again and again, but each time the girl easily dodges the attacks. The lady understands that the wolf is strong, but he is a beast, and his attack methods are quite simple, so she easily predicts his movements. Having waited for the next jump of the beast, Astina jumps up and strikes him in the stomach with all her strength. The girl looks at the unconscious beast and thinks that as a rival, he is nothing of himself. Astina decides that she needs to complete what she came here for and raises the wolf's hind paw. Suddenly the beast woke up and looked in amazement at the girl sitting between his legs. Suddenly the wolf's eyes widen, and he begins to whine pitifully, looking intently at the girl. Walking out of the room, Astina waves her hand and states that the Duke is heavy enough. The lady states that the Duke's condition is much worse than she expected to see. Astina looks at the beast and realizes that he is too weak and she cannot kill him out of self-defense. According to the marriage contract, the girl must give birth to the Duke's child, but she has no idea what to do if the wolf has no interest in it. After thinking a little, the Duchess orders the butler to bring a strong chain. The girl also says that the room is too dark and dusty. You need to order the servants to clean everything there. Having put a collar and chain on the wolf, Astina takes him out into the garden. To the surprise of everyone, the animal calmly and obediently follows the girl. Approaching the tree, the wolf happily stands on its hind legs and begins to eat apples. As Astina thought, fresh air and activity are necessary, and it doesn't matter whether for a person or an animal. The Duchess suggests that the beast's self-esteem could have suffered significantly from being cooped up and alone for so long. The maids look out the window and cannot believe their eyes. Not only did the girl survive, she also tamed the monster. One of the maids dreamily says that this whole scene reminds her of a fairy tale about Beauty and the Beast. Another girl sarcastically says that the whole scene looks more like a housewife and her pet. At the other window, the maid looks angrily at the Duchess and wonders why she survived. The girl puts her hand to her stomach and thinks that if everything does not go according to plan, then she will be finished. Kana hasn't gotten out of bed for a week now. Her worried friends are trying to console the girl and feed her. Kana painfully thinks that her sister decided to die for her, and she herself turned out to be a coward and was afraid to live on her own. Arriving home, the girl learned from her parents that Astina had already left for the duchy. Kana sobbed uncontrollably. Her mother blamed her father for everything, and all he could do was pray. The girl covers her mouth with her hand, thinking that her little sister is most likely already dead. Suddenly, one of the students hands Kana an envelope and says that a letter has arrived from the duchy. The girl grabs the letter and starts reading, and her friend advises her to take the day off and go home. After reading the letter, Kana throws it aside, jumps out of bed, and starts running. The sister informs everyone that she is fine and asks Kana not to worry that she is not the one who got married. The girl runs down the corridor, remembering her sister's words that she will do everything possible to return home in about a year. Kana was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't notice the student coming towards her and ran straight into him. The young man says that his name is Benjamin Leandros, and he often sparred with Astina. The student anxiously asks if it is true that the girl married Duke Theriot. Benjamin shakes his hand and says with a smile that Astina has a special tactic that makes the loser feel humiliated. The girl wipes her sweat with her hand and advises the young man to study more and not waste time on empty talk. The guy notices that his friend is a talented fencer, but then why does she have such a terrible weapon? Astino directly states to her instantly embarrassed friend that unfortunately, she has no money. The lady admits that her family is against fencing, so she could only buy this poor sword with the pocket money she saved. Benjamin walks down the corridor, carrying a brand new sword in his hands, a gift for Astina, when he suddenly stumbles upon gossiping students. The guy freezes and hears that the girl's family actually sold her to the Duke, with whom a marriage contract had already been signed. The student is horrified to learn that her friend's husband is the very famous Duke Theriot. Kana clenches her fists and tells Benjamin that these are not rumors, but the pure truth. The girl, with tears in her eyes, tells the student that her sister went to the duchy in her place. Benjamin is stunned by the news. Until the last moment, he hoped that these were just stupid rumors. Suddenly, Kana shouts that despite everything, her sister is alive. She just received a letter from her parents. The girl says it's time for her to go and get ready to go home. Benjamin is glad that Astina is okay, but everything happens so suddenly. What is really happening? Meanwhile, the Duchess carefully studies the books, learning very useful information, and gradually begins to understand the basics of training. The girl looks at the wolf, extends her hand to him, and decisively tells him to give him his paw. The beast growls, and then quite noticeably hits Astina on her outstretched palm. The girl realizes that the wolf quite deliberately hit her hand and wonders whether this can be considered fulfilling an order. The beast rises to its paws and bares its teeth. Astina realizes that he still has a bad attitude towards her. The beast gnaws the bone and does not even look in the direction of the Duchess, completely ignoring her order. Astina thinks that it is not easy for an animal to understand her voice orders without guidance from her hand. The girl puts her hand on the wolf's shoulder and presses lightly, making it clear what exactly she wants from him. After a couple of minutes, the beast sits down. Astina happily praises him for his good work. The Duchess strokes the wolf's head and thinks that by being trained, he will be able to live among people after she leaves this place. The girl looks at the animal, which reminds her very much of Theodora, and decides to temporarily call the wolf Theo. Suddenly, Baron Vernon appears in the garden, who angrily says that although the Duke is now out of his mind, he is nevertheless the girl's husband. Oliver informs the perplexed Duchess that this is Baron Vernon, one of the Duke's vassals. The girl says with a grin that she considered the Baron capable only of intrigue behind his back, but he has finally shown himself. Turning away, Astina says that as expected, the man has no shame. The Baron thinks with amazement that this little trash still dares to be insolent, pretending to be a duchess, although she was simply sold for money. The girl angrily says that the Baron should remember more often who she is, and not act as if he were her overlord. Astina approaches Vernon and says that the Baron is not showing his respect to the Duke with his arrogant rudeness. The girl reaches out her hand and scratches the wolf's chin, which delights the beast. Astina states that until the Duke comes to his senses, she is the head of the family, and the Baron should not forget about this the next time he decides to cross the line. Vernon stubbornly says that her actions are offensive to his lordship, and he, as his vassal, cannot turn a blind eye to this. The Duchess says that it is funny to hear such words from the one who locked the Duke in a cage and gave the order for his reproduction. Oliver watches the young woman with admiration and does not understand where such self-confidence came from in her. Astina pats the Baron on the shoulder and says that if he understands his place, he can go. The Duchess asks the butler what the Baron forgot in the castle, to which Oliver replies that today there is a meeting of vassals. The girl turns sharply and asks why she doesn't know anything about this. Oliver replies that the Duke himself has always attended these meetings, but Astina declares that it is time to change these rules. Leading the wolf by the leash, the Duchess heads towards the castle and remarks that it is time for her to strengthen her authority. The Duchess writes something and tells the butler to give her a stamp, which he uses instead of the Duke's signature. Oliver obediently holds out the seal, wondering with interest what her ladyship is up to. The girl extends her hand to Theo, who is lying on the floor, and orders him to give him his paw. Having placed a seal in the wolf's paw, Astina deftly stamps it on all prepared documents. Oliver leans over to the girl and asks permission to ask what kind of documents these are. The Duchess reads that by this document, Theriot van Atalanta completely trusts his wife for the period of the marriage contract. Theo Astina attaches the sword to his back, rightly deciding that it would definitely not be superfluous in the current state of affairs. Oliver understands that the vassals will not be delighted that the Duchess stole the seal, but he really wants to see what she's up to. After listening to Vernon, one of the vassals declares that her ladyship does not know her place and does not understand how she owes them everything. The Baron angrily reports that he has never been so humiliated before. The men discuss that Rate's family would have been on the verge of death if not for them, but the young lady decided that she now had power. Oliver respectfully opens the door, and the Duchess enters the hall, leading Theo next to her. The girl sits down and says that her name is Astina van Atalanta, and she is very glad to see everyone present. Baron Vernon jumps out of his chair and asks what her ladyship is doing at the meeting. Astina asks with a grin if the owner of this house needs a reason to check what belongs to her. The Baron angrily says that the lady cannot be the mistress of this house while his lordship is alive. The Duchess shows everyone the power of attorney and declares that she refuses to accept any objections unless they come from the Duke himself. Astina turns to the wolf and asks if everything suits him. Theo, in response, looks at the girl devotedly. The girl returns to her chambers and reflects that even from one vassal, one could conclude that they are all the same here. The Duchess orders Oliver to bring her all the reports on the state of affairs in the duchy. The butler looks at his mistress with admiration. He has never seen such women, and if Empress Martina were alive, then she would probably be exactly the same. Meanwhile, in the capital, Benjamin tells his father that he plans to take a break from his studies and go to the Duchy of Atalanta. The young man says that Astina got married because of her parents' debts, and if she is doing this under duress, then he must save her. The man wonders if his son has some cunning plan to force the girl to divorce the Duke. The guy says that he needs to apply all his legal knowledge to nullify the marriage, and if this does not help, then he will have only one way out. Benjamin sadly says that Astina is not only a friend to him, and memories of their acquaintance immediately arise in his head. 6 years ago, a student was walking across the square when he suddenly saw a crowd of people and loud screams. Coming closer, the guy learned that some girl was trying to fight with Adolf for her right to use the training ground. Benjamin sees a small young girl and wonders how she had the determination to pick a fight with a local strongman. The girl states that all students at the academy have the privilege of using the training grounds. Adolf looks at the girl with a grin and tells her to get lost while she's still alive. The lady coldly remarks that it is unlikely that someone who judges only by appearance will be able to become a wise knight. Astina advises the guy to change his teacher, since the knightly nobility he learned is so low grade. Benjamin notices that although the girl speaks strangely, she does not yield a single word to her opponent. Adolf invites Astina to show what she can do and chop the logs lying behind him. Suddenly, the lady throws a glove at the guy's face and declares that she, Astina Reedy, challenges him to a duel. Adolf raises his sword over his head, hoping that the girl will not be able to withstand his blow with such small hands. Astina easily blocks the attack, leaving the strong man completely bewildered. Suddenly, the guy's sword slips and the girl presses her sword to his throat. After a couple of moments, Astina sheathes her sword and tells Adolf not to appear on the site while she is there. Suddenly, the guy bursts into tears, and the girl embarrassedly thinks that she went a little too far. Surprised, Benjamin approaches Astina, introduces himself, and says that he is glad to meet you. Student says that he saw everything and the girl's skill amazed him, so he also wants to fight with her. Seeing the lady's confusion, the guy admits that he is counting on her, since there are few people in the academy who are as good with a sword. Astina changes her anger to mercy, shakes hands with Benjamin, and says that she will gladly train with him. A month later, the young people are studying hard, and the guy notices with a grin that after that incident, Adolf is no longer visible. Astina silently chops logs. Benjamin asks in surprise why the girl studies so hard if she's studying at the Faculty of Political Science. The lady calmly replies that she is just strengthening herself because it is too dangerous to be weak. Benjamin reveals that he takes up fencing because he once failed to protect someone who needed it. The girl replies that in this case the guy needs to become even stronger and offers to raise his sword. The student sheepishly admits that Astina's manner of speaking makes him involuntarily want to bend his knee. The young man looks at the sword made especially for the girl and decisively thinks that no matter what, he will come to her aid. Baron Vernon furiously thinks that if his plan had succeeded, then the next 3 generations could live happily ever after. But the impudent girl ruins all his plans. The Duke's vassals drooled over his enormous fortune and became even bolder when their master turned into a monster. They believed that if they managed to preserve the family, at least formally, then the next 20 years would belong to them. This was the case until the appearance of Astina, who declared that she herself would take care of the Duke. One of the men declares that the Duchess is just a woman, and it will be enough to intimidate her properly. Vernon suggests starting a scandalous rumor that the Duke's wife disappeared in the dead of night. The Baron receives approval from other vassals and says that they need to think about who can kidnap the Duchess. Suddenly, the door to the hall swings open, and a man runs in shouting that they are in big trouble. Ignoring the dissatisfaction of the vassals with such a strange appearance, the man reports that Baronet Ardell has been arrested. An hour earlier, Astilla was sitting in the Duke's office, studying papers. From the documents, it is quite clearly clear that things are going very badly on the estate, and most of the money ends up in the pockets of the manager. Oliver reports that if her ladyship wishes to see the manager, then Baronet Ardell is standing at the mansion. The butler says that the man came early in the morning to protest to her ladyship, but he decided not to let him into the mansion. The Duchess notices that all this is very interesting and, calling Theo, offers to go and look at the baronet. The wolf faithfully puts his paw on the girl's hand, and Oliver thinks with amazement that before no one even thought of coming closer to him. When the Duke becomes too much of a pet, the butler experiences mixed feelings, but above all relief. Astina tells Oliver to take the knights as an escort and bring Baronet Ardell to her. Some time later, the knights bring a man into the office who desperately resists. The man angrily shouts that the Duchess is compromising social norms, and he, as his lordship's vassal, is no longer able to tolerate her dictatorship. Astina coldly says that she did not call the baronet because of the strike he staged in front of the mansion. Suddenly, an account book falls in front of the man, and he, realizing what this threatens, asks in horror what it is. The Duchess menacingly declares that if Ardell is so incompetent, he will lose his title, but if he understood everything, he must be punished. The baronet bows his head and begs for mercy, admits that he could not resist greed. Astina thoughtfully taps her fingers on the table and thinks that small fry are all like that. She hasn't seen anything new. The baronet pleadingly says that for 10 years he has devotedly served the public good. The girl states that someone who has been convicted of misappropriation of funds has no right to talk about loyalty. The baronet tearfully says that he has a wife and children whom he must feed. The Duchess reflects that the crime is not really that serious. Ardell continues that he could not support a family with a baronetcy, which is not even inherited. Suddenly, Theo stands up and, growling menacingly, walks towards the baronet, who begins to shake in horror. Astina looks down at the man and says that she will consider reducing his sentence if he tells her everything he knows. Next to the huge wolf, the Duchess looks completely fragile, the greater the amazement of those around her that she was able to tame the beast. The maids gossip that Astina managed to completely clean up the vassals who were stealing from the master. Thanks to the confessions of Baronet Ardell, all the vassals who plundered the treasury were detained. The leader was the one who had the most influence since the Duke turned into a monster. Oliver guessed that there were embezzlers, but now no one would dare to cross the shrewd Duchess. The maids in the kitchen are discussing that Baron Vernon will now never get out of prison for the rest of his life, and Eliza's situation has become simply ridiculous. One of the girls says with a laugh that that's what she needed. There was no point in counting on anyone standing up for her. The maids say that Eliza is the same maid, but having decided to follow the Baron, she simply sat on their neck. Eliza limps into the kitchen and angrily asks what the girls are talking about. Suddenly, the girl approaches one of the maids and slaps her in the face with all her might. Eliza is shaking with rage, and the girls are screaming that she has completely lost her mind. The girl angrily declares that this will happen to anyone who dares to unceremoniously discuss others. The maid approaches Eliza and shouts that now her antics have come to an end because the Baron has been arrested. Eliza screams in tears to be left alone and runs out of the kitchen. The maids look at each other in confusion. Are the rumors that there was a close relationship between the girl and the Baron true? 4 months ago, despite Eliza's statements that she had a fiancé, the Baron assured that the position of his mistress would bring great benefits to the girl. The man's speeches were skillful. He was very affectionate with the girl, and in the end, she stopped resisting. The fact that she was now desecrated weighed heavily on Eliza, and she wrote to her fiancé about the separation and cut off contact with her parents. The girl became irritable. Even minor things made her angry. And sometime later, Eliza found out that she would soon have a child. One day, Vernon said that the owner's place in the house was empty, and the girl could do him a favor if she got some information. Hearing the refusal, the Baron said that he would leave her, and a lonely girl with a child in her arms would not have a quiet life anywhere. Eliza tried every way she knew to get rid of the child. However, by the will of the Lord, a new life continued to develop in Eliza. The maid began to work much slower and worse, and one day a rag flew into her face. The other maids began to accuse Eliza that because of her slowness, they had much more work to do. The girl attacked aggressively in response to the claims. Rage simply overwhelmed her. Eliza came to Vernon and declared that she would do whatever he asked her to do if the man would protect her. Vernon put his hand on the maid's shoulder and said that he was confident in her choice. From that day on, the Baron took the girl under his protection. She felt the taste of power, and at such moments her sadness receded. The Baron continued to put psychological pressure on Eliza, saying that he loved her, and they had their whole life ahead of them. 4 months later, Astina appeared at the castle, and all the couple's plans collapsed overnight. The beautiful Duchess, just like in the old fairy tales, tamed the monster. In an instant, Astina seized power and took control of the estate, and sent all the corrupt vassals to prison. Eliza understands that most likely she and the child will be thrown out of the castle, and if she returns to the village, they will stone her, calling her a whore. Arriving at the dungeon, the girl decides to beg the Baron for at least some money in any way she can. Vernon states that he knew that the girl would come to visit him. The Baron reaches through the bars and tells her to take what he has in his fist. The man unclenches his fist, and Eliza sees a strange glass vial. The Baron says that it is poison. Vernon tells Eliza to add poison to the Duchess's tea. This is the only way so that both he and the girl can survive. The maid resolutely refuses, but the Baron says that if he dies, then she will not have life anyway. Eliza sadly realizes that if she does not follow Vernon's words, she will soon die too. A few days later, Eliza comes into the office with a tray and says that she has prepared tea for her ladyship. The Duchess pauses, pets Theo affectionately, and asks if he would like something to chew. Suddenly, Astina turns to the maid and notices that her belly has grown. Eliza does not have time to say a word, and the Duchess calmly says that it is better for a girl not to get what she has hidden in her sleeve. Astina calmly reports that if Eliza wants to poison her, then the poison should have been poured in advance. The maid falls exhausted to the floor and begs her ladyship to spare her. The Duchess looks at the maid and asks if she really proposes to leave the one who tried to harm on the sly in the mansion. Eliza begins to confess that she is carrying the child of Baron Vernon, who has been arrested. The maid sadly says that the lady should know what happens to a woman who gives birth to a child without a husband. Eliza screams in despair that she was too scared by everything that happened and just wanted to survive. Astina takes the poison from the girl and releases her, saying that she will call her when she is needed. At the tavern, the owner tells Benjamin that he was very lucky to get into the last free room. The student reflects that the journey to Adelant will take 5 days, even if he rides without rest, so he simply needs to replenish his strength. Suddenly, the young man hears loud female screams asking the men to stop and not do what they shouldn't do. Turning around, Benjamin sees the maid scolding the man for groping her. Hearing the visitor's excuses, the guy thinks that people like him always say the same thing. Benjamin realizes that he cannot leave the woman in trouble and decisively intervenes in the scandal. An absolutely drunk man stands up from behind the counter and staggers, saying that it's not knightly to treat women like that. The men freeze in amazement and try to understand who decided to interfere in their affairs. Hizeng looks at the men with contempt and states that he learned swordsmanship from a famous young lady. The company begins to laugh loudly at the fact that a huge man learned to wield a sword from some girl. Benjamin freezes and listens carefully to the drunkard's words. The student asks if the knight is talking about Aston Retta. Hyson turns around and asks how the guy knows the name of his mistress. Suddenly the man becomes enraged and attacks the young man, accusing him of being a spy. Astina looms over the kneeling man and asks if he knows why he was brought. Baron Vernon looks up at the girl and says that he does not understand what happened. Noticing Eliza, the Baron angrily thinks that she set him up, tying him hand and foot. The maid confessed to the Duchess everything that she had to endure, how the Baron had dishonored her and then wanted to leave her. Most of the residents of Carabella believed that one should marry the one who took away the virginity. But Vernon not only did not take responsibility for the child, but also used her, forcing her to kill her ladyship. Astina tells the Baron that the real animal was not the owner, but his servant. The man starts shouting that Eliza is lying all the time. She is a slutty girl, and she cheated on a child from no one knows who. Vernon rushes towards the girl and shouts that she has disgraced his honor. Twisted by the knights, the Baron changes tactics and says that no matter what, he sincerely loves Eliza. Astina approaches the man and coldly asks what this information has to do with what he did. The Duchess says that not only is the man accused of extravagance, but he also dared to encroach on her life. Astina states that the child's expenses will be deducted from Baron Vernon's confiscated property. The girl tells Eliza that this will be a lifelong compensation, and she admits the guilt of the owner, who failed to keep track of his maid. Turning to the Baron, her ladyship reports that the death sentence will be carried into effect in 3 days. Elise Astina says that although the girl did everything under pressure, she is not innocent either. The Duchess declares that she cannot leave in the castle the one who tried to harm her mistress and expels her from the duchy. Realizing that she remains alive and with a livelihood, the maid sincerely thanks Astina for believing her words. The girl remembers that at one time she did everything to take revenge and survive. She gritted her teeth and obeyed Waldo's order to spend the night together. But Astina never felt that she had tarnished herself with this, because in the end, she took full revenge on her enemies. Looking at Eliza, the Duchess thinks with regret that not all women are capable of this. Benjamin tells Hsing that he is not a spy. He studies with Miss Astina at the same academy. Suddenly, the knight begins to sob loudly and admits that he misses his mistress very much and cannot believe that she got married so early. The men, in bewilderment, say that the knight and the guy picked on them, and now they are making jokes, which means they both need to be taught a lesson. The big man runs up to Hyson, who is sitting on the floor, and raises his leg to strike. A few moments later, the man and the guy stand over their defeated rivals and shake hands as they introduce themselves. The men kneel as Benjamin orders them to apologize to the woman. The maid looks angrily at the guilty ones and asks permission to give them a good whack too. The student and the knight look at each other in bewilderment, but agree that she has the right to do this. A few minutes later, the men have a new pile of bumps and bruises. The maid cheerfully thanks the men and says that they are real knights and protectors. Benjamin turns to the offenders and says that if they decide to take revenge on the woman, he will return again and will not remain on the sidelines. Hyson pats the guy on the shoulder and offers him a glass of drink, since fate itself brought them together. The knight notes that we still need to wait out the rain, and he has a couple of interesting stories about Miss Astina's younger years. 3 days later, by order of the Duchess, Baron Vernon was executed, and Eliza left the Grand Duke's castle. Many believed that the maid received too lenient a punishment, but Astina took into account the situation of the victim before committing the crime and generously released her. It rains non-stop for 2 days, and the girl and Theo spend all their time in the office. But even indoor games have a limit. The wolf clearly does not have enough walks. Oliver hands the girls papers and says that this is a list of property confiscated from Baron Vernon. The butler reports that his family members have barricaded themselves in the mansion and refuse to leave. The old head of the family rebels, saying that he does not intend to lose everything because of the servants' fraud. Astina sighs tiredly and tells him to tell the old man that he will be thoroughly interrogated about concealing the Baron's other crimes. Oliver shudders at the girl's words that she can at any moment allow him to taste the gift sent to her by the Baron. Astina is one of those people who are confident that everyone should receive what they deserve. The Duchess is strict, but treats her subordinates kindly, but is infinitely merciless towards those who cross her. The stupid vassals did not take into account the peculiarities of her ladyship's character and opposed her, thereby prompting her to act. There is a knock on the door, and the maid reports that the Duchess has guests. Oliver says, puzzled, that there have been no letters announcing the visits. Completely wet, Benjamin and Hyson happily tell how they accidentally ran into each other in a tavern and decided to visit their mistress together. The girl drinks tea and notices that after such a journey in the pouring rain, the men should immediately wash themselves. Benjamin exclaims that their appearance is completely unimportant, asking her to finally tell what happened to her. Astina calmly reports that she just got married, and Benjamin probably already heard about it. The young man notices that the Duchess looks completely adjusted and calm. Sir Hiseng begins to cry again. A surprised Benjamin asks if he is okay. Astina indifferently reports that it is obvious that the knight went into a deep binge, and this state is normal for him.
Hiseng says that his heart is breaking because of the young lady's early wedding.
In response to the student's remark that the knight missed her, the girl says with a grin that he just likes to drink. Astina recalls that when she took his family heirloom from Sir, he went on a drinking binge out of sadness, and when she returned it, he threw a party to celebrate. When Hyson was taken away, Benjamin seriously says that he was sure that the girl was forced into the wedding. Astina honestly says that for Kana this would be coercion, but for her it is just an acceptable bargaining that would not allow her family to go bankrupt. Suddenly the girl begins to wonder if everything is okay with Theo. She felt sorry for locking him up, so she decided to just leave him in the office. Astina realizes with surprise that she has become attached to the wolf, and when he falls out of her sight, she begins to worry. The girl treats Theo like an unreasonable child and reflects that loneliness could well be to blame for his past insanity. Benjamin firmly states that if Astina's marriage is against her will, then he will get her out of here. The girl is confused and says that the young man only has the title of baronet, awarded for passing certification. So what forces does he want to help her with? The young man declares that he can do anything if Astina gives her consent to it. The Duchess looks at her fellow student with bewilderment to see if his determination hides feelings for her. Benjamin reports that he knows about the lady's strength, but it is impossible to foresee all circumstances. The guy, in the heat of the moment, asks how he can be sure that the monster won't harm her. So that the young man can be calm about her, Astina decides to show him Theo. The door opens slightly, and Benjamin notices with a shiver the silhouette of the monster Duke. The light comes on, and the guy sees how a huge wolf on its hind legs meets its owner and joyfully wags its tail. Clinging to the beast, Astina says that this is Duke Theriot, whom she calls Theo. Benjamin is full of embarrassment. This is clearly not the kind of monster he expected to see. The young man is discouraged, which means Astina really married the beast. The girl invites the young man to take a sabbatical and work for the Atalanta family. Benjamin looks at the girl in confusion. Is this really what his help should be? The Duchess says that during the Duke's absence, the situation in the estate is sad, and she needs help. The young man listens with sadness that Astina will be glad to receive such a competent specialist like him. Benjamin came here for completely different purposes, and not to condemn the fate of the estate. The guy looks at the wolf and thinks that he could accept the fact that Astina met a worthy person, but certainly not a beast. The student asks what will happen if he refuses. Instead of answering, the girl gives Theo the command to face. Benjamin jumps up in fright, not believing that his girlfriend is doing this to him. Theo lies calmly at the Duchess's feet and does not react in any way to her strange order. The girl laughingly says that she was joking and did not teach the wolf such commands. The guy is simply discouraged. Astina reports that in exchange for covering her family's debts, she must give birth to an heir, and after that she plans to divorce the Duke. Benjamin jumps up in horror. He never expected to hear this. The young man looks at his girlfriend in despair. He's ready to immediately grab her hand and take her away from here. The student wonders if now is the right time to confess his feelings. The young man tells Astina that he believes her and has always been so, and the girl asks if he will accept her proposal. Benjamin says emphatically that he always wanted to give the girl a little more. The Duchess does not understand why she is looking at Benjamin, and before her eyes is her faithful assistant, right hand, Elito, a reliable and close friend who remained with Martina even on her deathbed. Realizing that the guy will not stay, the girl warmly thanks him for his concern. Benjamin says that he will always wait for Astina, and she can return to him at any time. The Duchess says that leaving like that right away is very reckless, to which the guy says with a laugh that she is not the only one to do such things. Astina wishes the young man a good journey and asks him to be careful. Sir Hyson says goodbye to the guy and admits that he was very glad to meet them. Having spurred his horse, Benjamin decides to return not just to the capital, but to go straight to the Emperor. A few days later, Astina and Hyson arrive at Baron Vernon's former mansion to check on the work going on there. The girl tells the knight to stay here and strictly monitor this place. If the man does well, then perhaps they can return to training. Sir Hyson is clearly upset, but the Duchess says with a grin that he will have to put down his sword for a while. Astina confidently says that people need to be used in the right place. The Baron's father bursts into the gate and shouts that this place belonged to the Vernon family and was passed down from generation to generation. The girl orders the knight to bring the old man. No one has the right to interfere with the Duchess's instructions. Vernon continues to scream and tries to open the gate, shaking it violently. Once on the castle grounds, the old man falls on his face and begs her ladyship to listen to him. The man says that his son's crime is huge and he has been punished. But how should the rest of his family feed now? The old man lowers his head even lower and says that his death is not terrible, but there are many small children on it. Ashina says that she will not allow her to be taken for a fool. She knows very well where Baron Vernon got the poison from while in prison. The girl reports that suspicious money transfers were received in the name of the Baron's father. 2 days after the arrest, Vernon's wife filed a request to see her husband. The old man looks at the Duchess with fear and tries to convince her that this simply cannot be. Astina contemptuously reports that she left the Baron's family alive, only to watch how they would climb out of the bottom. The Duchess warns that if the old man makes a noise again, she will make sure that he won't even carry his feet. Suddenly, the man jumps up from his knees and shouts that the girl is just shameless trash. Hyson shields the Duchess and orders the old man not to approach her. A distraught Vernon shouts that Astina's only purpose is to bear a man's seed, and her death will be pitiful. The old man shouts that the curse placed on the Duke will also consume the girl's son. Astina immediately thinks that her husband's hereditary disease is too unusual, and the idea of mystical power came to her mind. The Duchess approaches Vernon and asks what he knows about the curse. Instead of answering, the old man hatefully spits in the girl's face. The man laughs and only says that the girl's husband will never be saved. The knight gives the girl a handkerchief, and she, looking at Vernon, coldly remarks that he underestimates her. The Duchess says that infidelity is a facet that cannot be left unnoticed, and orders the old man to be thrown into prison. Hyson notices with amazement that his mistress took the insult inflicted on her too easily. Astina's past life was too difficult for her to remain susceptible to such things. Lying in bed, the Duchess thinks that if the Duke has been cursed, there must be a way to lift it. Noticing that his owner is upset, Theo begins to lick her face. The girl gently strokes the wolf, notes that he has become quite obedient. then tenderly kisses him on the forehead. At night, Astina suddenly opens her eyes and feels the presence of a person nearby. Turning around sharply, the girl sees that an unfamiliar man is sleeping on the bed next to her. The Duchess looks at the young man in bewilderment and notices a collar around his neck. But Theo is nowhere to be found. Astina does not understand what is happening. There are no signs of a break-in, and judging by the collar, the Duke himself is clearly in front of her. The girl carefully turns the man onto his back and is amazed to see that he bears a striking resemblance to Theodore. On the day of the coronation, Theodore tells Martina, who appeared, that he was sure that she had disappeared from the palace. The girl indifferently says that she has fulfilled her lifelong desire, so there is no point in running away. The man admits that he locked the doors of the hall with the thought of getting rid of the witch, and she should understand this. Martina sadly says that she did not expect anything good from a person from the Blanche family. The king wonders what will happen if he orders the death of a girl who has become useless to him. Martina indifferently says that in this situation, there will be one more royal heads that she will cut down. Theodore notes that there is nothing that the girl cannot do, but that is not what he wants. Martina hears that, appreciating her merits, the king grants her the title of Marquise and a new surname. The girl admits that she helped the king for a personal reason, and there is nothing more that she wants to receive. Theodore says that Martina can ask him for anything her heart desires. The girl sadly understands that even after destroying the monster, the dead cannot be brought back and says that she has no reason to live. The king looks at the girl softly and says that he is naming her with the name of the clan. From now on, Martina Owen de Lita must live for the sake of her king. Astina looks at the man and thinks that he is incredibly similar to the king. Could it be that Theodore was also reborn? The young man begins to moan and, gradually coming to his senses, opens his eyes. Suddenly the girl pulls the leash with all her might, which instantly brings the Duke to his senses. Astina squeezes the collar with force and in a rage asks the young man who he is. Distraught, Astina whispers, turning to Theodore, that after his departure she lived every day as if in hell. The girl admits that not an hour passed when she was not angry with the king and did not forget him for a single moment. Astina, in tears, says that Theodore forced her to cut his throat, and now he has the nerve to return to her. The girl screams, pressing herself to the boy's face, that Theodore is a terrible and cruel person, and she curses him. Astina then whispers that she still loves her king and kisses him passionately on the lips. A hereditary disease in the Atallant family manifested itself before the age of 20, and the heir received recognition only after reaching adulthood. The Duke's parents have already lost 2 children from a terrible hereditary disease. That is why mother and father did not show feelings of affection for Theriot, who was born the youngest. Thinking that the disease would suddenly manifest itself, the boy was never allowed out of the mansion. To all the child's requests to go outside the castle, the father replied that there was enough everything in his room. The boy did not understand why this was happening, because he so dreamed of looking at the sea. But the Duke remained adamant and simply left the room, not wanting to see his son suffer. Theriot studied all kinds of sciences and even fencing without leaving home. By the time he came of age, the young man had grown into a duke, as if he had stepped out of a painting. Only after 20 years did the father and mother open their arms for their son. The young man cried, saying that now he could not be afraid to wonder if he would go crazy. Theriot learned to manage the family's affairs because it was his duty to inherit the family name and continue the family line as quickly as possible. After a while, the young duke completed his studies and was already accustomed to the work he performed in place of his father. But one day, terrible news came. The Duke and Duchess's carriage fell into the abyss. At his parents' funeral, Theriot thought with despair that he didn't know how to grieve. The young man often wondered whether he could live the life of an ordinary person. He said that he could not even imagine himself with a child in his arms. Oliver often invited Theriot to look at portraits of girls, but the young man did not want to see them. Eventually, he began to show symptoms of the disease that nearly wiped out the Adelant family. The disease made the gentle Duke cruel, increasing the time he lost his sanity. The vassals wanted to find a girl and marry the Duke before the opportunity to continue the family line was lost. Upon learning of this, Theriot shouted in rage that they were turning him into livestock. The young man, in a fit of anger, yelled that for them he was not a man, but a thoroughbred stallion. One night, the Duke gave Oliver his last order so that he could not harm anyone. Theriot asks to lock him up. Having come to his senses, the Duke was amazed to find a girl right in front of him, crying and whispering that she still loved him. When the stranger kissed Theriot, he could not understand whether he was sleeping or had already died. The Duke sits up in bed and asks which man the girl keeps talking about and who she is. Astina freezes for a moment and suddenly realizes that it is not Theodore in front of her. The Duke angrily says that if a girl values her life, then she should identify herself and explain what she's doing with him in the same room. The girl abruptly jumps off the bed and quickly runs out of the room in tears. The young man discovers that he was lying completely naked and throwing a blanket over his shoulders, looked at the room in surprise. Suddenly, Oliver runs into the chambers, feels the master, and thanks God for returning him to his former appearance. Theriot admits that he doesn't understand a damn thing about what's going on here, and asks who the girl who was with him in the chambers is. The butler is silent for a while, and then says that it was Her Grace, the Duchess. The young man looks at Oliver in amazement. Was that girl really his wife? After the butler says that everything was done for the sake of the heir, the Duke realizes that nothing has changed. Theriot asks in surprise how that girl managed to survive, to which Oliver declares that she is very special. The Duke orders that clothes be brought to him and then go to the office to look at current affairs. According to the butler, it turned out that the Duke had been absent for a little less than a year. The young man quickly goes to the office, sadly noting that most likely things on the estate have fallen into complete disrepair, and asks where Baronet Ardell is. Noticing that Oliver is embarrassedly silent and ignoring his question, the Duke turns around in surprise. The butler says that the baronet was suspected of embezzlement, removed from his post, and is now under arrest in his home. Theriot tries to digest the information received and says that in this case, the matter should be entrusted to Baron Vernon. Oliver reports that the Baron was executed on charges of attempting to kill the Duchess. The Duke orders the butler to bring him a documentary list to his office in order to understand what is happening here. Entering the office, Theriot sees significant changes and asks in bewilderment why it smells so much like dog. Oliver wipes the sweat from his forehead and decides to say that it was not the dog who lived here, but the Duke himself. The young man sighs tiredly and does not understand what to do with everything that happened in his absence. Meanwhile, Astina runs out into the garden and begins to scream loudly in complete despair. The girl wonders in horror why the one with whom she is married is like two peas in a pod like Theodore. Theriot carefully studies the documents, amazed at how brazenly and openly he was robbed. Turning to Oliver, the young man asks in amazement whether Baron Vernon also intimidated the maid. Looking at the papers, the Duke lists the Baron's crimes, including theft and attempted murder. The young man is in complete confusion because the Vernon family remained with Adelant from generation to generation. Theriot notes that the Baron was known as a caring husband, and he simply cannot believe everything that happened. Oliver sheepishly says that the servants in the castle are the type of people who only tell stories among themselves. The Duke sadly reflects that until now he has not cared about the personal lives of his vassals. The guy doesn't understand how to deal with the feeling of betrayal that he experienced for the first time in his life. The butler says that at the behest of the Duchess, the maid was expelled, but the Baron's property was given to her as compensation. Theriot declares that he has had enough of court records and asks for reports on hydraulic structures. After a while, the Duke is surprised to realize that everything is functioning as it should. Turning to the butler, the young man asks if they used the services of a deputy. Oliver proudly replies that Her Grace the Duchess was in charge of everything. Early in the morning, turmoil begins in the castle as soon as everyone finds out that their master has returned to his former appearance. The vassals discuss the news in alarm, not believing that the Duke has truly recovered from his illness. The nobles are afraid that the master will believe his wife's words about their theft and become furious. Oliver enters the chambers and looks at the Duke in amazement, asking what he's eating. Theriot chews a piece of meat and asks if the Duchess really likes such a snack. The young man notices that girls usually hide cookies in their desk drawers, but he found beef jerky. Oliver looks at the master puzzled, realizing that he can't muster up the courage to tell him the truth. Oliver doesn't understand how one can talk about the fact that the young man was on a leash with his wife and followed all her commands. Changing the subject, the servant says that the vassals want to see the Duke. They have gathered at the gate and demand a meeting. Theriot is not sure that the situation will be resolved without bloodshed, but he wants to hear what excuses the vassals will spin with their boneless tongues. As he heads out, the Duke asks the butler to find out where the Duchess is because he hasn't seen her since last night. Oliver remembers that when Astina told him the news, she looked strange, but still she is not the kind of person who can run away like that. Perhaps the girl was shocked to see the beast turn into a man. Suddenly, Theriot turns to Oliver and asks him for a favor. The young man reports that he thought all morning and came to the conclusion that he should thank the Duchess for everything. But first of all, the Duke wants to find out how his wife was able to survive with the beast and deal with all matters perfectly. Remembering the night, the guy wonders why the girl strangled him and burst into tears. Looking out the window, Theriot again returns to the question of how he was able to return to his previous appearance. At the last moment that the young man remembers, he was sure that he was taking his last breath of air. The Duke will never be able to forget the feeling of being drowned in a swamp from which it is impossible to swim out. The Duke and the guards approach the front gate and declare that in front of him are faces that he has not seen for a long time. The vassals greet the master with delight and declare that they want to tell him a lot. The young man calmly wonders if the story will be about how they, like rats, ate a Talon's storeroom. The nobles are embarrassed and declare that the Duke was misled, but he should not doubt their sincerity. Theriot states that he trusted men, and this was a huge mistake, which he admits to himself. The vassals declare that it was a mistake on their part to choose a villainess as their wife, and they ask for forgiveness for this. Approaching the gate, the Duke threateningly asks if the vassals enjoyed the festival of outrages without the owner. The nobles demand that the villain who has clouded their master's head be brought to them, and they will personally deal with her. With annoyance, the young man asks if there is anyone more arrogant than the vassals who betrayed their master. The men begin to shout that they heard how an inhuman woman dared to train His Grace the Duke. At the house, Oliver is surprised to hear that the servants cannot find the Duchess anywhere. The butler thoughtfully wonders where the lady could be if she's not in the house. Theriot asks what the men mean, perhaps that the Duchess controlled a beast that kills people. With annoyance, the Duke declares that the vassals are simply idiots for trying to kill a benefactor with such a reputation. The young man orders the guards to make sure that these brats no longer appear in front of his residence. Looking at the sky, the guy realizes that he is exhausted. He feels as if he has lost everything that he achieved as a man. Suddenly, Theriot freezes and wonders if maybe he had nothing in the first place. With a grin, the Duke thinks that he could not even marry by his own choice. Walking through the garden, the guy unexpectedly stumbles upon Astina sleeping by a tree. Looking closely at his wife, the young man notices that he doesn't look very good. She must be having a nightmare. Theriot recalls that the girl dragged him at night with unprecedented strength, but she looks very fragile. The husband covers Astina with his jacket, thinking that they have a lot to discuss, but apparently their schedules do not coincide. The young man heard from his vassals that his wife trained him, but Oliver said that his monster appearance was close to a wolf. Suddenly, Theriot remembers wool flying around the office, beef jerky on the table, and toys. Sitting up sharply, the Duke realizes that the dog he was thinking about is himself. Astina dreams of Theodore, assuring her of his love and that he will be with her all her life. Waking up, the girl jumps up sharply, not understanding where she is. Turning around, the Duchess notices Theriot sitting next to her, frightened by her sudden awakening. The girl looks intently at the young man. She knows that it is not Theodore in front of her, but for some reason she always sees his face on top. Turning away from the Duke, Astina absent-mindedly asks if she's already asleep. The Duke thinks that his wife is truly an unusual person, acting as if nothing happened last night. Realizing that he has not yet formally introduced himself, the young man extends his hand and says that he is Theriot van Adelent. The girl shakes hands in return and simply says that her name is Astina. The young man notices that their first meeting was unusual, and he fears that he might have scared the girl last night. Astina replies that if she asks for forgiveness, then she is the one who apologizes for her insolence. Theriot apologizes for his tactlessness and asks how often his wife has nightmares. Remembering last night, the guy decides that Astina might still have a loved one in her hometown. The girl does not intend to continue the topic. She only replies that her dream was a little sad. With a serious face, Astina states that she is now awake, so it is all over. Theriot feels guilty that the girl had to go through something unpleasant, and he doesn't even live up to the role of half-groom. Astina wants to return her jacket to her husband, but he notices that her clothes are too thin, and it's quite cold outside. Astina persistently hands her clothes and assures that everything is fine, but her husband is worried about her. Beginning to get angry, the Duchess declares that she does not need the jacket and should be careful that the Duke himself does not catch a cold. Hoping to finally break his wife's stubbornness, Theriot extends his hand to her, noting that they will both walk in the cold. Astina indifferently heads towards the castle, noting that it means so be it. Looking at his wife's back, the Duke wonders whether all ladies in the capital are so temperamental. Heading towards the house, the young man says that he is aware that the vassals attempted to assassinate the Duchess. Theriot says that he heard about this from Oliver and checked all the records for that period. Astina admits that she did not know whether her husband would believe the words of his wife, who appeared only in the morning. The girl reflects that the young man has absolutely no memories of the time when he was a beast. The Duke reports that he was surprised at how well his wife handled matters in his absence, and he should thank her more than once. Looking at her husband, Astina asks if he is angry that she has affected his authority. Theriot replies that the affairs of the vassals showed him that the members of the Adelent family were of a lower level than he thought. The husband continues that he still cannot believe that those whom he trusted would commit such atrocities. Astina gently remarks that people live at the behest of the situation, and if the Duke's mind were intact, this would be impossible. The girl says that we cannot divide everyone into good and evil. A person's character cannot be expressed in one word. Theriot remembers that his wife is younger than him, but it turns out that she says the same thing as Oliver, who is twice her age. Looking at his wife, the Duke wonders what kind of life she has lived. Astina calmly continues that there is no greater stupidity than being confident in a person. Theriot looks at his wife in shock, realizing that she seems to have read his thoughts. The guards tell Oliver that, by order of the Duke, they kicked out all the vassals, but they are not sure that they will surrender so easily. The butler thinks angrily about the unscrupulous fools who undoubtedly deserve punishment. Suddenly, Oliver notices the couple walking and asks in surprise how they ended up together. The Duchess explains that she and Theriot met in the garden. The butler asks in surprise whether the girl has really been in the garden in such an outfit since the morning, and it won't take long for her to catch a cold. Looking at the Duke, Oliver asks if he really didn't offer his jacket to his wife. Astina replies that it's not that cold outside, and Theriot suddenly says that goosebumps are running down the Duchess's arms. The girl asks if this is a joke, to which the husband replies that, in that case, she should smile. Smiling, the Duchess says that she needs to go up to her room. The Duke tells Oliver that Estina is truly a special girl and asks if all the town ladies are like that. The butler notes that he can guess why the gentleman thought so and declares that Estina is definitely a special case. Theriot says his wife is exceptional for being able to train the monster. The butler shudders and embarrassedly asks how his lordship knows about everything. The Duke declares that ordinary people do not shake a fishing rod in front of a monster, warns that he will ask again, and hopes for an honest answer. After thinking a little, Theriot asks Oliver if his wife is really human. The butler notes that the gentleman has already passed the period when he would not be able to distinguish reality from fiction. As he leaves, the Duke continues to wonder whether his wife is too exceptional from start to finish. The guy thinks about his calm behavior beyond his age, his manner of speech, and quite often things that he absolutely cannot understand. Oliver notices that such doubts are disrespect for Count Rita, who sent his beloved daughter to them. Listening to the servant's reasoning about marriage, the Duke declares that he has aged quite a bit to say such boring things. Theriot enters his wife's room. Ashina politely invites him to have a cup of tea. Looking at his wife, the young man thinks that when he looks at her elegant appearance, his soul becomes calmer. Leaning towards the girl, the Duke says that she is stubborn, because the day was definitely cold. Estina suggests sitting down first, otherwise the tea will soon get completely cold. The husband sits down embarrassedly, thinking that he tried to increase his worth, but in the end, he got into trouble again. The Duke asks not to consider his question as tactless, but still he would like to know about the details of the girl's appearance in the castle. Estina calmly declares that she was sold for her father's debts. According to the terms of the agreement, for the debts to be written off, she must give birth to an heir to the Duke. The young man is amazed to hear that the Rite family's debt was serious, and they simply had no other choice. After a pause, Theriot asks if the girl would like to return to her family and expresses the hope of receiving an honest answer. Estina reflects that not only is her husband not angry with her management of affairs, but he also regrets the marriage against his will and is thinking about letting her go. The girl understands that in front of her is a noble boy who does not know the world, and honestly answers that she would really like to return. Regrettably, Theriot says he tells Oliver to find a good manager. The young man was hoping for a different answer, but he understands that a girl cannot be forced to live together with a monster who, unknown when, will become human. Estina wonders what will happen to the unfortunate beast if he lets her go. Angered by the display of pity towards himself, the Duke angrily asks if she is talking about him. The girl notices that her husband has just regained his sanity and that he cannot take on everything at once. He also learned about the affairs of the estate and considered his wife's request. Theriot remarks with an evil grin that it's not for the wife to talk about this. It's funny in the position of a mouse to worry about a cat. The Duchess laughingly declares that a cat's concern for a mouse is no less ridiculous. The Duke jumps up in anger, thinking that even though he has a huge flaw, his good intentions cannot be ridiculed in such a way. Approaching his wife, the young man asks her not to cross the line. Despite the fact that she is his benefactor, he is not going to accept all her actions. Without hesitation, looking into her husband's eyes, Estina declares that she knew that he would be angry. Theriot states that if he is a monster, then this is not a reason for ridicule, but the Duchess interrupts him and says that he is a man just like her. Estina asks the Duke to be more selfish if he cares about the lives of his subjects. The Duchess mentally urges her husband to say something that is scary to admit. She wants him to selfishly demand what he needs at least once. Theriot clenches his fist tightly, thinking that since he woke up, everything around him seems like some kind of joke. The young man understands that he needs to restrain himself after all. Estina showed him mercy, but if she leaves, he will not have the strength to stop. Deciding that pride and honor do not matter now, the Duke asks his wife to do him a favor and stay with him. The girl looks at her husband with satisfaction and declares that he is great. Sitting back down on the couch, Theriot notices that Astina is a strange person, truly and unequivocally strange. The young man says that he cannot promise his wife either love for her or any rational relationship. Astina understands that her husband does not have a single chance for a normal life in marriage, but she wants to relieve herself of remorse and is just looking for understanding. Suddenly, the girl declares that the original terms of the contract, which the Adelants demanded, was the birth of an heir. Astina reflects that since the Duke has become a human again, it is much easier to fulfill the condition, and it is better not to waste time. Starting to unbutton her husband's clothes, the girl says that before she didn't know whether he was able to do it, but now there shouldn't be any difficulties. The wife knocks the Duke onto the sofa, and he, in horror and confusion, asks what she is up to. Continuing to remove the young man's clothes, the Duchess declares that he needs an heir. Blushing deeply, Theriot declares that the wife should not worry about the child, which causes confusion in Astina. The guy tucks his shirt into his pants, and his wife says in confusion that if the family does not see an heir, then all the lands will become the property of the emperor. Theriot understands that if he loses his mind again, his heir will become a protection for the Duchess, so her haste is understandable. The Duke sheepishly explains that for him, this matter requires moral preparation. Astina reflects that unlike her husband is a young man and therefore cannot remain calm, so he needs to be guided. The wife touches the Duke, and he begins to tremble and admits that this is his first wedding night. Leaving his wife, the Duke notes that since this is their first wedding night, there is no need to rush into it. Tired of this conversation, Astina calmly notes that, be that as it may, they are spouses. The girl confidently says that since the Duke has returned to human form, they have no reason to hesitate any longer. Theriot thoughtfully asks if the girl would be okay spending her wedding night this way. Astina reflects that this is not the first time for her. Besides, they are not lovers. It is just a connection arising from a contract, so there is nothing important in it. Looking at her husband, the Duchess notices that his behavior looks like childishness, but the Duke reflects that he does not know at what moment to turn into a monster, and he, as the head of the family, doubts that he can decide on this intimacy. Astina states that if the Duke is not ready for this, then there is nothing she can do. At this moment, the young man declares that his wife is saying everything correctly and begins to take off her shirt. Suddenly embarrassed, Theriot asks if the Duchess could turn away. Turning away, the Duchess reflects that in their situation it is ridiculous to talk about haste. The wedding itself was one. Under normal circumstances, the couple would have had time to get to know each other, gently expressing mutual interest. Suddenly, Theodore's face appears before Astina's eyes, who says that he loves her, kissing her hand. In desperation, the Duchess thinks that right before she began the task, she remembered another man. Astina realizes that there has been silence behind her for too long, and asks if the Duke is ready yet. The Duchess muses that her husband couldn't have just run away, so she turns around abruptly and asks if everything is okay. Suddenly, Theo jumps on the Duchess and starts licking her, whining with joy. Astina thinks in despair that nothing has passed since the Duke became a man and suddenly turned into a wolf again. The girl tries to understand whether the beast understands her, but having received a paw, she realizes that he has done this before. After telling Oliver the bad news, the Duchess notices that he is not very surprised. The butler says wistfully that as he gets older, he learns to let go more and more. Looking at Theo, the girl hears that when the Duke first became a monster, there was mourning in the house. But over time, everyone realized that tears could not help grief. Astina asks in bewilderment if the servant really expected that the master would return to the form of a beast so quickly. Oliver admits that he kept looking at his watch, and Astina says that the time for which the Duke took on human form was less than she expected. The Duchess wonders whether she should remain confined to this place until the birth of her heir. Oliver says that it is unknown whether there will be a next time, because they did not expect it this time either. The butler is embarrassed, but but asks if he can find out what the couple talked about in private. The Duchess says that her husband promised to let her go home if she so wishes. Looking at his mistress, Oliver thoughtfully asks if she will take up this offer. Looking straight into the eyes of her faithful servant, Astina smiles and firmly replies that no, she will not accept this offer. To the butler's surprise, the Duchess reveals that her husband asked her to stay. Astina notes with a grin that it is very funny that the Duke did not threaten, but asked for a wife who was sold to him. In fact, that proposal was a kind of test for the Duke from his wife. If the young man had shown arrogance and despotism, then Astina would have left without hesitation. But the Duke is not such a worthless man as to be so easily forgotten. To sum it up, the girl tells Oliver that even if he doesn't like it, he should continue to stay by her side. The butler replies that he would be honored, but they will have a lot to do because the vassals are buzzing about the Duke's return. Looking at the wolf, Astina remarks that it would be truly wonderful if Theriot was in human form all the time. If everything had been in order, the vassals would not have been able to pounce on the wealth, and Theriot would forever remain a duke who had left the picture. Suddenly, they start banging on the door with loud screams, but Astina calmly allows her to enter. Hising runs into the room and shouts that he heard that the Duke became human again. Looking at Theo, the Duchess notices that the knight missed the moment. The duration of the magic is very short. Hyson looks at the wolf in confusion and asks what kind of person the Duke turned out to be. The girl replies that her husband is very handsome, and if he were in his usual guise, he would probably make more than one lady cry with his beautiful face. Oliver begins to cough, and the knight states that the lady understands that he did not mean appearance. Astina notices that Hising returned to the estate without even finishing what she asked him to do. The man explains that the lady entrusted him with the construction of a water pipeline, but is it intended specifically for these purposes? The Duchess replies that the knight helped her greatly, and the Duke thanked her for managing affairs during this period. Hyson hotly declares that the gentleman lost his appearance again too quickly, and he does not understand what kind of curse this is. Astina tells Oliver that she just now remembered that Baron Vernon's father also called the disease a curse, and she wonders what its origin is. The butler replies that he doesn't know exactly why, but one day the disease simply manifested itself, just after the Atalantas began to rule the land. The disease was nicknamed a curse due to its unusual manifestations. Neither a cause nor a cure was ever discovered. Astina understands that all this happened more than 100 years ago, and it may be that the first knight greatly angered someone. The head of the family of that period showed himself well in the war that he became a duke, and the soldiers who were killed by his hands are countless. The Duchess reflects that this anger did not spread to her, who started that war. The girl wonders if the reason she got life again is to atone for her old sins. Looking at Oliver and Hising, the Duchess declares that she is very tired, and they can go. A maid enters the girls' chambers and asks if the mistress would like to take a bath. Astina replies that this would be very nice. Scented soap will wash away all the fatigue. A few hours later, the Duchess is about to go to bed, but Theo is standing by the bed, whining pitifully. The girl understands that after seeing her husband in human form, she is embarrassed to sleep with him. Deciding that it is still unknown when her husband will become human again, Astina allows the wolf to lie next to her. Looking at the beast, the Duchess laughs and says that when he is human, he is very shy. The girl wishes the wolf good night and affectionately kisses him on the face. At dawn, Astina wakes up abruptly and sees that Theriot has again taken on human form. Somewhat later, the girl tells the Duke about what happened and notices that nothing happened between them. Theriot sheepishly admits that he doesn't remember anything from the moment he took off his clothes. Astina says that after this, her husband suddenly took the form of a beast, which led everyone to great bewilderment. The young man can hardly believe what is happening. In just one day, he turned into a monster and became human again. The Duke asks what time he became human again. His wife replies that it was about 5 in the morning. The guy has a faint hope that tomorrow he too will be able to become a man. The Duke ponders why nothing happened for a year, and suddenly such changes and comes to the conclusion that everything changed after Astina appeared. The husband asks if his wife did something. Maybe something unusual happened. The Duchess understands that everything that happens must be connected with her. But in recent days, everything has been as usual. Suddenly, Astina remembers that both times on the eve of her husband's transformation, she kissed Theo before bed. The girl reports the kiss, which bewilders Theriot, who does not understand how far the Duchess has gone in her attempts. Realizing what her husband was thinking, Astina irritably declares that the kiss was a sign of sympathy for the pet. Nothing more. The young man is embarrassed and says that he was simply very surprised, since the answer was very unexpected. The Duchess is still not entirely sure of the true reason, but this was the only thing that united both cases. The curse placed on the Duke is similar to a fairy tale, but it is unlikely that the owner's affection for the pet can be considered as love. Astina reflects that it's difficult to even call all this a kiss. It was just a second touch of lips. The girl looks closely at the Duke and suddenly declares that he is very handsome. Confused, Theriot thinks that his wife's beauty is comparable to other girls, but by her nature, Astina is unique. Most of all, the young man is attracted by the girl's gaze. Once he looks at it, it is no longer easy to forget it. Having heard a compliment from her husband, the Duchess notes that appearance is something that will become flabby and disappear over time. The Duke looks at his wife in amazement, not understanding how a young girl can reason like that. Astina admits that she would like the Duke to get rid of his curse. Hanging his head low, the young man says that he wants this like no one else. Looking out the window, the couple discusses that in the evening, they will need to test the connection with the kiss again in order to know for sure. In the kitchen, the maids discuss strange metamorphoses and admit that they did not count on the master's return. One of the girls argues that showing the wife the true appearance of her husband was nothing more than God's providence. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the castle, announcing that the master has turned human again. Having met Theriot, Oliver cannot believe that, like the day before yesterday, he has become human again. The butler begins to cry, thanking God that such a miracle could happen again. Oliver says that yesterday the Duchess informed him of her intention to stay because of a request received from her husband. The servant notices that the mistress appears cold, but has a sense of duty and a soul, and she is also infinitely wise. Theriot understands that the butler is right. Any other girl would immediately go home after receiving such an offer. The Duchess is in the library thoughtfully leafing through books, hoping to find at least some information about the curse. The girl puts a stack of books on the table, saying that they are related to curses, and perhaps she can get some clue from them. Looking at the books, the Duke asks in surprise whether his wife can read Celtic. Astina calmly replies that she can both read and write, but she can read the ancient language only with a dictionary. The man is surprised to think that he also knows ancient languages, but nowadays even aristocrats only learn a couple of lines. The Duchess notes that the Palat Academy, where she studied, is a high-level institution. Theriot is ready to bet that there are not 10 people in Palate who know the Celtic language. The Duke states that even in Phoebe, with its department of linguistics, there are not many talented specialists, and even less in Palate. Astina reflects in surprise that after 100 years, the language has been forgotten to such an extent. However, she herself is involved in all this. Too many civilizations have been burned under the auspices of the unification of the continent. Looking at her husband, the girl wonders if she had not burned the storehouse of that wisdom, whether it would have helped lift the curse from the Duke. Astina shakes her head furiously, realizing that there is no point in regrets now. As Theriot is still waiting for an answer, the Duchess reveals that she is simply living as best she can. The husband notices that the girl does not look like a diligent student. Astina notes with a grin that she was not the professor's favorite. Looking at his wife, the Duke comes to the conclusion that she looks more like a teacher than a student. Astina looks up and asks what the young man plans to do after getting rid of the curse. Lost in thought, Theriot hesitantly answers that he will most likely live as before. The wife notices that her husband used to have a rotten and empty life, in which he only worked and performed duties on the allotment. The discouraged Duke admits that his wife is right and asks how she thinks he should live. Astina suggests creating something that her husband enjoys, whether it's a hobby or a pet. Reflecting on the girl's words, the young man raises his head and asks, "How about the man?" Continuing to work with the books, Astina replies that normally this is also not bad. Theriot notes that in her words, the wife seems to be saying that she herself is not an ordinary case. The Duke remembers their first meeting and how his wife called him Theo, and wonders whether the decision will remain the same if he hears the name again. The young man begins to come up with abbreviated names for the girl and asks what she was usually called at home. Astina clearly doesn't like this conversation and replies that she didn't have a pet name because she doesn't like it. Theriot doesn't back down and says with a smile that Tina is a very nice name. The girl looks closely at her husband and realizes that this is not Theodore, no matter how much he resembles him. Having accepted the game, the Duchess replies that she can call her husband Theo if that's what he wants. The Duke notes with enthusiasm that it does not matter to him what his wife calls him. Annoyed, Astina says that all sorts of nicknames are better left for someone more significant. The young man says that if the husband and wife are not significant people, then who can be? Looking at the Duke, Astina notices that his Grace is truly a lonely man. Theriot replies that the statement is unexpected because it is the Duchess who seems lonely to him. Looking at his wife, the Duke thinks that she is very erudite. She has a detached manner of speech and behavior, but at the same time, you cannot call her an adult. Astina hands her husband a book and invites him to participate in the search. After all, it is in his own interests. Looking at the book, Theriot reflects that their relationship is not like a marriage, but rather like a business arrangement. As he reads, the Duke asks whether the accusation that the inhabitants of the Lethe clan were descendants of witches is not a simple ruse. The girl replies that the nomads of Lethe were indeed sorcerers, or rather, they were their descendants. The inhabitants of Alatane were bearers of miraculous power. They could continue their lives even without a developed civilization. Theriot says thoughtfully that, in this case, Martine's blood played a role in her creation of the empire. The Duchess categorically states that the Empress was an ordinary person. At least she definitely did not have any ability for magic. The girl thinks that if she had magic, then instead of personally killing the king, she would simply put a curse on him. The young man learns that the Alita Plateau was located near a volcano, at the foot of which the magma of rage bubbled, and the Alaten believed that their sacred power originated from there. The Duke asks if the power of the volcano can turn a man into a beast, to which Astina replies that anything can happen. The young man sighs heavily and declares that he will have to spend time finding out more about this. Looking at his watch, Theriot asks his wife to kiss him if this time, when morning comes, he never becomes human. Astina confidently says that perhaps at this point there will be obvious changes, and then they will be able to find some answer. Noticing how her husband's hands are shaking, the girl understands that he is very afraid of turning into a beast again. The Duchess squeezes her husband's hands and offers to bring him hot milk, to which the husband remarks with a laugh that he is not 6 years old. Theriot thinks that for once his wife wanted to show sensitivity, and now she is treating him like a child. The Duchess notes with a grin that 26 years is not yet a mature age. The Duke wearily covers his face with his hands and tells Oliver that his wife is indeed a strange girl. The young man fears that by his reaction to his wife's proposal to spend their wedding night, he has exposed himself as a child in her eyes. The young man realizes that he cannot concentrate on business and stands up abruptly, scaring the butler. Putting on his jacket, the Duke says that he was told that his everyday life was dull and empty. Oliver understands perfectly well who could have uttered such words and notices with alarm that it is already evening. Understanding where the servant was going, Theriot replies that 5 o'clock is still far away. Oliver asks the gentleman to be with the Duchess as much as possible. He should be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The young man wearily says that it is unlikely that anything will change, even if his wife is with him. The butler clearly disagrees. He states that the difference is very great, so the spouses should under no circumstances separate. Upon learning that her ladyship is in the backyard, the Duke assures that he does not need an escort. Looking around, the young man reflects that if it were not for the strange words of the Duchess, he would now be up to his ears in work. The guy wonders how much time has passed since he went out into the garden of his own free will. Opening the box on the table, Theriot sees the leash and realizes that he lived with it around his neck. Having put the collar on himself, the young man realizes that he wants to know what he was like with Astina in the guise of a beast. The Duchess quickly walks along the path, realizing with alarm that she managed to miss her husband. Approaching the table, the girl sees that Theo is sleeping calmly with a leash around his neck. Mother often told Martina that men are creatures that cannot be thoughtlessly trusted. The woman assured that no matter how attractive they were, the daughter should not mindlessly give herself up to these dummies. A sleepy Martina remarks that she probably doesn't have a father, because her mother was simply fooled. The mother pinches the girl's cheek forcefully, saying that she has bad manners towards her mother. Mom assured that the only truth is that all men are either children or males. Looking at the wolf, Astina realizes that it is almost morning, but there are no signs that he will turn again. If suddenly her theory is correct, then even after the birth of an heir, everyone may want the Duchess to continue to remain in the castle. Suddenly, the wolf rushes at his mistress and begins to lick her lips, squealing with joy. A few moments later, Astina opens her eyes and sees that she is resting her hands on the chest of a completely naked Theriot. Removing her hands, the girl calmly notices that they were right, and it was really about the kiss. The Duke throws a blanket over himself and turns away from his wife, embarrassed by the unfolding scene. Having understood why Theriot was embarrassed, the Duchess remarks with a smile that he should not be embarrassed, because in a blooming age this is a natural process. The young man is ready to fall into the ground from embarrassment. He suddenly jumps up and runs away from the chambers. Over breakfast, Astina notices that the effect appeared despite the fact that it was already 7 o'clock in the morning, which suggests that the time period does not matter. The Duchess is considering whether the 12-hour limit is the only one. Her ladyship is sure that they need an experiment to see if there is an effect if someone else does it. Theriot does not hear what his wife is telling him. He only thinks that the feeling of touching her skin remaining on his tongue cannot be forgotten. With a sigh, the Duke thinks that the Duchess doesn't care. Of course, it wasn't her, but he was naked. But shouldn't something like that confuse the one who's watching? Looking up at his wife, Theriot thoughtfully asks if Astina has always been so shameless. The girl calmly replies that there is no need to depend so much on something that was inevitable. The young man admits that he felt embarrassed since last time, but it seems that the Duchess is more relaxed. The wife admits that she was a little impatient about the wedding night, and regrets it. Astina muses that if the method works without her, and if the curse can be lifted, then she won't have to give birth to an heir. After achieving the goals, marriage will become an anomaly, and the Duke in his full form will be able to find as many worthy partners as he wants. Suddenly, Theriot notices that now the Duchess no longer demands the same things as then. Astina looks at her husband with a smile and asks if he really wants this. The young man is very embarrassed and shouts that this is not what he wanted to say. Laughing, the Duchess explains that her husband is a good person, which is why she can act so carefree. Continuing to examine Theriot, the girl provocatively asks if he considers her indecent. The Duke vehemently begins to object that there can be nothing dishonest in the relationship between the newlyweds. Suddenly, a servant runs into the dining room and reports that the vassals have staged a strike at the castle gates and demand that her ladyship come out to them. The Duke turns around sharply, amazed at the unheard-of audacity, but Astina remains completely calm. The servant says that the vassals do not know that the Duke has become a man again. The Duchess offers to go out to the gate together, But the husband declares that he will go alone because he does not want to cause her even more problems. Passing by her husband, the girl notices that the people are demanding the presence of the Duchess. Leaving the castle, Astina notices that the servants are taking advantage of the master's absence and are behaving violently, so the Duke should go out more often. Theriot responds that they must put their authority above all else in order to prepare for times when they will not be able to take action. Having gone down a few steps, the husband politely offers the girl his hand. Having accepted the hand, the girl notices that her authority as a duchess comes from good relationships. Astina is confident that it doesn't matter whether they have feelings. They need to show a good relationship in public. The Duke thinks that, holding his wife's hand, he experiences a feeling of awkwardness and unusualness of the action. Looking at the young man, the Duchess notes his good manners and good appearance. Looking at him, the girl understands why he was so popular in social circles. Astina recalls that among noble ladies, Theriot received the nickname of the Cold Knight. With a laugh, the Duchess realizes that the ladies are unlikely to know that this icy girl is very shy. Seeing the smile on his wife's face, the young man notes that she is obviously in a good mood. The Duchess states that today will be a starting point in many ways, thinking that now they will see what those lower ones have to say in their defense. The nobles at the gate go berserk, shouting that the Duchess is a witch and she did something to the master so as not to lose her authority. Sir Vincent thinks with rage that he has always been loyal to the Duke, so doesn't he deserve to take a small part of the huge fortune? If Astina had not appeared in the castle, his life would not have been in danger because of his debt. Theriot leans over to his wife and says that he never told the vassals that he would forgive them. With disappointment, the young man reflects that since the vassals do not understand the words, he will have to immediately send them to prison. Approaching the gate, the Duke enragedly asks why those who came made such a fuss. The astonished men are at a loss and begin to obsequiously greet their master. The nobles begin to say that they were very worried about the Duke and were afraid that the witch had done something to him. Theriot replies that he is the one who worries about them and notes that the men are not old enough to have vision problems. The young man angrily asks why, in this case, they pretend not to see the Duchess, although they themselves called her. One of the men declares that his lordship actually fell victim to the witch's tricks. Covering herself with a fan, the Duchess reports that the speaker stole the Duke's first portrait, finances, and valuables from the basement. Hearing the accusations, the other man begins calling the girl obscene names and orders her to shut her mouth. Astina says that this man took money from the treasury of a delivery company. Vincent begins to scream, calling on the Duke to listen to them, and all the words of the witch are a blatant lie. The Duchess says that this sir fabricated business approval in order to ruin the investment fund. Theriot is surprised to realize that his wife remembers all the crimes, and she unconditionally dominates this conversation. The young man threateningly asks if the vassals really thought that he would not be able to distinguish truth from fiction. Addressing the servant, the Duke asks why there are criminals on the castle grounds. The guard replies that the vassals have not yet been brought to justice. Since there are many criminals, it takes time. Vincent understands that now it's all over, and he will die at the hands of the moneylender before he can say anything in his own defense. The man comes to the conclusion that all his problems are solely because of the Duchess. Vincent thinks that to pay off the debt, the girl should have become a servant, but instead she stands arm in arm with the Duke, like an important person. Mad with despair, the man picks up a stone from the ground and throws it forcefully at Astina. Reacting instantly, Theriot draws his sword and covers his wife with himself. Enraged, the Duke orders the attacking vassal to be immediately captured. Astina looks at her husband in surprise, noting that his reaction is much better than she expected. Vincent shouts in despair that he made a mistake only once. He devoted his devotion to the Duke for a long time. The Duke notes that it is not wise to say all this, because only thanks to the Duchess he returned to human form. Theriot states that the vassal is blinded by personal gain and slander against his wife. Looking at the gathered men, the young man says that they have no right to talk about loyalty, thinking only about how to squander his fortune. The girl thanks her husband for his protection and asks if she herself can repay the insult inflicted on her. Theriot looks startled at his wife, who doesn't look surprised and speaks in a calm tone. Taking her husband's sword, Astina approaches Vincent and asks the guard to put away his sword. The Duchess invites the man to play a game in which his life will be at stake. The vassal looks at the lady in surprise, not understanding where she learned about his passion for gambling. Astina invites Vincent to guess whether the Duke's sword is double-edged or sharpened on one side. If the prisoner guesses, she will forgive him for his crime. Theriot ponders that Vincent was a manager and was not interested in fencing. Did his wife really find out this in advance? The vassal reflects with horror that the only weapon he held in his hands was a dagger for self-defense. Deciding that he has no choice and will have to answer one way or another, the man shouts that His Highness's sword is one-sided. Swinging, Astina declares that if they cut in both directions, they will know for sure what kind of sword it is. The Duke closely watches his wife, and at the moment when she swung her sword, the young man bent over as his heart began to beat wildly. Stopping the sword a centimeter from the criminal's neck, Astina says that gambling is the shortest path to ruin. The servant runs up to Theriot, but he assures that everything is fine. His heart is just pounding strangely. The Duke does not understand his strange reaction, because he, as an experienced knight, could not be afraid of the sword. Suddenly, the thought occurs to the young man that it was love that turned his head. The guy has never fallen in love before, but he is sure that if he fell in love with Astina, he would want to continue looking at her. Deciding that he needs to leave as soon as possible and calm down, the Duke declares that they are leaving. 3 days later, Hiseng walks down the hallway, happy to finally be freed from his nanny status. The knight sadly reflects that he has suffered a lot due to the fact that everyone initially misunderstood him. Suddenly, a maid catches up with Hyson and asks if he is heading to the Duchess. Having received an affirmative answer, the girl hands the knight a carefully packed sword and asks him to hand it over to the mistress. Reading the inscription on the envelope, the man realizes that the gift is from the Pellet Academy, and the sender is Benjamin Leandros. Hyson considers Benjamin a good guy and thinks that he found out about the lady's idleness and decided to send her a sword as a gift. Having pulled the sword out of its sheath, the knight gazes with admiration at the delightful blade. With a wave of his hand, Hyson declares that he will personally give the lady a gift, hoping that she will like the sword. Looking after the departing knight, the girl suddenly remembers that he was not informed that the Duke had become human again. Hyson is happy that everything is going well and decides that this time he must definitely ask for a training session for him. Having knocked on the door and not waiting for an answer, the knight enters the chambers and looks in surprise at the fairy tale handsome man. Hyson asks who is in front of him and where is her ladyship Duchess Astina. Theriot notes that he was the first to ask about who is in front of him, and by what right is he interested in Astina's whereabouts. The knight reveals that he is the lady's personal guard, sent by her father, but the Duke declares that this is the first time he has heard of his wife having a guard. When Hyson realized what his interlocutor had said, he stared in amazement at Theriot sitting in front of him. The Duke reasons that it is not surprising that the knight did not recognize him, because before he had only seen a wolf. Shaking the Duke's hand, Hyson reflects that the lady was right. Her husband is truly an unimaginably handsome man. Theriot notices his wife on the training ground. She said that her body is stiff, so she needs to actively train. Suddenly, the Duke notices a sword in the knight's hands. Hyson says that it is a gift sent to the Duchess. Theriot reflects that he still hasn't been able to find the reason why his heart was pounding so hard that day. The Duke watched his wife training, and when he sees Asna swinging a sword, he wants to immediately run away from this place. The young man looks at the cover letter and wonders who Benjamin Leandros is. Hyzen replies that the young man was a friend of the lady from the Palate Academy. The knight understands that Benjamin definitely has feelings for his lady, but since the Duke is human again, he has no chance. Seeing Theriot tense, the man assures him that the young people are just friends. The Duke listens to the man and thinks about why he is so actively making excuses. Having taken the sword and letter, the young man declares that he himself will give the gift to his wife. The guy decides to directly ask his wife if this is the lover she left in the capital. Walking down the corridor, Theriot thinks that if not for his illness, he, too, would have continued his studies at the Palate Academy. The young man understands that in this case, he could run into Astina in the corridor of the educational institution. Looking at the sword, the Duke understands that his wife is very advanced in fencing and will be happy with such a gift. Remembering the precious sword that hangs in his room, the young man decides that it will be perfect for Astina. Looking at the gift, the young man comes to the conclusion that there is no need for two swords. At the training ground, tired Astina is surprised to notice the Duke arriving. The guy looks at his wife with pleasure and says that a gift has arrived from her friend in the capital. Reading the letter, the Duchess says with a smile that this little thing came from Benjamin. Theriot watches his wife with suspicion and gets the impression that she knew who the gift was from. Examining the blade, Astina says that she sparred with Ben, and this guy is trustworthy. The guy's heart begins to pound, and he realizes that the same thing is repeating itself as a few days ago. Does this really confirm that he has feelings for the girl? Noticing the expression on her husband's face, Astina asks if everything is okay, or if something is bothering the young man. Theriot admits that when he looks at the girl with the sword in her hands, his heart beats unusually fast. Astina doesn't understand if her husband's body really remembers the lessons he learned as a wolf. The girl thinks that if she had known that her husband would have bodily memories, she would have treated him more carefully. Theriot suddenly asks if it might be because he likes the Duchess. Astina jumps aside in fear, wondering why her husband suddenly jumped to this topic. The girl looks at her husband, thinking that he is even more naive than she expected, and, it seems, has never fallen in love with anyone. The Duchess notes that there are relationships in which the time of acquaintance does not matter, but this is not the case. The young man looks at the girl in bewilderment and asks what kind of feeling this is. Astina asks if the Duke has feelings for her, then shouldn't his heart flutter even in normal times? Theriot gets annoyed and feels as if Astina is leading him to believe that he shouldn't like her. Trying to defend his position, the Duke stubbornly asks why his wife decided that he didn't like her. The Duke asks if the lady really wants to say that she wishes her husband not to have feelings for her. Astina replies that her husband understood everything correctly, and she repeats that he is mistaken. The Duchess leaves, and her husband asks her behind her if the gift from the capital really awakened old feelings in her. The Duke continues that, in his opinion, this is why the girl is unpleasant about his approach. Realizing that her husband is simply jealous, Astina states that she did not suspect how immature he was. Theriot notes that when he and his wife first met, she, too, said a different name. Astina asks how much the young man has heard, and she thinks that even with his scratchy tone, he reminds her of Theodore. Coming closer to the girl, the Duke quotes her words that she still loves. Suddenly, the Duchess swings and throws the gifted sword to the side with all her might. Looking at his wife, Theriot suddenly realizes that as soon as the sword disappeared from his eyes, his heart stopped jumping out of his chest. The girl asks what it's like to be mistaken in one's feelings and notes that the husband should return to the office and calm down. The Duke understands that Astina showed her feelings to such an extent only twice, and both times were associated with her former man. Digging into the tastes, the Duke realizes with shame that it was he who, out of pathetic stubbornness, said too much and started the whole mess. Having found the sword, the young man decides that he must immediately return it and apologize, but at the same time he notices that he is experiencing some kind of annoying feeling. In the tavern, ordinary people are discussing that the Duchess has dispersed all the bribe-taking bastards, and now people can breathe a sigh of relief. Remembering the story with the maid, the men note that her ladyship is a fair and merciful person, and with her arrival, life returns to the allotment. Suddenly, a boy approaches one of the men and asks him to repeat what he just said. The next morning, the Duke looks longingly at the empty pillow and realizes that Astina has already left. Previously, by the time she woke up, the girl was just getting ready to leave and wished him good morning. Throwing the blanket aside, Theriot decides that he should go and apologize right now. Having found his wife, the young man wishes her good morning and admits that he was looking for her to apologize. Theriot admits that he is sorry that he behaved restlessly, did not take into account his wife's feelings, and considered only his own as a priority. Handing the sword to the Duchess, the husband notes that even if she does not accept it, there will be no strange misunderstandings. Accepting the sword, Astina asks for forgiveness if her actions caused his lordship concern. Theriot understands that everything seems to be said, but he continues to feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, the Duke asks his wife if she is thinking about leaving the duchy. Astina replies that if his lordship's illness passes, then she will have no reason to stay here, and the Duke will be able to find as many deputies as he wants. Confused and upset, Theriot asks why, in this case, the girl did not tell about this earlier. The Duchess replies that she was going to give birth to an heir and return home. But if after this the Duke plans to enter into another marriage, then this child could become a hindrance. Frustrated, Theriot thinks that, of course, he thought about letting the girl go home, but he counted on the fact that she wouldn't want it. Suddenly, the couple hear a strange voice calling out to their brother. Leaning against the wall, Arthur states that he did not think about his brother becoming a husband in his absence. A little later, the brothers are sitting in the living room, and Arthur asks in bewilderment what happened. Theriot notes that he can ask the same thing. His brother wonders if this is all that the Duke can say after a 2-year separation. To Arthur's fury, the young man notices that the runaway boy is still sharp-tongued, and he does not know how to look into the eyes of the aunt who sent his son to their family. The younger brother begins to explain that he did not run away, but went on an adventure to become stronger in every way. The boy admits that 6 months ago he came to Atalanta, but was unable to meet the Duke. Arthur says that upon arrival, he saw the monster that was sitting inside his brother and left again. The boy was in the south of the continent for a long time, where rumors did not reach. But the closer he came to the plot, the more often he heard about the curse. With his hands to his cheeks, Arthur shouts that it was then that he realized that the asshole's family was finally in trouble. With a grin, Theriot notes that the younger brother was still worried. Arthur remarks that while he is so caring on the outside, the Duke is incredibly strict on the inside. But his brother replies that he is just being objective. With resentment, the boy says that he still remembers how his brother made him run 100 laps around the parade ground when he suspected that he was shirking his training. Sighing, Theriot notices that his brother has not changed at all in his behavior. The Duke says that the rumors are true, and he really became a man thanks to his wife's kiss. Arthur doesn't understand what this nonsense is, because even the richest of Atalanta couldn't cope with the curse, and then there's some kind of kiss. Ordinary people don't know that the Duke's illness was inherited, so they talk about how the curse was lifted by love, just like in a fairy tale. Arthur declares that he does not believe stupid stories. The woman must have taken advantage of the moment. Theriot interrupts his brother and declares that the Duchess is not a suspicious person at all. The boy passionately declares that women who infiltrate the family cannot help but be suspicious. The Duke angrily remarks that Arthur's statement insults all previous duchesses. The boy states that the weddings were fake, so the only villains were the dukes themselves. Having calmed down, Arthur says that Astina is the only one who agreed to get married, not knowing that there is a den of monsters here. Suddenly, the young people are interrupted by Oliver, who declares that Mr. Arthur is rude to the Duchess. The butler passionately says that Lady Astina is a blessing to the Atalanta family. With a grin, Theriot notes that since his wife managed to appease Oliver himself, this could mean one of two things. The young man continues that either his wife is real or she is the worst fake. The older brother notices that during the time that they have not seen each other, Arthur's manners have noticeably deteriorated. Arthur warily asks if his brother wants to make him run around the parade ground again. Oliver listens with surprise that the Duke has come up with an intellectual punishment, namely, to bring a certain book and rewrite it. The boy jumps to his feet and shouts that he is not going to do anything because he does not feel wrong. Running out of the room, the boy shouts that he will soon be 19, and he does not intend to listen to his brother's grumbling. Oliver leans over to the gentleman and asks if they have such a book. The Duke replies that he has no idea. Theriot says that if Arthur does not find the book he needs by nightfall, then the butler should find something similar and give it to him. Suddenly, the Duke shudders, amazed at the thought that Arthur and Astina are the same age. Arthur irritably notices that he can't find the damn book anywhere that his brother specially stuffed somewhere. Oliver hands the younger gentleman a book and says he can rewrite it. The butler responds to the boy's concerns that this book will be just right. Arthur stares at the servant and notices that he is definitely hiding something. The boy swoops down on Oliver and orders him to confess immediately. Arthur comes to the conclusion that his brother is mocking him, and shouting that he won't get away with it, runs out of the library. With a book in his hand, the boy runs down the corridor, loudly calling for Theriot. Arthur runs into the couple's chambers. Astina turns sharply and asks where the boy has his manners. The boy is embarrassed at first, and then brazenly declares that he completely forgot that his brother got married. Astina recalls that the Duke told her that his brother was very ill-mannered, and he would introduce them another time. The girl says that she is the second daughter of Count Riet, Aston van Adelent, and asks if she can call the boy Sir Arthur. The younger brother declares that he is not yet a knight, and besides, the girl does not need to know his name. Arthur remembers that the Duchess is also 19 years old, and asks how she managed to screw such a mug as his brother. The boy declares that he does not buy empty words, and if Astina has something in mind, then it would be better for her to lay it all out at once. The Duchess wonders whether Arthur really sees her as an opportunist. The girl walks towards the bed and notices that it is already late, and if the young man wants to talk, he better come tomorrow. Arthur begins to shout that in the absence of Aston's brother, he is not even going to deny anything. Turning sharply, the Duchess calls on the boy to observe proper etiquette when addressing her, the Duke's wife. As she gets into bed, the Duchess remarks that if Arthur has nothing to say, he should return to his room. Looking at the sleeping Theo, the girl thinks that it would be mean enough to leave the annoying idiot to her while he sleeps peacefully. Arthur shouts indignantly that he is Theriot's cousin, and is Astina really going to go to bed and leave him standing like this? The Duchess asks with a grin whether the boy will be satisfied if she treats him like an animal. Arthur abruptly throws the blanket off the girl and asks who she takes people for. Astina sits up on the bed, tiredly thinking about the fact that Arthur reacts to everything just as hot-tempered as his brother. The Duchess offers to continue the conversation in the presence of the Duke, but Arthur angrily asks where she's taking his brother. The girl turns to the dog, and the boy asks in surprise what kind of dog is lying on the bed. Suddenly it dawns on Arthur that the curse has not been lifted, and that in front of him is none other than Theriot himself. The stunned boy shouts that the witch turned his brother into a dog and is going to cook him into a stew and eat him. Astina looks at Arthur in surprise and thinks that he has a very rich imagination. The girl notices that the boy has opened her, and since he has come, she should change the order. The Duchess remarks that she needs to wag her tongue less, and Arthur fearfully asks her not to approach. The boy is so frightened that he quickly runs out of the room, and the Duchess wearily thinks that she can finally sleep. Saying goodbye to Theo, Astina says that he needs to sit quietly in the room. The couple plan to test whether the mechanism will change at night, since the Duke remained human for more than 12 hours. Social events are held in the evenings, and it would be nice if they could regulate the opening hours. Arthur loudly calls out to the girl, and with a sigh, she thinks that the nuisance has come again. The boy bursts into the office and furiously shouts that the Duchess has duped him. Astina does not react. Then Arthur runs up to her, grabs her hand, and asks where his brother is. Trying to control herself, the Duchess calmly asks the boy to let her go. Approaching the girl, Arthur impudently asks where are her good manners and the word please. Remaining unperturbed, the girl once again asks Mr. Esteban to let her go. Arthur grins and declares that the Duchess deceived him yesterday and now will not go unpunished. With one sharp jerk, Astina jumps out of her chair, throws the boy onto the table, and puts a dagger to his throat. Leaning over, the girl notices that the boy should have asked how, without being a witch, she was able to survive with the monster. Arthur is visibly frightened, and the Duchess says she warned him several times and asked him to use his manners. Astina grabs the boy's tongue and reasons that he will become more modest if he cuts it off. The Duchess mockingly wonders whether her husband will forgive her for cutting out his cousin's tongue or punishing her. Realizing that the girl's eyes do not lie, Arthur tries to say that he was wrong. After catching his breath, Arthur asks what it was just now, to which Astina replies that she showed mercy to the spoiled lamb. The boy asks if the Duchess is a hired killer who plans to kill his brother and take over the dukedom. The Duchess sighs and remarks that they should have cut out the boy's tongue after all, because he made too much noise. Extending her fingers, the girl says that she is not a murderer, not a witch, and is not going to eat her husband. Astina says that she made an agreement according to which she will leave Atalanta after she lifts the curse. Arthur intends to ask his brother about his wife's power. If she is not a witch, then where does she get so much power from? Having calmed down, Arthur says that he only has one question left. With delight, the boy asks how the girl was able to kill him. Is she really that good with a sword? And will she teach him too? Hyson has difficulty warming up his body. He only asked for training, but has become a rival on whom they take out their anger. The knight wonders why the lady was out of sorts yesterday, and whether there was a quarrel over a gifted sword. The man remembers that Astina was going to get a divorce in a year, but who knows what is happening with her and the Duke now. Hyson enters the office, where at this time Arthur begs the girl to train him. Turning sharply, the boy boldly looks at the knight and asks who he is. Astina comes up with a great idea and asks if Arthur is really interested in fencing. Hyson is amazed to hear Astina declare that from now on this child is his student. Approaching the knight, the girl reports that the boy is 19 years old. He is the Duke's cousin, and his name is Arthur Esteban. At the same time, Theo sleeps restlessly in his chambers, tossing and whining in his sleep. The Duke dreams of how he, as a boy, once found a secret passage. The dungeon seemed strange. For a forgotten place, it was neatly maintained and lit from the inside with torches. Having reached the end of the turn, Theriot is horrified to see a monster sitting behind bars. Opening his eyes, the Duke sees Astina in front of him, who reports that everything worked out, and now her husband can be a person in the evening. Suddenly the young man, still asleep, squeezes his wife tightly in his arms and presses himself against her shoulder. The girl offers to bring water, but her husband refuses and embarrassedly says that he showed her his ugly side. Astina calmly notes that it was not ugly, only the spheres are different, but every person is weak in some way. Theriot reflects that Astina is inscrutable, makes it known that one day she will leave, and at the same time is affectionate at the most necessary moment. But every time the husband, deceived by courtesy, tries to cross the line, the girl cruelly pushes him away. The Duke understands that his wife will never understand his fear and asks what her weakness is. Staring intently at the Duke, Astina replies that he does not need to know about her weaknesses. Theriot passionately says that this is not fair, because the girl has seen his most disgusting sides. The Duke remarks that since they are husband and wife, it would be fair for him to know about her shortcomings. After thinking, Astina reports that she is stupid and is still far from having any personal feelings. The Duke remarks that he does not know anyone more sympathetic than his wife, but the girl replies that this is only for those who mean nothing to her. Looking at the Duchess's back, the young man thoughtfully says that if he observed her composure, then he means absolutely nothing to her. Turning around, Astina notices that the Duke is crossing the line again. The young man understood the reason why they were still distant from each other. He wanted to get to know his wife, but she was not at all interested in him. Looking at his wife, Theriot thinks that she has come closer to him than anyone else, but she easily says that she will leave him. Suddenly, the Duke asks if Astana will be able to cry because of his death. The Duchess notices that her husband is talking about strange things. It is obvious that she will be sad. Oliver remembers yesterday morning when he was woken up by Arthur and is glad that everything is calm today. The butler thinks with a smile what ridiculous thoughts came into the boy's head and hopes that he apologized to his mistress. Entering the office, the servant is amazed to notice the gentleman sitting at the table at such an early hour. Theriot calmly tells the butler that he came to the office at midnight. Oliver happily notes that this means that the master can take human form at night. Noticing the young man's distant appearance, Oliver wonders why he is in such a bad mood. Looking thoughtfully out the window, Theriot asks the servant if Astina really hates him for being a monster. When Oliver asks if the couple quarreled, the Duke replies that it is not a quarrel, but that he missed an important detail. The young man says that the Duchess cannot love a husband who spends half the day in the form of an animal. The butler says that when the master was a wolf, the girl was afraid that he would be lonely, so she was always near him. Theriot cannot understand why his wife wants to leave him, because after a divorce, rumors will certainly spread in society. The young man understands that he continues to do what is beneficial to him, and does not understand what has happened to him with his selfish nature. Noticing Astina on the parade ground, Arthur is glad that she came and asks where they will start training. Hyzen notes that since Arthur is now also his student, it would be logical for everyone to train together. With a laugh, the Duchess notes that in this way the knight decided to take revenge on her, but the man replies that he wanted to show his student to the teacher. The boy runs up to the girl and asks in bewilderment if she really taught Hyson. Pointing her finger at Arthur's forehead, Astina says that he still continues to be disrespectful. Hyson laughs at the situation and tells Arthur that his mistress taught him when he was 10 years old. The boy notices that he is glad to study with the knight, but apparently he cannot catch up with the genius. The girl watches the boy and realizes that he has a clear feeling of inferiority. Astina lost to Owen every time, and there were times when she wanted to win so much that she sharpened her grudge against her mother. Approaching Arthur, the Duchess declares that his achievements should not be discounted because she perfectly achieved her goal. The mother taught her daughter that the only person a girl must defeat will always be herself. Astina instructs Arthur that he should be more proud of his success anyway. Deciding to teach her students a lesson, the girl gives them 30 laps around the parade ground as a warm-up. Standing aside, Astina reflects that after the disagreement, she never saw her husband. The couple recently began to communicate as person to person, and the girl did not expect her husband to show emotions for such a stupid reason. The Duchess recalls the look of the young man, who expressed a passionate desire to attract attention. Astina tries to understand why she is so worried about this, because in a year each of them will go their own way. The Duchess finds her husband in the garden, but does not dare to speak. The young man calmly remarks that if she has something to say, then let him say it. The girl replies that she made the Duke sleep late, so she decided to just leave him. Theriot says with interest that yesterday, when he was leaving, his wife did not stop him, but now she came and showed concern. Ashina admits that at night she hoped that his lordship would return. Rising from the hammock, Theriot asks in surprise whether the girl was really waiting for him. The young man turns away, and Astina irritably says that she does not understand why the Duke's mood is so spoiled. Theriot cannot understand how such an enlightened girl cannot notice his loneliness. Turning sharply, the Duke declares that for Astina, the dog is better than himself in human form. The young man declares that he and the wolf are one and the same, So why does his wife treat them so differently? As he leaves, the Duke tries to calm his anger, reasoning that there is nothing wrong with his wife being indifferent to him. A few days later, during dinner, Arthur wonders if Astina and Theriot had a falling out. The boy notices that it is somewhat strange to have lunch with his brother and dinner with his wife, and asks why the spouses do not come at the same time. The girl replies that she is busy training, and evening is an inconvenient time for the Duke to move around. Arthur shouts in despair that these are all excuses. How could it be that in just a few days, 3 people never met? Astina wearily replies that if the boy is so interested, then he can ask his brother about it, since she herself does not know why he behaves this way. The boy smiles smugly and says that he was right, and the couple quarreled after all. Astina denies this fact, to which Arthur notes that in this case the girl should go to her brother herself and try to fix everything. The boy notices that at lunch his brother did not touch the food, and if he dies of hunger, then the responsibility will lie with Aston. The girl talks about the Duke's strange question and what he said. The boy, in shock, asks what Astina answered. She replies that, of course, she said that she would be very upset. Arthur is indignant at the girl's expression and states that she made her brother human, so she has already become special to him. Early in the morning, Astina looks at Theo sleeping and remembers Arthur's words that she has become special to the Duke. The boy said that Adelant boys were kept in a room until they were 5 years old and could not move freely around the house. What will be the state of mind of a person who was cut off from the world, unable to go outside until adulthood? Among other things, the parents refused to become attached to their son, fearing that he would die. The girl understands that Arthur ended up with deeper feelings, and in order to deal with his brother's illness, he wandered around all the provinces for 6 months. Looking at the wolf, Astina realizes that her husband is truly an unbearably lonely person. As soon as the Duke became human again, he immediately got down to business, although in fact he was desperate for affection from someone. Kissing the wolf, the girl sadly wonders why her husband received the key to salvation. Opening his eyes, Theriot notices with bewilderment that Astina is sitting on him and looking closely at him. Instantly embarrassed, the young man asks what the girl is up to. Pressing her husband's shoulders to the bed, Astina declares that this way he will not be able to escape from her. Resigned, Theriot declares that everything happened because Astina does not think about him at all. Looking at his wife, the Duke asks if she has always been indifferent to him. Removing her hands, Astina notices in surprise that she treats this way not only towards her husband. Scratching his forehead, Theriot notes with a grin that the girl admitted it after all. The Duchess clarifies that he will not die, but only lose his mind. Interlocking his fingers, Theriot replies that if he can't be himself, it will be worse than death. The guy tells how once in childhood he met the same monster. Perhaps the wolf was his father's brother, or someone else who was Atalant's successor. Sitting up on the bed, Theriot asks if the girl understands why he asked to be locked in the bedroom.
The young man says that he did not want to leave the bedroom. He was afraid that everything would end sadly, and he would kill someone.
The Duke admits that no matter how pitiful it may sound, he is afraid of death, which is why he needs Astina. The husband says that he is even ready to close his eyes to the fact that his wife feels nothing but compassion for him. At that moment, the young man saw a wounded monster reflected in the girl's eyes. Covering his wife's eyes with his hand, the Duke realizes that the fact that he was begging another man to save his life looked even more disgusting than the monster. Astina, feeling her husband's incredible pain, quietly asks to forgive her. Squeezing the Duke's hand, the girl says that although she cannot understand his feelings, she knows why he thinks so. The poor young man, who grew up without the opportunity to receive love, is now so fixated on his new family. The girl says that for the first time in a long time, someone else was next to her, and she forgot that being with each other is a really warm feeling. The Duchess reports that even if she leaves her husband after she gets rid of the curse, their connection will not disappear anywhere. Astina invites His Excellency to call her, his close friend, every time he feels lonely. In despair, Theriot realizes that his wife's care is so warm that he has no way to get out of here. A few days later, the servants prepare the carriage, discussing that the couple are going on an official inspection of their property. Extending his hand to his wife, Theriot notes that she looks absolutely beautiful. Looking at his meager wardrobe, the young man notices that he needs to sew several new dresses for his wife. Astina nods in agreement, noting that if they attend formal events, she will need new outfits. The Duke looks at his wife with delight. He did not expect that she would so easily agree to his proposal. The guy begins to make plans that he will need to use precious stones and handmade lace for sewing. With a grin, the girl notices that His Excellency is too caring today. Astina thanks her husband for the offer, but still there is no need to take such care of her. Leaning towards his wife, Theriot passionately declares that they are close friends. The girl understands with skepticism that the Duke was greatly affected by her words. The Duchess states that friends don't have to bribe each other, so you shouldn't overdo it with caring. Holding his wife's hand, the young man realizes that because of the gloves, he does not feel the calluses from the sword on his palm. Suddenly, the Duke stops and notices that his wife's trousers suit her better than her dresses. Astina laughs back and warns that no ordinary lady would take that as a compliment. Sitting in the carriage, Theriot is very worried and says that the opportunity to appear among many people again gives a lot to think about. Astina says reassuringly that her husband was simply created for the stage, and he is very famous in aristocratic society. The young man admits with a grin that it was very difficult to get as close as possible to the very top of the capital's nobility. The Duchess says that she heard talk about one most beautiful duke who melted the hearts of many women. Suddenly, a girl jumps out in front of the horses pulling the carriage and asks the gracious Duchess to listen to her. Hyzen shouts that the lady is too careless because the girl could turn out to be a dangerous person. Astina wearily repeats to the knight that because of his grumbling, he will die an old bachelor. The knight continues to grumble. The Duchess turns sharply and says that he really got her. In the reception hall, the girl bows before the Duchess, and she asks whether the stranger realized what she had done. The girl sincerely asks for forgiveness from the lady, but declares that she had no other way to meet the Duchess. Suddenly, Hyson recognizes the girl and declares that she is the same maid from the tavern. The girl examines the knight and suddenly recognizes him with joy. Astina is somewhat surprised that Hyson knows their captive. Suddenly, the girl begins to cry and begs her ladyship and the Lord Knight to help her. After a while, the Duchess clarifies that the girl came to them with the goal of taking revenge on the bandits with whom she was in league. Jessie says that since childhood, she grew up among boys and always took part in group fights. Everything was fine until the girl beat the brats who came to the hotel in a crowd. The robbers turned out to be close friends of the manager of those lands, and they began to threaten that they would burn down their hotel. Hyzen listens in bewilderment that the owner of the land is covering for robbers, completely forgetting what honor means. After listening carefully to Jessie, the Duchess calmly asks if she is finished. Astina notes that she is the Duchess of Atalanta and has no rights to influence what is happening in the lands of Bellois. The Duchess asks if the girl really expected that a quarrel with the owner of other lands would start because of her. Jessie is disappointed and thinks that this was her last hope, and she was stupid for coming here. The mother assured her daughter that sooner or later the persecution would end. She just needed to wait out the turbulent time. Suddenly, Jessie hears that it is unwise to start a quarrel for the sake of a simple girl, but everything would be different if she were the lady's knight. Astina extends her hand and tells Hyson to give him the sword in order to conduct the exam. The Duchess states that if Jessie can put the knight in a difficult position, then she will think about her request. The girl desperately understands that a fight with a battle-hardened knight is the same as an order to die. Realizing that she has nowhere to retreat, Jessie decides that she has to try, no matter what will come of it all. Hyzen was sure that the girl would drop her sword, but she did a good job, although she was too naive. With one powerful throw, the knight easily knocks the sword out of Jessie's hands. Falling to her knees, the girl realizes that everything is lost, and now she will be punished for jumping out in front of the carriage. Astina thoughtfully says that Jessie is quite strong and evaluates objects well. The girl kneels in front of the mistress, and she asks if Jessie wants to help her mistress. The girl cannot believe that she has such a chance, because she is not a man and does not belong to the nobility. Jumping to her feet, the girl enthusiastically thanks the lady for this opportunity and assures that she will do everything for the training. Approaching Jessie, Astina says that she has hopes for her, so the girl should try hard. The mistress declares that since the girl has become her person, she cannot sit idly by. She must pay for the humiliation of her servant. Hiseng accompanies Jessie to the barracks and explains that she will now live here. The knight holds out the lock and tells the girl to lock the door before going to bed. The man notices that the girl liked the room, and she, who had previously been looking out the window, sharply turns to him. During their first meeting, Hiseng was dead drunk, but now the girl notices that he seems very masculine. Arthur comes into the room and complains that he almost died under the scorching sun while waiting for the teacher. Noticing Jessie, the boy laughs and asks if she is Mr. Hiseng's girlfriend. The knight blushes and tells Arthur to say hello to Jessie, who will now train with him. The boy asks in bewilderment how some girl can become a knight's apprentice. Hiseng gives Arthur a powerful slap on the head, noting that he has forgotten his manners again. The boy continues to refuse to greet the girl, for which the teacher grabs his ear. Theriot wakes up at dawn and notices that Astina is getting ready to leave somewhere. The young man does not understand where the dressed duchess was going at such an early hour. Having caught up with the girl in the corridor, the Duke asks where she was going, and in such a suspicious outfit. The Duchess calmly replies that she needs to do something, but without anyone noticing. Astina asks her husband not to worry. She is not going to stay long. Theriot is surprised that his wife does not take security with her, but the girl assures that this is not necessary. The young man notices that the problem is in the personality of the Duchess herself, and since she doesn't want any prying eyes, he will go with her. Walking around the city, Astina notices how much admiration the Duke's appearance evokes among passing girls. As she pulls up Theriot's hood, the Duchess asks him to smile less attractively because he stands out too much. The young man laughs and notes that he is becoming more and more interested in their destination. Approaching a clothing store, Theriot wonders if all the mystery is about buying dresses. The owner of the shop joyfully greets visitors, assuring that in her store they will find everything their heart desires. The Duke examines two bright dresses, not understanding what his sophisticated wife wants to buy in such a strange place. Astina puts on outfits and asks her husband, calling him Theo, which one suits her best. Accepting the game, Theriot notices that his left dress suits Tina better. After some time, the Duchess hands her husband a mountain of boxes, saying that she has already bought everything. Returning to the castle, the Duke says that the clothes he bought are similar to those bought by a recently rich man. Astina notes with a smile that her husband is very insightful, and this helps her a lot. Remembering Jessie, the Duke asks if it's not because of her that his wife behaves this way. Theriot notes that the fact that the Duchess accepted her into her knightly detachment is already considered a great virtue. Astina states that Jessie has a predisposition. She is not trained in technology, but she can surpass the Duchess herself in physical strength. Suddenly, the girl sadly says that with such talent, it would probably be better not to know about it. Putting aside her sadness, the Duchess says that it is still a pity to miss such a gift, just like this expensive but completely incomprehensible clothing. With irony, Astina notes that the store owner, with her taste in clothes, should clearly take up another craft. Theriot laughs and is relieved to note that his wife didn't really like the dresses. The Duchess is surprised to hear that Jessie should succeed, because her mistress is an excellent swordswoman. Remembering how desperately his heart beats at the sight of his wife with a sword in her hands, Theriot declares that he watches her with a fluttering heart. Astina is embarrassed and comes to the conclusion that the time has come to gradually start telling her husband the truth. Choosing expressions, the Duchess begins to say that when her husband takes the form of a wolf, he sometimes lacks training. Noticing his wife's embarrassment, the Duke wonders what she's trying to tell him. Stopping abruptly, Astina boldly admits that she once struck His Highness with a sword. The Duchess begins to justify herself that at that moment her husband was not formally her husband, and he was unable to control himself. Theriot understands that all his strange reaction to the sword in the hands of his wife was just a consequence of frightening training. A moment later, to the Duchess's surprise and relief, the young man begins to laugh loudly. Having calmed down, the Duke notes that he is very grateful to his wife because, thanks to her control, he does not tear people apart. Theriot thanks the girl, and she embarrassedly remarks that this is not something that deserves gratitude. After a while, Astina tells Hyson that he will have to go with her to the lands of Belua as a personal guard. The knight understands that the lady is going there because of Jessie, but he cannot understand what Astina is going to do there. The Duchess says with a grin that the steward of those lands who has eaten his fill should be taught a lesson. Hyson notices that the lady is saying dangerous things, and besides, she has never had to kill anyone. The girl reflects that the knight is right. She hasn't had to kill anyone since she was reborn as Astina. With a grin, the Duchess informs the servant that she is, in fact, an incredible killer. Hyson notes that he had to kill about 10,000 people and wonders how much the girl has in her account. Hearing the figure of 100,000, the knight laughs, noting that the Duchess does not want to lose in anything. Suddenly, Astina and Hyson hear loud screams. Arthur and Jessie are quarreling on the parade ground. Astina is interested in what is happening between the youth, to which the knight notes that they get along very poorly. Jessie doesn't understand what she did to Arthur, and if she leaves the training, the blame will fall on the young master. The Duchess approaches the young people and notices that they seem to be trying very hard. Embarrassed, Jessie says that thanks to her ladyship's care, everything is going well. Looking at Arthur, Astina notices that he is not helping the girl at all, but Jessie assures that this is not so. The Duchess tells the girl that she believes that she can overcome all difficulties. Ignoring Arthur, Astina tells Jessie that although he has a bad temper, he's still good with a sword. The Duchess tells Arthur that if he cannot calm down his arrogance, then he should remember by whose grace his tongue is in place. Turning to the boy, the Duchess asks why he is dissatisfied, to which Arthur replies that everything is in perfect order. In this case, her ladyship declares she really hopes that the gentlemen will show her their incredible development. Leading Hyson away, Astina says that before being sent to Bellois, he must undergo special training. Looking at Jessie, Arthur remarks with contempt that she should be pleased that the Duchess is taking her side. The girl says that the lady is her savior, and she will always be grateful to her. Jessie says that since she is disturbing the master so much, she will gladly step aside and continue her training. Arthur angrily says that the very fact that the girl came here as a junior student is a shame for him. Turning sharply, Jessie replies that she will never leave here, even if the master considers her an eyesore. The boy says that he does everything for Jessie's sake, since she does not understand what it is like for a rootless girl to become a knight. Approaching the girl closely, Arthur asks if she knows that during the exams, she will have to live in the same tent with men for 2 weeks. Although Jessie is strong, she will never be able to withstand a trained man. Jessie notices in confusion that there are also female knights. Take the Duchess, for example. Arthur notes with a sigh that all the female knights came from noble families, and her ladyship is not eager to become a knight, unlike Jessie. The boy thinks that now the girl must understand her situation and run away in tears. Jessie looks at her interlocutor with rage, thinking that in front of her is an idiot who was lucky enough to be born an aristocrat. The girl will never give up, because the Duchess herself believed in her, and Sir Hyson accepted her as a student. Jessie is furious and says that if the young master only says nasty things, then everyone will hate him. The girl adds that the boy strives with all his might to hurt others, while he himself is afraid of even one word from his mistress. As she leaves, Jessie says that Arthur hates her, but she herself is not inferior to him in reciprocity. A few days later, Theriot sees his wife off and says that she must return safely. The Duke notices that Astina is riding in the clothes that she bought in the city, and Sir Hyzen is very saddened by his appearance. The girl says that the journey there and back will take about 3 days, but she would like to ask her husband something. Astina says that Theriot should follow her tomorrow morning, to which her husband remarks that then he will need a kiss. Without delay, the girl stands on tiptoe and kisses her husband on the lips. Jessie and Arthur are watching the scene, and the boy starts screaming that people are actually looking at them. Hyson grabs Arthur and declares that it is high time for him to get into the carriage. Pulling away, the Duchess explains that she kissed her husband in advance, so that tomorrow he would turn into a man. After numerous attempts, the couple found out that only the 12-hour limit in human appearance was important.
The young man is very embarrassed, because before his wife only kissed him when he was a wolf.
The Duchess heads to the carriage and remarks in parting that she and her husband will see each other tomorrow. There was an old tale about a warrior who had to marry an ugly girl because of a royal order. The girl admitted that she was actually a witch and became so after her sisters cursed her. The groom assured the bride that everything was fine now, and since they were getting married, he would be able to protect her. After the wedding, the curse was partially dispelled, and as night fell, the bride turned into a beautiful girl. The wife explained that she could be beautiful, either during the day or at night, and asked when her husband wanted to see her beautiful. The warrior said that he would choose the night, and then only he would be able to admire the beauty of his wife. The girl said that she wanted to choose a day, and then everyone would see her beauty. The husband agreed with his wife, and after that the curse was completely dispelled. Astina asks Theriot with interest when he would like to be human, day or night. The Duke looks at his wife in bewilderment and replies that most likely during the day, because he has to fulfill his duties. Astina notes that she would choose the night, because then only she will be able to admire her handsome husband. Theriot is so amazed that he doesn't even find the right words to answer. Realizing that fairy tales are unlikely to help lift the curse, the girl advises her husband not to take it into his head and heads to the carriage. Theriot looks thoughtfully after the carriage and realizes that his wife is really capable of confusing people. On the outskirts of the Bellois forest, the robbers lament that nothing has been happening in the area lately. Hearing the noise and seeing the approaching carriage, the bandits jump up, hoping for prey. Falling into a trap, Hyzen helps the coachman and shouts to the lady not to go out. The robbers appear point a sword at the knight and order him to get everything they have. Astina comes out of the carriage in a provocative outfit and a large hat and wonders what all the fuss was about. The leader of the panda comes to the conclusion that this is clearly a newly rich young lady in front of him, and they have finally caught what they need. The Duchess demands not to touch her, because she is the eldest daughter of a famous merchant, and no one can get away with harm caused to her. Suddenly, the leader takes a closer look at Jessie, who is sitting with her head bowed low. Her face seems familiar to him. The rest of the bandits run up to the leader, and one of them recognizes the girl as the one who beat them in the hotel. The leader grabs Jessie by the clothes, and grimacing with anger, rejoices that they have finally met. Astina starts screaming loudly for the bandit to take his dirty hands off her maid. The man roughly grabs the girl by the face and declares that they have a lot of questions for her. The Duchess runs up and forcefully pushes the robber, who was not expecting an attack. Recovering from surprise, the man pulls out a dagger and begins to threaten Astina. The Duchess does not allow the robber to finish. She rushes at him in an attack and deliberately puts her hand under the dagger. Having made sure that the wound turned out as it should, the girl calmly tells Hyson to hit. Without hesitating for a second, the knight deals a powerful blow to the bandit holding him. The knight and Arthur, who ran to his aid, dashingly deal with the bandits who attack them. Jessie does not stand aside. and the leader is surprised to realize that this is not an ordinary maid in front of them. Looking at Astina, the man understands that they have fallen into some kind of trap organized by this particular girl. The robber intends to get rid of the Duchess, but she strikes him first. At Bellois Castle, Astina lies exhausted on her bed, and Arthur is on duty next to her. A man enters the room with incredible anxiety and introduces himself as Viscount Bellois. Arthur introduces himself in response, and the man inquires about her ladyship's well-being. The boy points his hand at the exhausted Duchess and declares that the Viscount himself sees everything. The man, in despair, reflects that, as luck would have it, the Duchess was attacked by robbers and severely wounded. The Viscount realizes that the attackers were bandits working for him and wonders if the lady is very angry. Arthur calmly notes that his cousin is very caring, and it is his anger that is worth fearing. The man almost loses consciousness. Not only was the Duke's wife attacked, but his closest relative was also with her. After waiting for the Viscount to leave the room, Arthur tells Astina that she can get up. The Duchess jumps up and keenly wonders where Jessie is, to which the boy replies that she is resting in the other room. Watching Astina unwind the bandage, the boy wonders whether it was necessary to do so. The Duchess explains that in order to resolve Jessie's issues, she herself had to become a victim of those robbers and the Viscount. Arthur indignantly says that Jessie was very frightened when she saw her mistress's injury. She clearly did not want this method of solution. The Duchess says in surprise that she was sure that Arthur did not like the girl. The boy shouts that anyone would not be happy to receive such a junior student, because the Knights of Adelant are no joke. The young man continues that wherever Jessie goes, the road in front of her will turn into a field of thorns. Arthur is confused when he hears that, according to Astina, Jessie herself knows this very well. The Duchess asks if Arthur really thinks that she supported the girl's talent without knowing about all this. The girl asks her relative to leave Jessie alone, because she herself chose this life. With annoyance, Arthur declares that he will not interfere in anything anymore, even if Astina is deeply wounded in front of him. The girl is happy that the boy is finally becoming more mature, to which Arthur remarks that she herself needs to grow up. As he leaves, the boy invites Astina to think about how she will justify herself to her husband. He is unlikely to turn a blind eye. Sometime later, the Duchess hears her husband's voice, hastily throws away the book, and goes to bed. The door swings open with a loud knock, and an alarmed Theriot runs into the room. Seeing that his wife is lying with her eyes closed, the Duke rushes to her and asks where it hurts. The wife, with tears in her eyes, rushes to her husband and loudly declares that she was very, very scared. Suddenly, Theriot notices the discarded book and realizes that his wife is putting on a performance. Turning to the Viscount, the young man declares that he wants to be left alone with his wife. With a threat in his voice, the Duke says that if the Viscount does not find the remaining criminals, he will be personally responsible for everything. Trembling with fear, the man assures that he will make every effort in this investigation. The couple are left alone, and the Duchess joyfully declares that her husband is just great. Looking at the wound, Theriot states that he let his wife go alone because he trusted her. The girl nonchalantly replies that there will be no scar, but the Duke notes that this is not the problem. The young man does not understand why he had to take such risks, why his wife does not value herself so much. Astina calmly replies that her wound is not serious at all, and there is no need to worry so much. Theriot angrily states that ordinary people consider any knife wound serious. Pointing a finger at her husband, Astina declares that the real wound is deep in his heart. The young man leans shyly towards his wife, feeling that his heart is ready to jump out of his chest. Suddenly, the girl hears loud steps outside the door and notices that someone is coming. A servant comes in and reports that the Viscount is ready to completely transfer to the Duke the rights to pass judgment on the robbers. Lying under the blanket, the Duchess understands that everything is happening strictly according to her plan. Leaning towards his wife, the Duke says that he is going to look at the bandits who attacked her. Left alone, her ladyship gets up and decides to go check on Jessie. Suddenly, the door to the room swings open, and Arthur shouts from the threshold that Jessie has been kidnapped. Astina jumps up and asks in surprise if the robbers have really entered the estate. The boy says that the girl decided to go home and visit her family, but he decided not to let her go alone. 3 hours ago, young people came to the girl's house, where she told her family about how the situation had developed. Jessie declares that she will now leave her parents' home and become a devoted servant to her mistress. The mother looks at her daughter thoughtfully and asks if she really isn't dating the guy sitting next to her. Jessie starts waving his hands furiously and declares that nothing like that is happening. The mother remarks that she finds it strange to hear that her daughter will learn to wield a sword, and the father says that it could be dangerous. Arthur reflects that he expected the family to dissuade Jessie, but did not expect it to be so obvious. The parents persuade their daughter to return home, help them, and then get married. The girl clenches her fists and declares that the Duchess believed in her, which means she will become her knight at all costs. Suddenly, there is a knock from below, and the parents ask the girl to go and see who came there. When Jessie leaves, his brother laughs and says that he didn't expect to hear such nonsense from his sister. The father notices that although the Duchess believed in Jessie, she herself is a woman and cannot understand weapons. Arthur remarks that the man cannot even imagine how incredible her ladyship is with a sword. Having learned that the Duchess herself invited Jessie to study, the man incredulously asks whether his daughter really has talent. Noticing that the girl does not return for a long time, Arthur decides to go and check. Going down. The boy mutters under his breath that he doesn't know about the mercenary, but Jessie definitely won't become a knight. Arthur opens the front door asking why the girl was so late, but is surprised to realize that there is no one in the yard. The rain begins to drum on the ground, and the boy notices many footprints. The head of the robbers asks if the Viscount really said that there was no chance of freeing their accomplices. One of the robbers remarks that their comrades have definitely come to an end, because the Duchess herself will judge them. The leader angrily bangs his fist on the table. He never expected that the Duchess would be in the carriage. Looking at Jessie, the man says that they need to leave as soon as possible, but first they will take revenge on her. The bandit goes to the door after hearing a knock, wondering who could come here at such a time. Astina, wet from the rain, stands on the threshold and calmly says that she would like to return her maid. The leader notices that they cannot torment such a noble person, so he invites the Duchess to get out quickly. Astina coldly replies that a master should never abandon his subordinates. The man orders his henchmen to seize the Duchess, and later they will decide what to do with her. Pulling out the sword, the girl declares that in this case, she will answer in her own way. Astina calls on everyone to get their weapons, because if not them, then she will be the one who will kill them all. The leader understands that they are on their tail, and in this case, they may not spare the Duchess. The man orders the bandits to get rid of the girl right now, and they immediately rush to attack. The leader watches in bewilderment as the bandits fall dead one after another. In a rage, the leader shouts for them to attack all together, despite the fact that there is only one girl in front of them. Having dealt with all the robbers, Astina approaches the trembling man and asks where his self-confidence has gone. Suddenly, someone grabs the Duchess's leg and she turns around, surprised that someone is still alive. Having repelled the leader's blow at the last second, Astina irritably thinks that she has made a completely stupid mistake. Without lowering her sword, the Duchess kicks with force the one who is holding her leg. After a couple of moments, the girl looks at the dead body, noticing that everything turned out to be simple to the point of banality. Suddenly, the Duchess notices that one of the bandits is running away and realizes that he is too far away to catch up with him. The man throws open the door and runs outside, bumping his body into Theriot's sword. The Duke grabs his wife by the shoulders, shouting that she had no right to go to such a place alone. Astina examines her dress, thinking that because of the blood, her husband misunderstood everything, and in fact, the blood is not hers. The young man shouts with rage that Astina could have been killed and does not understand how one can be so irresponsible. The girl notices that she asked Arthur to convey everything to the Duke and asks if he really didn't do this. Theriot admits that as soon as he learned that his wife was in danger, he was very scared. The girl says in confusion that nothing serious happened. The Duke asks in bewilderment if his wife is not at all afraid of dying. The Duchess says that she sometimes thinks that even if she dies, nothing can be done about it. At a time when Astina had a lot to lose, she could not remain so frivolous. But now the girl does not feel any value in her life. The Duchess asks her husband if life and death are really that significant. Theriot asks in confusion how his wife can say such terrible things so simply. Astina understands that everything is not simple for the Duke, and a person who does not know the reason to live will not be able to convince her of the value of being. In despair, the Duchess declares that she wants nothing, and nothing is dear to her. Astina continues that she doesn't want to protect anything and nothing matters to her. With tears, the girl admits that she lives simply to find a reason. Theriot tenderly strokes his wife and asks her to live for his sake, because without her, he will die. A memory flashes through Astina's head of how Theodore gave her the title and told her that from now on, she must live for him. The Duchess shudders from the thought that Theodore is constantly stirring up her memories from the past and tormenting her with this. Theriot points out that if his wife's life saves just one person, wouldn't she become a little less useless? The girl strokes her husband's cheek and asks if he is afraid of losing himself. Looking at her husband, the girl understands that she still has one unresolved question, namely, why she still stayed in Atalent. Why couldn't the Duchess ignore Theriot's request? Because before she would have calmly done so. Astina initially felt sorry for the monster Duke, but later accepted him as her friend. Approaching her husband, the Duchess understands that this is just a shell created in order to hide her weak essence. Kissing the Duke, Astina reflects that there was really only one reason why she decided to stay with the Duke. All because the girl wanted to see the face of her past lover, Theodore. Theriot jumps away from his wife in great embarrassment and asks what this all means. With a smile, Astina asks her husband not to worry, because tomorrow he will also wake up as a human. Suddenly the Duke's heart begins to beat loudly, and he does not understand why, because his wife is not holding a sword. Benjamin admits that he is a little nervous because he is not used to open scenes. The Emperor declares that he is glad that the young man has changed his mind, albeit somewhat late. Benjamin accepts that his father is right, and says that it was all because he was too weak. The Emperor is confident that Frimo will be very happy to hear that Benjamin will become their strength. Putting the glass on the table, the father says that he will talk to Frimo himself, since the time has come to strengthen their brotherly relationship. The young man remembers the first time he met his brother, and he asked his name. Having learned that the boy does not wield a sword, the older brother remarks with a grin that modesty is also education. Frimo mockingly says that for such a young age, his brother is quite well-mannered. One day, the mother took the boy to the forest and declared that from now on, Benjamin was not part of the imperial family. This was the only way he could survive. The woman assures that the boy must grit his teeth and survive, even if he has to wallow in the mud. The mother convinces the surprised Benjamin that from now on he must not pronounce the name of this terrible castle. But in the end, it was not Benjamin who met death, but his weak sister who remained in the palace. Walking along the corridor, the young man confidently thinks that all these events were not connected with Frimo, so he should not be afraid. The young man has no desire to get involved in the battle for imperial power. He wants to gain power to save Astina. Benjamin realizes that he needs to be on his guard against Frimo, his own mother, the Empress, and her children. Lost in his thoughts, the young man does not notice how a girl blocks his way. Noticing that such an unkempt man has come to such a great place, Benjamin realizes with annoyance that, as luck would have it, the one he least wanted to see appeared in front of him. In front of the young man is Fremo's sister Isis, who was responsible for developing a plan to eliminate all the heirs of the emperor. The princess remarks that the pathetic brother would have been better off continuing to live like a dead mouse. Benjamin immediately decides to let his sister know that he did not return to claim the throne. The girl notices that in this case, the young man decided to become a coward, to which he replies that he will not become a scoundrel. Continuing on her way, the princess does not know whether the young man will be able to survive, because he must know how cruel and difficult Fremo is. Approaching her brother's ear, the girl says that she will tell him something interesting and asks if the young man had a sister. Benjamin listens in shock as Isis reveals that it was Fremo who killed his sister. The girl says that Ailwes died 7 years ago, and at the same time hunting competitions were taking place. The girl died from an arrow from an unknown person, and the sudden incident was quietly hushed up. The imperial palace decided to protect something more important than a powerless girl. Benjamin desperately thinks that he needs to pull himself together. Now is not the time to be angry. Isis says that since her brother decided to return to the palace, she can tell a lot about Fremo. The young man does not understand why the princess decided to share her secrets with him. She definitely wants him to fall under her influence. Isis notes that the fact that you can hold something terrible in your hands and the fact that you can tear it into pieces are completely different things. Benjamin does not understand what the princess is leading to, and she suddenly asks him to help her. The girl confidently declares that she will soon become an empress, and she needs a man for this. Isis invites her brother to become her supporter for the sake of her goal and for the sake of his revenge. The young man passionately declares that the princess's plan is not only dangerous, but also impossible. Isis notices that Benjamin's reaction is too banal and invites him to remember Empress Martina. The girl states that, in fact, not only men have ambitions. Benjamin says that her sister is no better than Fremo and asks her to think about how much blood is stained on her hands. The girl calmly replies that she has no intention of sugarcoating her actions and has, in fact, killed many half-siblings. Isis says all that matters at this point is that she didn't kill Benjamin's sister. Looking at the princess, the young man thoughtfully asks if she can kill Fremo. The girl places her hand on her brother's shoulder and declares that she is looking forward to the festival in honor of the season before the harvest. Finally, Isis says that, among others, the Duke and Duchess of Adelaida have been invited to the celebration. Reading the invitations carefully, Astina declares that the right time has finally come. Theriot does not share his wife's enthusiasm and says that all this is dangerous. The Duke notes that he can only show his human form for half a day. If anyone reveals his situation, he will be remembered for the rest of his life as Theriot's monster. Astina notes that no one knows anything yet, and the Duke himself secures this nickname. With a smile, the wife says that the appearance will be more impressive on the big stage with attentive spectators. This is the rule of the ball. Theriot laughs and remarks that the Emperor is definitely narrow-minded, and the Duke cannot refuse this offer. Astina states that she has a plan and invites her husband to look at the map. The girl says that you need to move secretly because, as the Duke said, no one should see him as a beast. The Duchess notes that the ball will begin in the evening, and it will not be strange if the main character appears a little later. The maids, servants, and butler will be the first to go to the capital's castle and put it in order. The spouses themselves will move forward a little later and will choose a path that no aristocrat will definitely take. Astina is sure that a minimum number of people are needed to accompany her, and offers to take Hyson, Jessie, and Arthur. Theriot quietly asks what his wife will do if he has to be tied hand and foot. Astina calmly declares that she will be with her husband precisely so that this does not happen. Suddenly, the girl takes her husband's hand, kisses him tenderly, and says that this is all a great honor for her. The young man is so stunned that he changes the subject and declares that he will listen to the advice. because it was given by his faithful knight. Astina understands that her husband is making fun of her, but she speaks absolutely seriously, remembering what the Duke told her in Bellois. Confounding her husband, the girl laughs and declares that she has not heard such selfish words for a long time. Theriot pays attention to his wife's words and notices that, obviously, there was still such an unscrupulous person. Astina assures her husband that he is not at all unscrupulous, and she realizes that he did not say this out of selfishness. To Theriot's surprise, the wife claims that her husband was simply trying to console her. The Duke is amazed by his wife's insight and realizes that if he says it again, she will push him away again. Looking at the smiling girl, the young man reasons that if she knew how much she didn't want her to leave him, she wouldn't smile so kindly. Taking his wife's hand, Theriot speaks anyway, that he wants her to live for his sake, and then his own useless life will acquire great meaning for her. The young man says that his wife gave him real life, so now he will always live for her. Arthur stands in front of the door, hears the conversation of the spouses, and cannot decide at what moment he can enter. Suddenly, having greatly frightened the boy, Jessie leans over to him and asks why he doesn't come in. Arthur angrily asks why the girl came here, to which she calmly replies that she brought the Duchess a letter of repentance. In Bellois, Astina was very dissatisfied with the youth and stated that although everything ended well, the punishment could not be postponed. The Duchess decided that each of the couple should write 10 pages about what he repents of. Jessie, seeing Arthur's embarrassment, notes that if he has not yet finished writing the letter, then she can give hers later. The girl admits that the boy was punished because of her, because she should have stayed in the estate then. Arthur believes that Jessie should be angry with him, but the girl knows that her interlocutor stood up for her in front of her parents. The boy is embarrassed and states that he did this because the girl's family doubted the Duchess's abilities. Jessie understands that Arthur did not do this out of a good attitude towards her, but still she would like to thank him. The young man is surprised to hear that no one has ever helped his interlocutor like this. Leaving, the girl asks Arthur to tell him when he finishes the letter, then she will give hers. The boy looks thoughtfully after Jessie and reflects that she is not in a position to take care of him now. The next day, Theriot sits in his office and discusses with Oliver what special gift he can give to his wife. With a sigh, the Duke notes that his wife is not an ordinary person, and it is very difficult to find a gift that she will like. With his gift, the young man wants to show his wife the happiness that can be obtained by continuing to live. Oliver notes that if the gentleman does not know what her ladyship likes, then you can think about what she needs. The butler says that the Duchess will soon go to the capital, and she will need a lot of things there. Theriot reflects and remembers that Astina has a half-empty dressing room. The Duke orders Oliver to call the tailors and tell them to sew until the Duchess begins to wave her hands in denial. Astina examines all kinds of boxes, and the dressmaker notices that, by order of the Duke, the girl can ask for whatever she wants. The dressmaker reflects that this is all a little too much, even taking into account that her ladyship is leaving soon. Examining the hat, Astina decides that she must definitely thank His Excellency. The dressmaker notes with a smile that first they need to do something for which the wife will thank her husband. A few hours later, Theriot goes to his wife's quarters, thinking the shopping is over. The embarrassed dressmaker explains to the Duke that she was only following his orders. Greeting his wife, Theriot states that he wanted to know about his wife's orders because they are going to the ball together. Astina points to the fabrics she chose, and her husband remarks in bewilderment that brighter colors would suit her. The wife replies that the chosen one is quite enough for a gift, and besides, wool will not be visible on these fabrics. The Duke laughs and remarks that one dress will not be enough to satisfy his honor. The dressmaker hands the Duke the bill, and he is amazed to realize that Astina ordered all the most expensive things. The young man thought that his wife would refuse the gift and was already upset in advance, but everything turned out quite the opposite. The girl explains that she decided not to save money in order to look decent at the imperial ball. The tailors leave, and Theriot remarks that if he had known that his wife loved clothes so much, he would have prepared more than anything else. Astina answers with a laugh that the spouse should be more frugal with family property. Theriot takes up the humorous tone and says that if he goes bankrupt, his wife will have to feed him. The Duchess notes with a grin that this is a pretty good option. Looking at his wife, the Duke admits that every now and then he misunderstands her. The young man notices that when he hears such kind words, he forgets about his place, because his wife is worried about a monster who is not in her heart. Astina understands her husband's affection. It is obvious that a person who does not want to become a monster will hold on to the key that saves him. Clenching her fist, Astina understands that the need to get rid of the curse protects her from love, which in the past was like a curse for her. Theriot continues that although the Duchess is kind to him, the beast has no conscience. The girl notices that the young man is obviously worried, but she will calm him down. Theriot sits down on his knees in front of his wife and asks with interest how she was going to calm him down. The husband looks at his beautiful wife and reasons that to win her heart, he is ready to use all possible methods. Suddenly, the girl approaches the Duke and kisses him tenderly. The young man puts his hand on Astina's back and states that she must calm him down properly. The Duchess does not have time to answer anything before her husband presses her tightly to him and kisses her himself. The Duke is so incensed that he can hardly restrain himself and knocks his wife over onto the sofa. Pulling away, Astina stares at her husband and asks if they should try to level up. Standing in the bathroom, the young man looks at himself in the mirror and does not understand what all this could mean. The wife offered to go to the bedroom early and said that she would use the bathroom outside and the husband should wash himself and come. Theriot doesn't understand whether he should go out to his wife in a robe or go just like that, with a towel on his hips. Sometime later, dressed in trousers and a light shirt, the Duke enters the bedroom. Astina looks at her husband and invites him not to stand in the doorway, but to sit next to her. Sitting on the bed, Theriot thinks that he should have closed the curtains and cannot decide whether to do it now. Turning to the young man, Astina asks if maybe they should start already. For some reason, the Duke gets the idea that his wife is talking to him about divorce. Astina, thinking about her own thoughts, says that she should have thought of this earlier. The girl states that if kissing has a result, then perhaps other contacts will have an effect. The Duke is surprised to understand that his wife was talking about a way to get rid of the curse. But what contacts does she have? Astina explains that they need to try something like kissing. Turning to her husband, the Duchess invites him to hold hands. The young man notices that they have held hands before, so this is unlikely to have any effect. Astina thought that Theriot the wolf began to obey her better not thanks to training, but precisely because of physical contact. The Duke remarks that if they want to make progress, they must do something more serious than a kiss. The wife replies that the young man is absolutely right, and spreading her arms, offers him a hug. Seeing how the expression on her husband's face has changed, Astina can hardly restrain her laughter. Realizing that it is better not to argue, the Duke accepts the offer and gently squeezes his wife in his arms. Pressed against her husband's chest, Astina says she can hear his heartbeat. Theriot abruptly throws his wife onto the bed and, hovering over her, says that she is making fun of him again. Looking at her husband, Astina realizes that she obviously went a little overboard and declares that he should not be shy. The Duke begins to kiss the girl's foot and asks if she doesn't wonder what real embarrassment is. Throwing his wife's leg over his shoulder, the Duke asks why she doesn't answer him. The girl replies that if her husband wanted to give her a warning, then he succeeded, and she will be more careful in the future. The Duke, perplexed, says that Astina herself dragged him into bed, but his wife replies that she did not mean that at all. The young man admits that he no longer understands anything at all, and it occurs to the girl that she is worried about her husband's touch. The Duchess notes that her husband himself did not want to do anything serious, but Theriot says that he may well have changed his mind. The Duke continues to loom over his wife, and Astina declares that such a thing should be done with a loved one. The young man, realizing that Astina does not know about his feelings, asks who his wife is talking about, herself or him. After releasing his wife, the Duke gives in and admits that he cannot defeat her with words. Lying down next to him, the young man suggests not to hug anymore, because what they did before can already be considered deeper than a kiss. Astina asks if her husband really thinks that hugs will have no effect. Theriot asks what will happen if one day the kiss does not have the desired effect. Astina calmly replies that then they will experiment, increasing the level. The Duke looks at his wife suspiciously and asks if this means that his wife will do more to him than kiss him. The girl nods affirmatively, and the young man wonders what will happen if, through negligence, they have a child. The Duchess notices that her husband is not the kind of person who would throw his child out into the street because he does not have a mother. The Duke grabs his wife's hands and asks in bewilderment if she will really leave them with the child and leave. Astina notes that the husband needs an heir, and, being the child of a duke, the child will be able to take a better place than the child of a single mother. Clenching his fist, the Duke asks why his wife is still going to choose a shameful divorce. Astina knows that staying would be the best option, and she doesn't understand why she is so eager to leave this place. Theriot assures his wife that during the divorce, he will give her everything she needs. But still, he wants the girl to stay with him. The Duchess understands that it's all about the young man's alluring eyes of her memories of the past, which she will never be able to forget. Looking at her husband, the girl understands that due to the strangeness of fate, she can in no way solve everything rationally. Noticing that his wife's mood has deteriorated, the young man hugs her close and promises that he will no longer ask awkward questions. The Duke says that in such a situation, the wife does not have many options to make the right choice. Lying on top of her wife, Astina notices that the young man is making a coward out of her. Continuing to stroke the girl's head, the Duke hears her asking him not to do this. Theriot understands that the girl's words about a deep wound in her heart were based on her experience, and that is why she does not want to reveal her soul to him. Hyzen asks why Arthur suddenly changed his mind about the trip, to which the boy replies that he simply changed his mind. The knight tells Astina that if she starts paying more attention to Arthur, then he himself will have to suffer much less. The Duchess replies that all her affection is directed towards the knight, because he is her special first student. The knight looks at his mistress in confusion and admits that he had no idea how much she believed in him. Astina says that she will travel in a cage with her husband after his conversion. At other times, they will travel in an ordinary carriage and can take Arthur with them. Jessie is happy to hear this information. Recently, she was very worried that the young master was looking at her with anger. Pulling in his suitcase, Jessie notices that there is enough space in the cage, and he and Sir Haiseng will fit perfectly in it. Arthur is perplexed at the idea of a young man and girl being alone inside the same carriage for several days and nights. The boy decides that he must rebel, because the younger student cannot become the master's lover. Approaching the cage, the boy thinks that he must do his best to prevent such a development of events. Squeezing himself between the knight and the girl, Arthur declares that he cannot remain in luxury while his master is suffering so much. Jessie looks at the boy with suspicion, deciding that he has come up with a new type of bullying. Hazen gets up and decides that he will sit separately, because there is clearly not enough space for 3 people on the bench. Jessie asks why Arthur sat so close to her, and states that she doesn't like it. The boy shouts that the girl even thanked him recently. But do they really thank those they hate? Raising his hand, Jessie declares that the young master has little understanding of human relationships. The girl admits that she no longer hates Arthur, but she still doesn't like him. Jessie notes that they will both be more comfortable if they don't interfere in each other's affairs. Turning away sharply, Arthur replies that this is exactly what he wanted. He sang, watching the youth, thinks that this whole scene is more uncomfortable than the bench on which he is sitting. A few days later, the company stopped for another stop. Astina approaches Hyson and notices that Arthur has been gone for a long time, and she goes after him. The knight intends to go with the mistress, but the girl assures that she can handle it herself. Approaching the boy, the Duchess calls out to him, which greatly frightens the young man. The girl notices that her companion's clothes are covered in dirt, and Arthur explains that he simply fell along the road. Astina suggests returning to the camp, and the boy asks in surprise if the girl really came for him because she was worried. Arthur is perplexed because he constantly does things that should be hated for, but everyone treats him well. The couple heads towards the camp, but suddenly Astina, hearing something, abruptly stops the boy. The Duchess notices that the sound of beating blades is coming from the direction of the rest. A moment later, the girl takes off running with all her might. Arthur follows her. At the camp, Hyson and Jessie repel the attack of the robbers who attacked them. The knight understands that these are not hired killers, but simple mountain robbers who have chosen the wrong opponents. The man hears the sound of an axe and realizes with alarm that the bandits managed to get to the cage. Astina, running out of the forest, shouts for the thieves to immediately take their hands off the carriage. The girl states that if the bandits do not want a day, then they should heed her warning. Deciding that they first need to catch all the travelers, the robbers rush at the Duchess. One of the bandits decides that if they can catch the girl alive, they can sell her for a higher price. Without having time to think through his thoughts, the bandit receives a powerful blow to the face with the hilt of a sword. The robber suddenly realizes that everyone, from the coachman to the girl, is not at all ordinary people. The man admits that the enemy knows how to surprise, but since they came here, they cannot leave empty-handed. The bandit gathers his comrades and orders everyone to grab the girl together. Arthur realizes that there are too many opponents and calls Hyson for help. Suddenly, everyone is startled by a loud crash coming from the direction of the cage carriage. Astina runs up to the carriage and shouts in alarm that Theo cannot get out. But after another powerful blow, the doors shatter into pieces and a huge monster jumps out. Having scared away the robbers, the beast hears the order of its mistress and instantly sits down. Squeezing the axe, the robber realizes that the trained monster can be sold for a very high price. Swinging an axe at Theo, the robber screams loudly, attracting the Duchess's attention. The man doesn't have time to finish when Theo, with one powerful blow of his paw, demolishes several people at once. A few hours later, the wolf happily runs after the carriage in which the robbers are imprisoned. Sitting in the coachman's seat, Hyson laughs and remarks that they now look like human traffickers. Looking at the sky, Astina notices that there are still a couple of hours before dawn, so they will have time to stop. The girl looks with emotion at Arthur and Jessie, who are serenely sleeping, leaning against each other. The Duchess shakes the boy sharply and asks him to leave because she has business with him. Calling Theo over, Astina notices that for the first time in a long time, he was running around heartily and having fun. The girl kisses the wolf and suddenly hears loud screams coming from next to the carriage. Noticing how a certain young man threatens with a dagger, the Duchess decides that he is one of a group of captured robbers. Hyson quietly approaches the guy from behind and hits him on the head, knocking him unconscious. Astina notices that the stranger does not look like a forest robber, so he cannot be left and will have to be taken with him. In a village hotel not far from the capital, the young man comes to his senses and notices that he has a severe headache. Suddenly, the guy jumps up sharply, remembering that he was kidnapped by human traffickers. And at that moment, the stranger notices that a man who looks like an angel is sitting by the window. Theriot, hearing the noise, turns to the bed and notices with a smile that the young man has finally woken up. Some time later, sitting at breakfast and hearing about what happened, the young man asks for forgiveness and says that he is truly sorry. The Duchess replies that everything is fine, and in such a situation they could well be misunderstood. The guy wants to sink into the ground for waving a weapon in front of such good people who brought him to the hotel. Astina assures that they could not leave a person in the forest who sincerely wanted to help others. The young man, flattered by the girl's words, Once again, he sincerely thanks her for everything. Theriot comes up, puts his hand on his wife's shoulder, and asks if all the misunderstandings have been resolved. The Duke reports that the girl clearly needs simple and satisfying food, so he has already ordered everything. Astina looks at her husband with gratitude and hopes that the local chef has good culinary skills. The guy watching this scene asks in surprise what kind of relationship the young people have. Speaking at the same time, Theriot says that they are friends, and Astina assures that they are spouses. The girl looks at her husband in bewilderment, not understanding why he lied so stupidly. Theriot gets out of it and explains that he and his wife, among other things, are good friends. The young man reflects that if he gets married, he also wants to present his wife this way. The companion asks where the couple are going. The Duke replies that they are going to Bashil. The young man is somewhat surprised that the stranger asks if his saviors have a place to stay in the city. The guy explains his interest by saying that he really wants to repay the kindness shown to him and help the couple find housing. Since the Duke refuses, the young man clears his throat and asks permission to introduce himself formally. The young man says that his name is Edwin Tristan, and he is the eldest son of the Marquis Tristan and the brother of the head of the house, and Soren Tristan. Edwin admits that he and his sister don't get along very well, but she's still very kind and knows how to repay the saviors. Hearing who is sitting in front of him, Theriot reflects on the strange turn of fate that has taken place. The deep, fatal connection between Atalanta and Tristan is so well known that everyone in the Empire knows about it. The quarrel began due to a squabble between distant ancestors playing gambling. The Tristan family has been manufacturing weapons for a long time and wanted to expand its sales territory to the southern regions. But the Adelant family flatly refused to allow guns to capture fortresses into their territories. Tristan, who was not allowed into the market of the southern regions, accused the enemy of dictatorship. Atalanta ridiculed the enemy, saying that they were barbarians, unable to solve problems without bloodshed. The family's heirs were almost simultaneously identified, so the war was briefly stopped, but this could not be called the end of the feud. The Duke understands that big problems can await them and decides that he cannot get closer to Edwin even more. The young man holds out a letter and says that with it his companions will be able to come to their estate and receive a reward. Looking at the letter, Theriot wonders who would believe that the Duke of Atalanta would save Tristan's eldest son. Astina asks if Edwin is heading to the capital to participate in the harvest activities. The young man embarrassedly admits that no, and in fact he has long left his family and does not appear in society. The Duke understands that their situations are similar, and that is why the young people did not recognize each other. The eldest son, Tristan, had poor health since childhood, which is why his sister and Soren took over the reign of the family. The guy coughs periodically, but overall he looks healthier than rumors circulate about him. Astina notices that since Edwin is not going to the capital, their paths diverge. The young man admits that he is going to go to the east, thinking to himself that it will be as far from home as possible. The Duchess notes that the journey may be dangerous and advises Edwin not to get involved in dangerous skirmishes. The young man gets up, thanks the couple again for everything, and declares that he will pay for their food. When leaving, the guy asks to tell his sister, if the interlocutors meet her in the capital, that he is doing well. The Duchess assures that, if necessary, she will convey everything exactly to the Marquise. Theriot looks at the letter and notices that if they hand it over, then Miss Enserin, on the contrary, will only get angry. Astina takes the message and says that they are unlikely to ever find out about it. Leaving the hotel, Edwin thinks that his interlocutors were not at all surprised to hear the name of such a large family. Judging by the fact that the couple never introduced themselves, they travel hiding their identities. As he lives, Edwin realizes that he doesn't need to know their identities, just to repay their kindness. Going up to the rooms, Theriot comes to the conclusion that his wife will not be interested in a man with whom political problems are associated. The Duke was very confused when he woke up in the morning and saw a completely unfamiliar man. Watching his wife in the dining room, the young man noticed that she addressed the man very, very politely. Theriot looks at his wife and asks if she is upset that Edwin is leaving, since she is clearly interested in him. The girl calmly replies that she doesn't sympathize with people so easily, that Hyson just misunderstood and attacked the young man. The Duchess declares that for her, Edwin is nothing more and nothing less than a pointlessly too correct person. The Duke asks if his wife's words mean that there was absolutely no other meaning to her actions. Astina assures that her husband is worrying in vain because the moral principle of a married person is his devotion. Theriot states that it would be much better if the wife refrained from intercourse with other men if possible. Looking at the Duke, Astina notices that he is in vain thinking about this. Continuing on her way, the girl says that when assessing a person, she tries to look at his intentions. Stopping, the Duchess explains that she is talking about how the Duke was angry with her in Bellois. The young man looks at his wife, asking if his excitement is depressing her. The husband doesn't understand whether next time he should just wish her a good trip and wave. The Duchess meant that she was just not in a bad mood because she knew about her husband's anxiety. Theriot lowers his head and asks if the girl is doing this on purpose.
Without waiting for an answer, the Duke takes his wife by the chin and kisses her tenderly on the lips.
Moments later, Astina notices that she used to not care at all about her husband's kisses. But lately, things have changed dramatically. Hearing these words, Theriot sharply presses the girl against the wall and begins to kiss her more passionately. The couple tries to catch their breath, and the Duke notices that the wife cannot do this with the wolf. Suddenly, the Duke declares that he really wants to know what she meant when she suggested raising the level. Astina wonders whether her husband was offended because she made fun of him or is trying to lift the curse in this way. The young man confidently notes that kisses also come at different levels. When asked by his wife about the curse, Theriot admits that he is afraid that he will continue to turn into a monster. The husband asks what he will have to do if his wife is dissatisfied with something and does not want to kiss him. The Duke wonders if the girl knows the many meanings attached to a kiss. The young man says that since he has such a curse, he should be interested in this topic because no one knows which kiss will save him. The Duke says that a kiss on the hand carries the meaning of love and respect, just as knights do to their masters. Continuing to kiss his wife, Theriot says that kissing the palm signifies jealousy or hostility. Embarrassed, Astina abruptly snatches her hand away and asks her husband to stop. The husband notes with a grin that there is still a little time left, and the girl will probably be curious. The Duke notes that it's not just the curse. His wife needs to know how much she can allow another man. The Duchess sighs loudly, realizes that it is useless to argue, and asks her husband to speak briefly. Theriot kisses his wife on the forehead and notes that this gesture expresses faith and trust. Moving on, the husband says that kissing on the eyelids has a courtship meaning. Suddenly, a trembling Hyson appears on the stairs and says that there is a strong wind outside. Realizing that he was in an absurd situation, the knight covers his face with his hands and assures that he did not see anything. Asna abruptly runs away and slams the door of the room, and Theriot tells Hyson that they need to talk. At the family's training ground, Tristan Enserin confidently draws his bow and takes aim. A servant appears on the steps and loudly shouts to the Marquise that they are in big trouble. The girl calmly changes the arrow and wonders what could have happened. The servant reports that the rumors that Duke Theriot has regained consciousness are true because he has arrived in the capital. Enserin notes that since the Duke has left his place, the issue of customs duties may be resolved in their favor. The man states that not only this could have been done, but the absence of the head of the Atallant family could have been a great success for them. The Marquise tells Chobi that the true moral principles of the Tristan family lie in obtaining confirmation of the destruction of the Atalanta family. As she leaves, the girl says that she will not rely on any curses. Ensarin recalls seeing the Duke in society. In addition to his beautiful appearance, he had impeccable manners. At the same time, the Marchioness was tormented by the fact that she was trying to join the already established noble society as the head of her family. Noble people did not want to accept the girl. They believed that she had a strange way of posing as a man. The Marquise asks for what purpose Theriot appeared in the capital. Chobi immediately answers that the young man arrived at the imperial ball. The girl thoughtfully heads into the house and says that she, undoubtedly, should also attend this event. The servant reports that the couple, having hidden their titles, arrived at dawn in the capital and wonders what the lady plans to do. Ensarin declares that he does not even know whether he can get answers to his questions if he takes one look at the Duke's face. Arriving at the horse market, the Marquise decides to look at the horses. Chobi is perplexed. This means reconnaissance in force. The girl says that after the ball there will be a hunting competition, and the Tristan family cannot be disgraced in this. The seller greets the Marquise, and the servant understands that she would still have come for the horses, even if the Duke had not come. After looking through many horses, Ensorin finally found what she was looking for. The Marquise and the approaching Duchess simultaneously extend their hands to the horse and say that they want to see him. The Marquise politely says that if the lady wishes, she can be the first to make a test drive. Astina peeks out from under her hood and replies that she will not refuse such an offer. Having tested the horse, the Duchess declares that she wants to buy this animal. The girl thanks the Marquise because thanks to her, she was able to buy an excellent horse. Ensarin is delighted to hear that the interlocutor wants to tame a horse and use it for hunting. Astina is surprised when the girl says that she noticed calluses on her hands and asked what kind of weapon she uses. Having learned that the stranger owns a sword, the Marquise asks what type of sword the interlocutor owns. Astina replies that she uses a knight's sword and is interested in the lady's success in weapons. Ensarin, amazed, asks how the girl knew that she was a woman. The Duchess replies that she has a typical body type and apologizes for revealing her secret. The Marquise notes with delight that she underestimated the swordswoman, because such people understand the physique like no one else. Ensarin says that he is interested in archery. Astina notes that becoming a good archer is very difficult. The Duchess says that in this case, the interlocutor must have very strong hands and good eyesight. The Marquise proudly says that there is no other more exquisite weapon than the bow, and not a single competition can do without it. The girl continues that Empress Martina advised people who despise this weapon to plunge into a sea of arrows. At the same time as in Sorin, Astina continues that if these people can open their mouths to him, then it will be good. The Marquise asks where the interlocutor is from and what she does, because this is the first time she has met a person so similar to her. Suddenly, the girls hear loud screams and see that the horse chosen by Astina has reared up. The horse snatches the bridle from the hands of the workers and rushes towards the girls with great speed. Ensarin understands that he needs to save the fragile interlocutor, but suddenly notices that the girl is running away somewhere. Moving a little to the side, Astina deftly jumps onto her horse and takes it to the side, while the hood falls off her head. The Marquise looks with admiration at the scarlet hair and realizes that the stranger is strikingly similar to Martina. Astina gives the horse to the workers, hands the seller an envelope, and says that it contains money for the purchase. Chobi notices that it's time for them to start choosing horses, but the girl is already walking away. Ensarin blocks Astina's path and asks her to give her 1 more minute. The Duchess tastes the tea, and Ensorin reveals that it is a precious drink imported from outside the continent. The Marquise says that this tea cannot be bought even with money, so she only gets it through friends. Astina watches the mistress of the house and understands that fate is truly a nasty thing. The Duchess could not even imagine that the Marquise Tristan was in front of her. so she agreed to drink tea. The girl hopes that since she covered her face, everything must be okay. Noticing the guest's embarrassment, Soren asks if perhaps she is uncomfortable being here. Astina admits that she could not imagine such a situation and did not think that her friend would be from the Tristan family. The Marquise admits that if she had introduced herself right away, the girl would have considered it too burdensome and left. Ensorin understands that her request may seem impolite, but still she would like to know the name of her benefactor. After thinking a little, the Duchess introduces herself as Tina, and the Marquise decides to ask her last name. Astina refuses, and the Marchioness notes that if the girl wanted to pretend to be a commoner, she would behave more unnaturally. Ensorin wants to thank his savior and says that the interlocutor can voice whatever he wants. Astina accepts the proposal with a grin and notes that this is all very funny. The girl says that she recently met a man on the road who says something similar. Taking out the letter, the Duchess reports that she met Edwin, who asked to give the letter to his sister. The Marquise, with noticeable tension, takes the outstretched letter and unfolds it, carefully reading the message, and Soren wonders where exactly the friend met her brother. The Duchess reports that she met Edwin very close to here, in the lands of Chelbon. Having placed the letter on 100, the Marquise asks whether her brother has informed him where he is going. Astina replies that the young man did not tell them the purpose of his journey. Pulling herself together, Soren remarks that it is not appropriate for her to worry about a grown man. The Duchess notes that she has conveyed everything that was asked of her, and now it is time for her to leave. The Marquise does not want to let her guest go so quickly, but Astina says that she has an appointment. The mistress of the house declares that in this case she does not dare detain a busy person. Seeing off the guest, the Marquise offers to visit her again when the girl is in their area. In the carriage, Astina reflects that probably the relationship between brother and sister is not so cold, but for some reason it has cracked. Ensorin tells Chobi that she does not know who her guest is and why she is hiding her identity, but she is very interested in her. The Marquise says that the stranger is very similar to the reincarnation of Empress Martina. Arriving at the capital's Atalanta estate, the girl enters the house, thinking that she was too late. Opening the door to the living room, the Duchess is surprised and happy to notice Kana sitting there. With a loud cry of joy, the sister throws herself on Astina's neck. Kana bombards her sister with questions about whether she is safe, whether she slept, and ate well. Kana's eyes fill with tears, and she says that she really missed and worried about her sister. Astina hugs her sister and notices that she recently wrote and reported that she was fine. Kana begins to ask her sister for forgiveness for leaving her alone to deal with all the problems. Astina says that she remembers the day when her sister said that there is no person who can live by throwing away his honor. Kana admits that her words were stupid because her beliefs were protected by her sister's sacrifice. The girl sadly notes that honor does not matter if they could not defend it on their own. Astina says that she considers life more important than reputation, to which her sister asks why, in that case, she went to the Duke instead of her. The Duchess assures that she did not want to protect her sister's honor, but herself. Who knows what it is? The girl kisses Kana tenderly and says that she also missed her a lot. Suddenly there is a knock on the door, and Theriot asks permission to enter. Kana asks her sister to let her husband in. Entering the room, the Duke shudders and remarks that he had better come back later. Looking at the Duke, Kana reveals that she has something to tell him. Theriot politely replies that the girl can tell him whatever she wants. Sobbing, Kana asks if the Duke will cherish his wife. Astina sheepishly says that His Excellency does not have to answer this question. Theriot approaches Kana, sits down in front of her, and replies that his wife has already become a dear person to him. While crying, Kana notices that her sister gets attached very easily, and therefore treats other people well. Continuing to listen to her relative, Theriot assures her that he will never leave Astina alone. Bursting into tears, Kana declares that if the Duke makes her little sister sad, she will never let him get away with it. Theriot swears that he will treat his wife so well that she will have no reason to cry. Listening to her husband, Astina notices that he is somewhat overacting, even though he is doing it all for show. The Duke rises to his feet and declares that he has prepared something especially for the sisters. Kana happily runs into the capital's square, dragging her sister with her. After walking around, the girls settle down in a pastry shop, and Kana notices that her sister's husband is very caring. Astina says that Theriot treats her so well because the girl helps lift his curse. Kana notes that it was enough for the young man to show his gratitude financially. Astina thinks that it all seems like fate. A man born with Theodore's face marries a woman who bears Martina's memories. As she picks at the Taurus, the Duchess wonders what if Theriot really does hold her in his heart. The girl doesn't understand what God wants to say, pushing them into this situation. Kana doesn't understand that she doesn't like her sister, because everyone dreams of such love. The sister says that love, like fate, which you cannot go against, is so romantic. Astina notes that people are happiest when they live an ordinary life, and now it's time for the sisters to return. Leaving the pastry shop, Kana thinks with a grin that such words are spoken by the one who lives the most unusual life. At the ball, everyone is just discussing whether the Duke of Atalanta will come, or whether the rumors about the lifting of the curse are false. The nobility discusses that according to conversations, the Duke arrived in the capital a few days ago, but no one saw him. Suddenly, the manager announces that the family of dukes, Theriot and Astina Atalanta, is entering the hall. Astina smiles defiantly, thinking that she hasn't been shown such attention for a long time, and it's very tiring. Noticing that his wife has changed somewhat in her face, Theriot asks if she is all right. The girl says that she dressed up so much today that she does not consider such close attention as pressure. Astina constantly thinks about her husband's behavior and increasingly wonders whether his feelings are real. Suddenly, everyone freezes at the message that His Majesty Emperor Ezelend, Prince Frimo, and Princess Isis are entering the hall. Sitting on the throne, the Emperor notes that due to poor health, he has not appeared in public for a long time, and now he has important news. The nobles immediately begin to speculate that the ruler will announce that Prince Frimo will become his successor. Ezelend states that he recently found his son, who left the palace when he was very young. Everyone is surprised to hear that due to his health, his son will not be able to take the throne. But this does not change the fact that he is a member of the imperial family. The emperor points to the side and invites Benjamin to go out and introduce himself to everyone. A young man well known to Astina enters the hall and introduces himself to everyone as Benjamin Fidelio. Theriot says in surprise that the name seems familiar to him, and the Duchess, shocked, says that she does too. The emperor announces the beginning of the ball and orders cheerful dance music to begin playing. Deciding to change the subject, the Duchess notices that it is time to dance. Theriot bows before his wife and asks if she would dance with him. As he dances, the Duke says that he didn't think at all that they should have rehearsed this in advance. After a while, the husband notices that whatever the girl does, she does it perfectly. Astina calmly replies that she does this not because she was born with it, but because she trained a lot. Immediately after receiving the title, Martina was tormented by the culture of the aristocrats. Her feet ached in her shoes, and her long skirt was unbearably uncomfortable. But the girl had to endure everything because there was someone who could not be refused. Theodore loved dancing, and at every ball he invited Martine to dance with him. Although this happened before the girl fell in love with him, she tried very hard to protect the king's legs. The dancing couple almost collides with another couple. Theriot manages to push his wife aside at the last moment. Astina notices that her husband dances well, and the Duke replies that the whole point is that the Atalant family has a very unhealthy training of successors. The girl assumes that her husband was lonely as a child. The young man admits that this is really so. Suddenly, Astina wonders if Theriot hates his parents for growing up like that. The young man does not know what would be better, to hate his parents or not to feel anything after their death. The Duke admits that it would be nice to get a warm hug from them for once. Astina, being Martina, often thought about whether it was better to suffer because of love or to suffer from loneliness. A few hours later, Astina is relaxing on the terrace, waiting for Theriot with drinks. The door opens and not the Duke, but Benjamin himself comes out onto the balcony. The girl notices that she and her friend have not seen each other for a long time and asks if they should call him by his title. The young man assures that he did not want to hide anything from Astina, and the girl admits that she was very surprised. Benjamin explains that his mother was worried about the succession battle and arranged for her son to live outside the castle. The Duchess thoughtfully asks why, in this case, the young man decided to return. The guy clenches his fists and says that he returned because of Astina's wedding with the Duke. The young man angrily says that Benjamin Leandros has no powers, so he decided to take advantage of the influence of the Fidelio family. The girl doesn't understand what the guy is talking about, because they are just friends. Benjamin declares that everything is not at all like that, and admits that he really likes Astina. At this time, Theriot carefully examines himself in the mirror, fearing that his hairstyle has fallen apart. Benjamin is a direct descendant of Elito, Martina's faithful assistant. How can he confess his love to Astina? When the girl was Martina, Elito became practically her brother. Astina is once again surprised by how strangely and mysteriously her fate collides with the past. The Duchess firmly declares that this will not work, because it is simply crazy. The young man admits that he assumed such a reaction, which is why he hid his feelings for a long time. Astina states that she cannot return the boy's feelings anyway, because she is married. Benjamin, remembering the conversations about divorce, declares that if the Duke holds her by force, he will help the girl leave his house. The Duchess states that this is not the case at all, and her decision has nothing to do with her husband. The young man is sad to hear that Astina never saw Benjamin as more than just a friend. Frowning, the guy says that he understands Astina's lack of feelings. For the sake of the girl, Benjamin returned to the castle and would be ready to die for her if necessary. The Duchess declares that she cannot take responsibility for the young man's feelings, because it was not she who forced him to make such a choice. Offended, Benjamin says that he only wanted to become a refuge for Astina, but if she hates it, then he will not do anything. The young man says that he will help the Duchess with what she wants. This will be the love he gives her. The girl replies that the young man will be able to find a more worthy mate, and it is for her that he should save such promises. Benjamin finally wilted and sadly asked if Astina really couldn't give him at least one chance. The guy is sure that it will be enough for him that the girl will divorce the Duke and perhaps someday turn her attention to him. Suddenly, Theriot angrily says that he did not expect the prince to seduce married women. Benjamin boldly replies that the swindler who bought the bride for money has no right to reproach him. The Duke vehemently remarks that those who know what shame is should also know when to step aside. The young man replies that he is confident in his feelings and will not run away from his opponent with his tail between his legs. Barely restraining himself, Theriot asks to know the limits of shamelessness and, being the prince of the empire, not to so openly desire someone else's wife. Benjamin is sure that this marriage will not last long. It is not in Astina's character to change decisions made earlier. The prince advises the Duke to continue living, grasping at the meager chance. But all this will not last long. The Duke puts his glass on the railing and notices that his wife did not give the young man even this meager chance. The young people continue to be insolent to each other. The situation around is noticeably heating up. Suddenly, Astina begins to scream loudly, calling on the men to stop the quarrel. The girl reproaches Benjamin for his bad manners and notes that the Duke has the right not to answer him. As he leaves, the prince tells the Duchess that she should stay away from Fremo and Isis. Left alone, the wife asks the Duke how long he has been eavesdropping, but Theriot replies that it does not matter. The Duchess states that her husband has nothing to worry about. She's not going to give up the marriage during the contract. The Duke angrily asks if this means that as soon as the girl is left alone, she will accept the prince's proposal. Theriot notes that he is too careless because his wife was thinking about divorce from the very beginning. Astina assures that this has nothing to do with Benjamin, and the husband replies that it is cruel to hear a wife defend another man. The Duke approaches his wife's face and notices that she keeps forgetting his words that the monster knows no shame. Astina sharply pushes her husband away from her and urgently asks him to stop. Theriot is struck by a hunch and asks if the prince is the man whom the girl left in the capital when she went to the duchy. Pressing her hands to her husband, Astina notices how hard his heart is beating. The Duchess is horrified to hear her husband say that she looked very passionate when she mistook him for that man. The husband tenderly kisses Astina's hand, but he doesn't understand how she could not notice such an obvious thing. Theriot declares that he will not allow his wife to return to the prince, and the girl clearly understands that this man loves her. Marquise Ansorand is in a very bad mood due to the fact that many unpleasant events happened yesterday. Just yesterday, on the day of the ball, her favorite horse fell ill, which is why her departure time was delayed. As luck would have it, it was that evening that a famous opera singer performed in the square, so crowds of people gathered on the street. Among other things at the same time, the carriages traveling in front of the marquise collided, and an accident occurred. Ensarin wants to look at the Duchess so much that he jumps out of the carriage and starts running. In the ballroom, the Marchioness is greeted by Viscount Bertie, noting that she is noticeably late. Leaning towards the girl, the Viscount whispers in her ear that Madame Duchess is incredibly beautiful. The guy states that as soon as the girl entered the hall, he immediately remembered the portrait of Empress Martina. They were so similar. Turning towards the stairs, the Marquise looks at the back of the young couple and notices an unusual hair color, which turned out to be familiar to her. In the carriage, Ensarin clenches his fists angrily, wondering why everything turned out this way. Chobi leans towards the lady and asks with interest what kind of duchess she is. The servant states that according to rumors, Astina is a real beauty, and she and her husband are just an ideal couple. Annoyed, the Marquise orders the carriage to stop and declares that she needs to get out. While sending the carriage to the estate, Ensorin remarks to Chobi that he should think when and what he says. Noticing that there is a bookstore nearby, the girl decides to go in and cheer herself up. Entering the shop, Ensarin immediately notices a recent stranger who turns out to be the Duchess of Atalanta. Astina thoughtfully sorts through the books, thinking that she can no longer deny Theriot's feelings. The girl realizes that she must seem disgusting to the man by telling him about memories that he does not have. The Duchess feels sick with herself and her hope for something in such an absurd situation. Suddenly, Astina hears a voice next to her, wondering if she is okay. The Marquise asks for forgiveness for frightening the girl. It seemed to her that she was not feeling well. Recognizing her interlocutor, the Duchess calmly notes that she was simply lost in thought. The girl assures that everything is fine with her, and she thanks the Marquise for her concern. Leaning against the shelves, Ensorin notices that they have finally met again. Astina is surprised that Ensorin recognized her, because she tried to hide her face during their meeting. The Marquise winks and declares that she would be worthless if she could not recognize such a beauty. Changing the subject, Ensorin notes that, judging by the books, the Duchess is interested in history. The girl replies that she is choosing books for her sister, who will soon have an exam. Astina says with regret that she had to interrupt her studies due to marriage. When the Marquise asks about books, Astina says that she is interested in strategy and tactics. Ensorin admits that Empress Martina dragged her into the world of boring strategies. The Marquise tells Astina that a manuscript written in the Quern language was recently discovered in Castle Blanche. The Duchess listens to her interlocutor, reflecting on the fact that Blanche does not use the Quern language. Ensorin says that, judging by rumors, some kind of nonsense is written in this manuscript. Astina thinks that if the secret place was discovered in the Castle of Blanche, then it is quite possible that the manuscript belongs to Theodore, The girl asks if the author's name is on the manuscript, to which the Marquise notices that it says Shar. Canna watches her sister in surprise, wondering when she managed to become friends with such a handsome man. The girl approaches Astina, taps her on the shoulder, and asks who her interlocutor is. The Marchioness greets the girl with a smile and introduces herself as Enserina Tristan, and reports that Astina helped her a lot. Canna winces and tries to understand, since when Tristan thanks Atalanta, Canna curtsies politely and says that she's glad to meet you, but she and her sister have too busy schedules, and it's time for them to leave. The Marquise understands that she cannot just let her friend go, because it is unknown when they will see each other again. Suddenly, the seller asks the sisters how to organize delivery, send everything to the Reed estate or to the capital residence of Atalanta. Suddenly, it begins to dawn on the Marquise that this is none other than the Duchess of Astina. The girl decides to introduce herself officially and, saying her name, says that she recently married Duke Theriot. Astina embarrassedly asks if the Marquise will forgive her for deceiving her like that, but her interlocutor assures that everything is fine. Enserine assumes that she understands everything. The Duchess herself must have been very confused when they met. The Marchioness understands that she cannot be friends with Astina due to disagreements, and suddenly, succumbing to an impulse, asks her to divorce the Duke. Pressing her hand to her chest, Enserine declares that she herself can make Astina happy. The sisters are stunned by the Marquise's statement, but Astina, having pulled herself together, notes with a chuckle that the joke turned out to be funny. Enserine is embarrassed by her outburst and says with a sigh that she misspoke a little. As she leaves, the Duchess notes that she was able to have fun and hopes that the next time they meet, the Marquise will at least greet her. Enserine wonders in rage what the monster Duke had to do to get such an ideal woman as his wife. The Marchioness reflects that only her husband stands between her and the Duchess and will not allow them to communicate. On the way from the store, Astina briefly tells Canna about what preceded her meeting with the Marchioness. Suddenly, Enserine catches up with the sisters and declares that she is very glad to meet you and wants to give the Duchess a gift. The girl hands Astina a book called Changing Her Husband and says that she is very popular now. Theriot comes into the office on the estate and asks if his wife had a good time. The Duke looks at his wife devotedly and says that he missed her very much. Astina doesn't understand how she couldn't notice such obvious feelings before, although this won't change anything. Leaning towards the girl, Theriot says that he has never seen glasses like these on her before. The Duchess says that she used these glasses at the academy, and this habit helps her concentrate. The husband asks permission to try it on. Astina hands over the glasses and notes that he is unlikely to feel the difference. Putting on his glasses, the Duke says with interest that everything looks unusual, and his wife notices that they suit him very well. Looking at Astina, Theriot declares that glasses suit his wife much better. Having returned the glasses to his wife, Theriot admits that last time he was angry in vain. Astina calmly notes that her husband's mood could well have deteriorated because Benjamin deliberately provoked him. The Duke says that he should have only been angry with the prince and not taken out his anger on his wife. The Duchess notices that her husband has no reason to worry. Until the curse is lifted, she will not go anywhere. Suddenly, Theriot notices a new book, and Astina reveals that she was given it as a gift. After leafing through the book, the Duke angrily says that if his wife does not object, he will help get rid of such an inappropriate item. Astina calmly notes that Theriot hasn't really read a single paragraph yet. Squeezing the book, the Duke hopes that his wife did not buy it herself, and also that the girl is not in a relationship with the prince. Realizing that she can't help herself, Theriot asks if the man is the prince who was her past lover. The Duke is somewhat lost when he hears his wife's answer that he doesn't need to know the answer to this question. Without raising her head, Astina reports that the person her husband is talking about is already dead. Suddenly, the girl raises her head and asks the Duke what books he likes. The heroine bombards the young man with various questions, and he throws up his hands in fear and asks his wife to slow down. Taking Astina's hand, Theriot says that she should give him time to think. Looking at his wife, the Duke notices that it is much more interesting for him to know what interests her. Continuing to squeeze the girl's hand, Theriot asks what kind of men she likes, but she replies that she doesn't have a specific type. The young man asks if his wife likes a certain hair color, and Astina automatically answers that she likes black hair. Realizing that she had said too much, the girl pulls her hand away and asks her husband to forget about his stupid words. Rising abruptly, the Duchess notices that she is done with her duties for the day. Looking after his departing wife, Theriot reflects that he never asked her the most important thing. Walking out into the corridor, Astina knocks on the wall in rage and realizes that she has made a mistake. As she leaves, the Duchess thinks that she is so disappointed in herself that she gets goosebumps. Sitting in his office, Theriot experiences a strange feeling. It turns out that the one he envies is already dead. Thinking about everything, the Duke feels as if he has walked on a tombstone. There is a knock. Oliver enters the office and asks if the master called him. Noticing the butler, the Duke says that he has a small request for him. On the last day of the banquet, many noble people rush to greet the Duke and Duchess. People lament that spouses attend so few social events. Covering herself with a fan, Astina realizes with pleasure that after today's banquet, Theriot will no longer be called the Monster Duke. Suddenly the couple hear a voice that says with a grin that the Duke is not so easy to meet. The couple politely greet the honor of the Empire, Prince Fremo and Princess Isis. Looking at Astina, the prince notes that he finally managed to meet the famous wife of the Duke. The girl replies that she and her husband spent their honeymoon together, and while they live in the capital, they will still have time to communicate with the prince. Patting Theriot on the shoulder, Fremo says that the Duke managed to marry a real beauty to his son-in-law. The prince wonders if it is true that Theriot has again found coal deposits on the lands of Atalanta. Looking intently at Theriot, Fremo reflects that his support will not hurt at all. The Duke notices that he is entirely at the mercy of the laws of the Empire and regrets that he cannot repay the state for its mercy. Looking at her husband, Astina realizes that he is using the laws of the Empire as his shield. Emperor Elito issued a law according to which the dukes had no right to interfere in matters of succession in the imperial family. Thanks to this law, it is no longer possible for the duchy to contribute financially to the empire. Fremo notes that Theriot is always lucky, and their first empress was too kind. The Duke laughs that Martina has single-handedly conquered the entire continent, so everyone knows about her ambitions. The prince says with skepticism that it is highly doubtful that an ordinary woman could conquer the entire continent alone. Fremo confidently states that this probably could not have happened without Elito's help. Astina asks with interest if the prince really thinks that Emperor Elito had any influence. Fremo states that Martina only handed over her throne because she was blinded by love. Astina heard enough of this while in Martina's body, but she could not even think that she would hear such words from Elito's ancestor. Isis interrupts the conversation, noting that it is time for his brother to get up and get ready. As he leaves, the prince says that he will give a rare performance today. The couple are left alone. Astina notices that the prince is, to put it mildly, an interesting person. Due to the fact that Fremo is first in line for succession, he turns his nose up higher and higher, and you need to meet with him as little as possible. The emperor comes out and notices that the last day of the Harvest Day celebration has finally arrived. To the delight of everyone, Eseld announces a hunting competition that will take place in a week. Raising his hand, the emperor notices that there is one more piece of news that is more important than the hunt. Stretching out his hand to Fremo, the emperor invites him to come and stand next to him. Astina flinches when Eseld orders the successor's famous glass to be brought. After Elito ascended the throne, this relic was used every time a new successor was appointed in the Fidelio family. The imperial castle of Carabella was obtained as a result of the war between the empress and the royal family of Risedro, the most ancient relic of the many others in the stolen castle, the successor's glass, will be handed over to Frimo today. The servant opens the box and is amazed to see that it is completely empty. Frimo, in a rage, grabs the servant by the hand and asks where he dared to put the glass. Squeezing the young man more and more, Frimo asks why he could not properly look after one single thing. The sister leans over to the prince and asks him to stop, because there are a lot of people around. Turning to the guards, Frimo orders everyone to immediately find the glass. Astina reflects that she just wanted to punish the prince, but everything happened by itself. The girl notices Benjamin standing nearby and realizes that he is just pretending to be confused. Astina notices that it turned out very funny. The prince, who treated them badly, discovered the loss of the glass. The duke looks at his wife with suspicion and asks if it was she who arranged all this. The duchess laughs, and, to Theriot's relief, replies that she had nothing to do with it. Reading the card, the servant says that he was ordered to let the Duchess of Atalanta in. Seeing Jessie's surprise, Astina notices that security has been noticeably strengthened since the incident. Noticing Astina, Benjamin happily jumps up and greets his friend. The girl smiles softly and asks if the prince is doing well. Benjamin invites Astina to sit down and rest after a difficult journey. The Duchess asks if everything is fine with his friend. He assures that after he promised Isis not to claim the throne, everything got better. Astina wonders if this means that Princess Isis is the head of Frimo. The prince replies that no one says it directly, but everyone knows that it is so. The guy laughingly says that by refusing the throne, he was able to save his life. The Duchess asks what the young man's words meant that she needed to stay away from Frimo and Isis. The guy replies that Astina simply doesn't know about how the couple got rid of their political rivals. To Benjamin's surprise, Astina gets up and remarks that she has to go. The girl replies that she just wanted to make sure that Benjamin would not be suspected after the glass went missing. The guy looks at his friend in surprise and says that he did not expect such a short visit. The Duchess notices that, on the contrary, she was very late, and it was time for her to get on the road. Turning around, the prince looks in surprise at the box that Jessie has been holding in her hands all this time. The girls walk through the garden. Jessie asks in surprise whether they can just walk around the palace. The lady replies that this is exactly why she came to Benjamin. The girls walk calmly past the guard, who doesn't say a word to them. Jessie asks why the mistress took her with her, since she did nothing to help her. The Duchess calmly notes that she will need the girls' help right now. Astina begins to feel the wall, muttering that fortunately things haven't changed much. Seeing how the mistress is dismantling the wall, Jessie asks with fear if all this is not risky. Looking inside, Jessie asks in surprise, "What is this?" The Duchess remarks with a smile that this is a secret tunnel. The girl watches in amazement as the mistress takes off her skirt, and Astina notices that she should also take off her outerwear. Jessie blushes and admits that she has nothing under her dress except a shirt. The lady remarks that it is better to lose one shirt than to completely throw away new clothes. After hiding his clothes in the bushes, Jessie climbs into the tunnel and notices that it is very dark there. The girl is surprised at Astina's foresight when she takes a candle from the box and lights it. Walking through the tunnel, Jessie notices that it smells of mold and moss. People must not have walked through it for a long time. Astina suggests that the secret passage has not been used since the fall of the Richedro royal family. The past owner of the capital, Basil, was the royal family of Risedro. It was a strong and great power with more than half a century of history. The Duchess thinks that if the race had not fallen into decline, it would have been so strong that even Martina could not have conquered it. The lady says that the current owner of the castle only made maintenance repairs and does not know about the secret passages, and Jessie asks how Astina knows about them. The girl turns sharply and looks Jessie in the eyes and asks if she really wants to know about this. The maid realizes that she has said too much and fearfully says that she is not at all interested in this. Grinning, Astina says that in fact, while studying at the academy, she was interested in ancient literature. The Duchess recalls that she actually discovered this move when she wanted to hide from Elito. Carefully moving forward, Jesse asks why he and his mistress came here today. Suddenly, the girl hears some strange noise, and at the very last moment, Astina manages to pull her, saving her from many arrows. Holding the girl tightly to her, the Duchess looks at the arrows flying past. Taking the girl by the hand, the Duchess says that she completely forgot that there are many traps here. Approaching a door, Astina says that now all they have to do is take what is inside, and then they can leave. The girls enter a room that looks like a warehouse. Jessie looks around in amazement. The Duchess beckons the girl with her finger and asks her to come closer to her. Having placed the maid in a certain place, Astina tells her to stand and not move. Approaching one of the tables, the Duchess begins to dig around with enthusiasm in search of something specific. Finally, Jessie notices that her mistress has found some kind of box covered in a layer of dust. Having opened the casket, Astina takes out a cup from it and joyfully notices that this is the same cup of the successor. Smiling mysteriously, Astina says that they have achieved their goal, and now they need to go to a meeting with the Emperor. Sometime later, Emperor Eseld enters the reception room, accompanied by Princess Isis. Astina stands up and greets the imperial family with the proper curtsy, according to etiquette. The Emperor immediately gets down to business, asking why the Duchess suddenly came to the palace. Realizing that the ruler is not very happy about the uninvited guest, Astina first of all apologizes for the sudden visit. The Duchess says that before her marriage she studied at the Palat Academy and was friends with Benjamin. The girl says that she officially came today to pay a visit to the prince. However, there is another reason. Opening the casket, Astina pulls out a goblet and places it on the table, leaving the Emperor and Princess in a state of shock. The Duchess says that not long ago her husband's heirloom was stolen, and she, starting to sort out the warehouse, discovered this glass. The Emperor asks in bewilderment if the girl means by this that the Duke himself turned out to be the thief. Astina calmly says that the item on the table is not the one that was stolen. Eseld notes that if they have only a copy of a glass in front of them, then this find loses its meaning. The Duchess says that at the academy, she was fascinated by ancient documents, and one day an interesting manuscript fell into her hands. The manuscript said that two glasses similar to twins were originally created. Examining the glass, everyone notices that it really is no different from the missing one. The Emperor is clearly interested and asks Astina to tell him everything she knows. One day the king had twin sons. He was so happy that he ordered the creation of two completely identical golden goblets. Looking at her find, the Duchess believes that this is the second glass of the pair. The Emperor examines the cup, noting that all this is very surprising and interesting. To the ruler's surprise, Astina declares that if he wishes, she will give him this relic. With false alarm, the girl says that she cannot allow strange rumors to circulate about Fremo. The astonished Emperor says that the Duchess's devotion to the imperial family is worthy of praise, and in return she can ask for whatever she wants. Astina thoughtfully says that she initially did all this not for praise and a gift. Isis watches the girl with irony, wondering what she will ask the Emperor for. Suddenly, the princess is amazed to hear the Duchess talking about her desire to read a book. Astina talks about the recently found manuscript and wonders if the Emperor could give it to her. Eseld begins to laugh and assures that the Duchess will receive the manuscript before the start of the hunting competition. The Emperor leaves, citing business, but says that he will wait for their next meeting. Astina and Jessie are heading towards the exit when they suddenly hear a shout stopping them. Isis declares that the girl is simply incredible. She does not lose to erudite scientists and evokes sincere admiration. Looking at the princess, Astina calmly states that Her Highness should know that it was not the receiver's glass that she returned. Isis notices that just recently the Duchess told them about the twin glasses, so now she really admits that she deceived the Emperor. The girl replies that this item was made in the same era and in the same way. but the meanings of the glasses are sharply different. Astina asks if the princess knows why this glass was hidden so carefully. The fact is, says Astina, that only one person is capable of ascending the throne, and that is why only one glass was left. After a long internal war, the elder brother took the throne and made one of the glasses a symbol of the king. The younger brother, who lost the battle to become king, lived his entire life in a tower in the east. The king took the golden cup from his brother and hid it in the depths of the state vaults so that only one glass remained as the winner's cup. Speaking about the present time, Astina notices that the glass she brought fell into the hands of a suitable person. Looking slyly at Isis, the girl expresses hope that the lost glass has also found its true owner. The girls curtsy, and the Duchess says that she hopes to meet the princess soon. Jessie asks if the mistress really gave the loser's glass. Astina replies that with the change of generations, his appearance ceased to matter. The maid does not understand why Astina told everything to Isis, but the mistress notes that it is now more important for the princess to find a real glass. Jessie is surprised to hear that, according to the Duchess, someone has done something much more disrespectful than herself. Realizing the effect she had on Jessie, Astina smiles and says that Isis herself hid the successor's glass. That same day, rumors spread around the city, with women discussing that the Duchess first wanted to sell the glass on the black market. The men discussed that Atalanta, I was a supporter of Prince Frimo. Theriot raises his hands and declares that he surrenders to his wife. The husband asks if the girl didn't go to Prince Benjamin. The girl calmly replies that that's exactly how it is. Without understanding anything, Theriot notices that her wife was previously dissatisfied with the behavior of Prince Frimo. Pretending Astina in fright, says that as a loyal subject, she could not oppose the prince. The husband shakes his head and remarks that the wife is not the kind of person who will find herself in an advantageous position while looking despicable. Astina looks at her husband with interest and asks what he would do if she came up with the idea of tormenting Prince Frimo. The girl wonders what will happen if she disgraces the prince or mocks him. Theriot looks at his wife thoughtfully and then declares that this would be very funny. Astina asks if her husband wants another successor. The Duke replies that he doesn't even know, but in any case, it will be very problematic. The wife notices that there is a person who can take this place on the same conditions as Frimo. The husband asks in surprise if the wife is talking about Isis. Sitting down next to his wife, the Duke notices that the princess, although she is the child of the Empress, is completely subordinate to Frimo. Theriot reasons that it is no secret that Isis is an incredible person. Suddenly, Astina interrupts her husband and asks to what extent she can borrow his powers. The young man replies that even though the girl is here temporarily, but if everything worked out as it should, she would become the complete mistress of Atalanta. Theriot promises that whatever the wife hopes for, does, wants to get, whatever it is, he will give it to her. Looking at his wife, the Duke notices that all this will become happiness for him too. There is a knock on the door, and a servant reports that a manuscript has arrived for her ladyship. Rising abruptly from the sofa, Astina heads to the door and says that they will see each other in the evening. The girl walks down the corridor and irritably thinks about what she intended to answer her husband. In the living room, the man says that he is glad to meet the Duchess and give her an object sent by the Emperor. Taking out the manuscript, Astina reads the name of the spell. In the disappeared language, this word meant king. Astina remembers waking up that night that she was forced to spend with Waldo. The man wrote something in a notebook for a long time and then looked intently at the title of the manuscript. Looking at the notes, the girl realizes that it was exactly the manuscript that fell into her hands. The Duchess begins to leaf through the book, and her mood deteriorates more and more. From the outside, the text looks like a set of incomprehensible words. But this text is written in a special way, with the help of which military secrets were hidden. Continuing to read, the Duchess comes across a description of the night she spent with Waldo. Having read to the end, Astina furiously slams the terrible book. As the girl expected, this manuscript is a real archive of her shame. Trembling, Astina reflects that it was incredible luck that no one was able to decipher the recordings. If the girl had not taken possession of the book first, her shame could have spread throughout the scientific community for further study. There is a knock on the door. A maid enters the room, says that she has brought tea, and notices the very strange appearance of the lady. Astina assures that everything is fine with her and asks to set the table with alcohol in the bedroom. She wants to celebrate receiving a gift from the emperor. The Duke's voice says that he was in a hurry and almost ruined everything, but Oliver assures that everything can still be made up for. The man runs his hand through his black hair and asks if everything is really okay. Looking at the new hair color in the mirror, Theriot hopes that his wife will like it. Oliver asks what time the gentleman plans to return home today. The young man replies that he will return before midnight, since his wife asked him to meet in the evening. In the capital's salon, everyone joyfully greets the Duke and notices that the new hair color suits him very well. One man says that in the capital, where conversations move fast, dark hair will soon become popular. Theriot is surprised to hear that with his new hair color, he looks a lot like King Theodore. The man claims that the other day he saw a portrait of the last king, Blanche, and the Duke is like him, like 2 peas in a pod. The young man states that it is very similar to a curse when he is compared to the last king of a dead state. Walking inside, the Duke says that he prefers to pretend that this conversation did not happen. Returning home, Theriot asks Oliver if the flowers and musicians he asked for are ready. Having learned that everything is ready, the Duke wants to see his wife first. Entering the bedroom, Theriot looks in amazement at the destroyed table and a pile of open bottles of wine. Looking around, the young man looks in horror at his wife, who is boldly striding along the balcony railing. The Duke rushes to the girl, shouting that she is putting herself in great danger. Completely drunk, Astina turns her head and is amazed to see Theodore in front of her. The Duke agrees that he is Theo, if only he can get his wife down on the floor. Smelling the smell and looking at the strange behavior of his wife, Theriot realizes that she is very drunk. Astina joyfully throws herself on her husband's neck, declaring that he is just a fool. Theriot's heart begins to race when he hears his wife calling him her king. Moving away from the girl, the Duke says that probably all this really is a dream. Seeing his wife's completely strange behavior, the young man understands that he should not allow her to get drunk outside the house. Suddenly, Astina pulls her husband towards her and passionately kisses him on the lips. Pulling back, Astina looks at her trembling husband and notices that all this really looks like reality. Theriot grabs the girl in his arms and, carrying her into the bedroom, declares that it is she. Astina notices that her husband speaks to her very formally, but it doesn't suit him at all. The young man puts his wife to bed, but she does not want to let him go and asks him to bend over, again calling him Theo. Theriot bends down, and suddenly Astina gently bites his ear, sending her husband into complete confusion. Blushing deeply, the Duke jumps to the side and asks in amazement what it was just now. Without answering, Astina grabs her husband and abruptly throws him onto the bed, sitting on top. Theriot waves his hands and begs the girl to stop and wait a little. Putting a robe on his wife, the husband assures that this is not possible, but Astina looks at him in bewilderment and asks what is wrong with their relationship. Theriot persuades him to pull himself together and stop, because you can't spend the first night like that. Suddenly, the Duchess looks deeply into her husband's eyes and says that she loves him. Having heard the long-awaited confession for the first time, Theriot gives up and gives in to his feelings. Gently stroking the girl's face, the Duke says that he loves her much more. For these two, this night became like a dream, and at the same time turned out to be incredibly cruel. Astina decisively enters Theodore's office and declares that she loves him. The king chokes on his tea and asks what the girl just said. Astina stubbornly repeats that she thinks she loves Theodore. The girl assures that she loves the king not as his vassal, but for real. Without waiting for an answer, Astina wants to leave first, realizing that she has put Theo in an awkward position. The king manages to block the girl's path, asking her not to leave. The man asks Astina to tell her what exactly she likes about him, but she replies that she herself doesn't understand. The girl assures that she was mistaken about this, and that nothing else matters. Theo takes Astina's hands and says with a grin that she is being disrespectful, and he cannot tolerate this. The king asks if the girl is sure of her feelings, to which she replies that she is not so stupid as to confuse sincerity and love. To Astina's amazement, Theo, in the heat of the moment, says that he is not a pervert who can confuse trust and lust. Theodore takes the girl into a tight embrace, and without saying a word, kisses her passionately. Taking a break from Astina, Theo is embarrassed and asks not to consider his behavior as debauchery. The man explains that he joked like that, thinking that Astina needed a man who would make her unrequited love come true. The Duchess opens her eyes, sits up abruptly in bed, and cannot understand what time she is in or who is in front of her. After a while, Theriot opens his eyes, runs his hand along the bed, and realizes that his wife has already left. The Duke runs around looking for Astina. One of the maids says that her ladyship worked and went to the dining room. In the dining room, the maid reports that the lady has gone to the training ground. On the parade ground, Arthur says that Astina was here, but some time ago she went towards the backyard. The Duke walks along the path, reasoning that his wife is clearly avoiding him. Remembering the past night, the young man is sure that there was no lie in Astina's soft touches and words. Theriot understands that first of all they need to meet and talk about everything in person. With a grin, the Duke realizes that he is again rushing around in search of his wife, just like on the first day of their meeting. Getting up in the morning, Astina realizes that she cannot look her husband in the eyes and say that she made a mistake, and everything was a mistake. Thinking about her own thoughts, the Duchess stumbles upon Oliver and another servant in the corridor. The butler reports with alarm that the gentleman left in the morning to look for his wife and has still not returned. Without listening to the servant to the end, Astina turns sharply and starts running. The girl screams for Theriot, fearing that he might have turned into a wolf. The Duchess flinches when her husband's calm voice comes from behind her. Astina looks at the young man in surprise and asks what's wrong with his hair. Theriot says that after his wife said she liked dark hair, he decided to dye his own and see her reaction. Grabbing her husband's hand, Astina assures them that they need to enter the house in case he transforms. The Duke stops his wife and asks if she remembers what happened last night. Looking into Astina's eyes, the young man asks to answer honestly whether she intentionally avoided him all day today. Theriot asks if his wife began to hate him because he is too awkward, or if she considers what happened to be a mistake. Astina realizes that she cannot lie to her husband, and honestly admits that it was all a mistake. The Duchess looks at her husband in amazement when he asks whether her declaration of love was the same mistake. Removing his hand, the young man apologizes for the awkward situation and says that they were both too drunk. Astina says that despite everything that happened, she was really happy, and her feelings were sincere. Theriot declares that he loves the girl and would like to whisper these words to her again and again. Lowering her eyes, the Duchess asks how dear she is to His Excellency. Astina, knowing how kindly the young man treats his subjects, asks if he can leave them for her if she asks. The Duke thoughtfully admits that he himself does not understand the reason why he treats his people this way. Theriot admits that he may have been trying to make up for the love he couldn't receive and was simply searching for meaning. Come to think of it, the sacrifice he made for them was close to a farewell speech that showed off his attractiveness. Extending his hand to his wife, the Duke asks if she would like to take a walk and listen to an uninteresting story. From his earliest childhood, which Theriot doesn't even remember, everyone was talking about his death. After the death of the Duke's parents, such conversations began to become louder. Deciding that since he would die anyway, The young man wanted to remain in people's memory as a better person, but these efforts were destroyed because of his greedy desire to live, and only his newly made wife spoke about how important it was to continue to exist. The young man admits that, at least for the sake of their kisses, which are like a ritual, he wants the girl to stay with him. Astina hears that she was the one who said that if there is something important, then he should selfishly ask for it. The Duchess remains dejectedly silent, and Theriot resolutely declares that he will do this and choose his wife. The Duchess still does not look at her husband and says that probably by loving her husband, she can become happy. Taking his wife's hand, Theriot says that they have plenty of time to try, and Astina has nothing to worry about. Stepping forward a little, the Duke declares that he will always love his wife much more. The young man says that he is ready to adapt to his wife's pace and will slowly and leisurely keep pace with her. Astina asks if her husband is ready to wait until she feels the same, even if it takes their whole life. Theriot replies that he will wait as long as necessary and will do everything to make his wife forget about the pain that was caused to her. The Duchess clenches her fist and says that it will be hard for her husband and that he may regret it. Theriot declares that the girl saved his life, and if this is the pain given by her, then he will gladly accept it too. The Duchess admits that, in fact, she really likes the Duke too. The girl leaves, declaring that it would still be better to cancel the decision made a little earlier. Grabbing his wife in his arms, the joyful Duke admits that he did not count on such a positive response. Continuing to squeeze his wife in his arms, the young man once again confesses his love to her. Looking at her husband, Astina realizes that she has a chance to correct the loss that she had to endure. Turning to the young man, the Duchess clings to him and says that she will definitely love him. Suddenly, Astina moves away from Theriot and begins to feel him in bewilderment. The girl asks when her husband woke up. The Duke thoughtfully answers that he woke up in the middle of the day. Astina reflects that her husband has remained human since yesterday's dawn, and if it's not because of the kiss, then it's because of something they did at night. Theriot looks at his wife in amazement and asks if this effect really appeared after last night. The beginning of Isis's first memory goes back to her childhood, when she grew up locked up, learning everything that a princess should. The girl walks through the garden and notices her sister, surprised that she walks around without a servant. As Isis leaves, she thinks that nothing will change in the palace when the princess, left behind by her powerless mother, dies. The teacher notices that Fremo is late, as always, and Isis states that if his brother is stupid, he could try to make at least some effort. The woman laughingly remarks that it is not the prince who is stupid, but the princess who is too perceptive. The girl sighs and declares that if such a fool becomes emperor, then their country is doomed. One day my sister looked into the class, and when Isis asked her to leave, asked in bewilderment why she couldn't be with her sister. The princess angrily says that if the girl is so stupid that she considers her a sister, then the lessons will be of no use to her. The teacher notices that Islebeth comes only when Fremo is not there, to which Isis replies that if it were not so, she would have died long ago. To the princess's displeasure, the teacher says that Beth didn't come for class at all. Isis looks at the flower in surprise, not understanding when Beth managed to leave it there. Looking at the princess, the teacher asks permission to give her some advice. A few years after this, rivers of blood flowed in the imperial palace. Empress Isabel began to destroy everyone who truly threatened her son. There were rumors about the disappearance of Beth's younger brother, who had been recognized as very talented since childhood. The teacher assures the princess that she has excellent features, but should not show them to anyone. The princess understands that even her mother cannot be seen. She can only survive if she hides. A year has passed, and one day, walking along the corridor, Isis notices Beth in the yard. The princess watches her sister in the garden every day, rejoicing that she is still alive. One day, Isis couldn't stand it, grabbed her sister's hand and angrily asked what she was doing here. Looking calmly at her sister, Beth replies that she is just walking and nothing more. Isis does not calm down and asks what time the girl leaves the room and what time she returns. The princess does not understand how often her sister goes out into the garden. A day, 2, or maybe the whole past year. Fairly frightening, Beth. Isis demands to know how long she has been continuing to fight here senselessly. Beth says that if you walk 20 laps from the park to the backyard, the sun sets. Isis states that she wants to kill time, and so Beth should follow her. Sitting in the princess's chambers over a cup of tea, Beth asks in bewilderment whether she can be here. Isis says that the basis of their position is the same. In the palace, there are people who can become the rulers of their country. The princess asks if her sister knows why she can drink tea with her. Beth waits with interest for an answer. Isis states that the fact is that her sister was abandoned. Beth starts laughing in response and says that she knows about it. The longer the sisters' meetings lasted, the more glances were directed at Beth. Isis says that she is grateful to her sister for her kindness and does not want to miss it, although it is unknown what consequences this will lead to. Living while hiding herself turned out to be not difficult. Isis was moderately active in all matters and did not come forward. The girls' meetings continued. They spent a lot of time together, and it was a very peaceful time. But a few years later, Prince Phrymo came across Beth in the corridor and noticed with interest that she had a familiar face. Having learned who is in front of him, the prince says that he has so many brothers and sisters that he cannot remember everyone. Phrymo says that the palace is crowded with the emperor's children, and it is quite possible that one of them will turn out to be a fake. Isis goes out into the hallway and notices that her brother has targeted the weak Beth and is threatening her. The princess grabs her brother's hand and with a threat in her voice demands that he stop. Phrymo angrily says that he wanted to entertain his sister and does not understand by what right Isis interferes in his affairs. The princess declares that the words spoken by her brother are an insult not only to Beth, but to the entire imperial palace. Isis wonders why Phrymo, born with the noblest blood of the imperial family, cannot find this most noble character. Having received a slap from the prince, Isis calls him a fool, unable to control even his own feelings. Phrymo forcefully throws his sister to the floor, asking how he can raise those proudly straightened shoulders. Filled with rage, the man declares that it would be easier for him to break his sister's cervical vertebrae. The servant approaches the master and notices that too many pairs of eyes are looking at him. Phrymo orders Isis to be locked in a room, and if anyone dares to feed her, he will be severely punished. One of the maids says with alarm that if you do this, then something might happen to the princess. Phrymo looks at the sisters with contempt and declares that it doesn't matter. The next day, Isis is sitting alone in her room and suddenly hears a knock on the door. Opening the door, the girl looks in amazement at her sister sitting on the floor. The princess anxiously drags her sister into the room, but she assures that no one saw her. Beth explains that she often went for walks and knows that at this time the guards go to the back of the palace. Isis orders her sister to leave. She agrees, but first asks to accept the package. Unrolling the cloth, Beth reveals fresh buns, but her sister tells her to take them with her. Isis reproachfully says that Beth risks bringing back upon them the hatred of Phrymo, which she had fought so hard to suppress. Pressing her hand to her sister's cheek, Beth tearfully says that she is the reason her sister is hurting. After the detention was lifted, Isis was sick for several days, but she was not bored because Beth came every day and looked after her. Looking at her sister, the princess notices that she is pretty and hopes that Beth will be able to find a mate and be able to find a family. Beth asks Isis not to worry about her. She will always be happy if she can continue to be with her sister. If only Isis knew that all her worries had absolutely no meaning. Isis looks in horror at her sister's body, pierced by an arrow, and Phrymo declares that he is capable of destroying everything that his sister values. The palace continued to remain the same as it was without Beth, with the exception of only Isis. After a while, the princess came to her brother and, falling to her knees, admitted that she was unreasonable and behaved disrespectfully. Kissing Fremo's shoe, the princess swears that this will never happen again, thinking that no matter what, she must survive. Fremo watches with pleasure his sister's humiliation, noticing that she has finally come to her senses. Isis mentally promises Beth that she will live until her brother pays for her murder. The princess flinches in fear when she hears the question if she is all right. Looking at Benjamin, Isis is once again struck by how much he reminds her of Beth. The princess irritably says that the brother should be grateful to his late sister. The prince does not quite understand what Isis is talking about when she declares that she does not order the young man to be captured and beaten only out of sisterly love. Tapping her finger on the papers, the princess asks if her brother really naively thought that there were no places where one could get information about him. Benjamin looks at his sister in bewilderment and declares that he does not understand the flow of the conversation at all. Hearing that the conversation concerns the Duchess of Atalanta, the young man anxiously asks what is wrong with Astina. With a sigh, Benjamin notes that this is not what Isis needs to know, and angrily asks why she was talking about Aston. The princess throws the papers in her brother's face and asks how the traitor who sold the information dared to raise his voice. The young man declares that he does not understand what he is talking about, but he definitely did not say anything to Astina. Hearing that Benjamin knew nothing about the twin glasses, Isis orders him not to make excuses. The princess asks what her brother hoped for by telling the Duchess about their plan. The young man shudders and asks if Astina really knew about everything. Isis irritably asks how long will his brother pretend that it really wasn't him. Benjamin hovers over his sister and asks what Astina told her and what they were talking about. Looking into her brother's eyes, Isis realizes in surprise that, obviously, he had nothing to do with it, and the Duchess herself found out about everything. Thinking about how he could benefit from an alliance with Astina, Isis tells Benjamin that he is not holding him accountable for lying. The prince declares that his sister will not dare to use the Duchess. At least, it is not something that he will powerlessly give to her. The prince leaves. Isis sighs heavily and thinks that he needs to hurry up and send the man to Atalanta. Theriot sees his wife off and asks if she can really go alone. Astina asks her husband not to worry about anything and promises that she will return early. Sitting in the carriage and remembering yesterday's conversation, the Duchess thinks that for the sake of a peaceful family life, she needs to sort out the things that have already begun. Isis notes that thanks to Astina, they were able to lull the extraneous noises regarding the glass. Hearing that Astina simply fulfilled her duty, the girl notices that her interlocutor is also modest. When the princess says that she has no idea, Ashina asks in surprise what she's talking about. Isis admits that she does not understand why the Duchess shared this information with her. Astina says with a grin that she is very familiar with eyes like her interlocutor's. Looking into the princess's eyes, the girl notices that she has the look of a person who passionately desires something. Astina notices that the princess has not been caught so far for only one reason. The reason is that no one even imagined that she could have such ambitions. The Duchess remarks that Benjamin's holding back in such a situation is quite funny. Isis tensely asks if she can conclude from this conversation that their desires are the same. Astina calmly replies that she doesn't even know, and she would like the princess to create the reason herself. The princess understands that the ducal family, which Fremo could not take possession of, is not so simple at all. Astina calmly says that thanks to all this, the princess has an outstanding opportunity in her hands. Isis replies that the Duchess had a choice exactly until she said that she knew about the princess's plan. The Duchess states that, watching from the outside, it is impossible to say with certainty whether the girl will become an empress or whether this will remain a dream. Isis replies that she can confirm her abilities by her mere existence, and reminds him of the one who got rid of all the rivals who lived in the castle. Astina asks in amazement if the girl really boasts about killing her brothers and sisters, and doesn't understand how with such an attitude towards someone else's life, you can run the state. The princess in response asks whether her interlocutor knows how many people Martina killed while uniting the continent. Everyone calls the heroine the person who cut down countless people. Astina calmly replies that this was the reason Martina gave the throne to Elito. Isis asks if the girl will then offer the same conditions to Frimo, who kills people without any moral principles. The Duchess vigorously shakes her head and assures that she would never do that. Astina says that the princess knows very well that such reactions will torment her throughout her life. The aristocrats understand Frimo's murders not as a vice, but as ambition, and live in fear of his cruelty. The Duchess asks with a grin what in this case the plan of a person whose cruelty is not understood is called. Isis is silent for a while, and then begins to laugh loudly. The princess says that she has heard a lot about the Duchess, and believes that she exceeds her status and does not doubt her. Having made up her mind, Isis asks if Astina would like to make a second Martina with her. The princess assures that ridicule, fear, neglect, or condemnation will happily endure all this. Astina thinks that she initially chose Isis to spite Frimo, but now she is really interested in the princess. Seeing that the Duchess is hesitating, the princess impatiently asks what she thinks about this. Astina replies that the princess's ambition fully justifies giving her the real glass. The Duchess states that she came here telling her husband everything from the very beginning, so Isis doesn't have to worry about support. Isis exhales with relief. She was afraid that Astina was making fun of her. Continuing to laugh, the princess hopes that the congratulatory reception will be just as fun. At a banquet in the name of the Duchess, who has restored honor to the imperial palace, Frimo will be given the successor's glass. Isis says he doesn't think it's a bad thing that the glass will be returned because of Duchess Frimo. Astina suggests that the princess expected to return the glass after destroying the prince's reputation. The princess says that with her actions she hoped that her brother would trust her more, and now the situation has improved thanks to Astina. The Duchess assures that from the very beginning, this object should have belonged to the princess, so she should take possession of it with pleasure. In the corridor, Benjamin catches up with Astina and asks what she was talking about with his sister. The girl reports that she simply gave the answer that was expected from her. The prince stops abruptly and asks if this means that the Duchess will help Isis. Asking what Astina will get from this, the young man hears in response that he still won't be able to understand. The Duchess says that she has long wanted to become a friend of the Emperor, and perhaps someday she will be able to borrow his power. Looking Benjamin in the eyes, Astina declares that Isis should become Empress because she decided so. On the day of the hunting competition, Astina catches up with the Marquise and offers to join her. Ensarin inquires about the Duke's absence, to which Astina explains that her husband is a little ill. After a night spent together, Theriot can hardly contain his desires. The couple decided to check how long the effect of the night would last. The girl understands that her husband can turn into a wolf at any moment, so she had to go hunting alone. Having learned that the Duke will not be there, the Marquise remarks with a smile that this only makes her feel better. After a while, Ensorin says with surprise that for a beginner, Astina turned out to be more capable than most hunters. The Duchess explains that at the Palate Academy, she often hunted with friends, and asks why the Marquise did not study at Blanchet. Ensarin explains that Blanchet does not accept girls to major in martial arts. Suddenly, Astina hears some noise and instantly rushes to the Marquise, throwing her to the ground. Turning around, the girls notice that a crossbow arrow hit the tree where Ensorin had just stood. The friends look at each other, realizing that it was they who were shot, most likely by a hired killer. The arrows fly towards the girls again, and the Marquise shouts that they need to dodge. Realizing where the shots are coming from, Ensarin raises his bow and takes aim. The Marquise does not have time to shoot when an arrow fired from the other side flies at her. the Marquise is attacked by an assassin, and she realizes that they were sent by someone who knew that she was not strong in close combat. Suddenly, Astina comes to her friend's aid, brilliantly deflecting the blow of the sword. While the Duchess is fighting with swords, the Marquise is hit in the leg by an arrow fired by another archer. The Duchess rushes to Ensoren, but she assures that she was only slightly hurt. The Marquise remarks that she has never offended anyone enough to receive such a greeting. Suddenly, the girl becomes embarrassed and admits that only one person comes to her mind. Ensoren pronounces Edwina's name. The surprised Astina notices that he does not at all look like someone who would decide to kill. Pressing the wound on her leg, the Marquise says that no one else could benefit from her death. The Duchess turns around abruptly and notices that the mercenary she wounded has already escaped. The Marchioness rises to her feet and remarks that she got her place because her brother simply gave it up. Ensoren says that if Edwin wishes, she will be obliged to return his place to him. An alarmed Isis runs into the Duchess's tent and asks if she is all right. Astina replies that compared to her, the Marquise was much more wounded. The princess says that she will take care of the Marquise, and the Duchess must return to the estate immediately. As she leaves, Astina asks Isis to report as soon as the culprits are caught. In the bedroom, Theriot reproachfully notes that while he was not around, his wife managed to get hurt. Looking at the scratch, the girl says that the Marquise was wounded much more seriously. Astina tells her husband that Ensoren suspects his brother of the attack. Theriot notices with bewilderment that the man from the hotel does not look like the killer at all. Changing the subject, Astina notices that the dark hair color has almost washed away. The embarrassed Duke says that if his wife liked it, he can paint them again. The girl shakes her head and declares that she shouldn't do this anymore. Approaching her husband, Astina assures that now she will try to love the silver color more. Giving in to emotions and a feeling of closeness, the spouses begin to kiss passionately. Pulling away, Theriot asks for forgiveness, because they should have continued their experiment. Suddenly, Astina throws her husband onto the bed and declares that they did not extend the time they had spent that night. Looking at her husband, the girl says that they can constantly have an intimate relationship so that the effect never runs out. Waking up, the Duchess realizes that it is already noon and she missed her morning workout. Looking at her husband, the girl comes to the conclusion that there is nothing wrong with such leisurely behavior. Last night was a surprise for Astina. She considered her husband shy and tried to take care of him, but she was worrying in vain. Suddenly, Theriot grabs his wife and squeezes her in his tight embrace, and the girl realizes that her husband has also woken up. The young man admits that he absolutely loves falling asleep and waking up with his wife. Astina sits down and winces in pain. She overdid it, being in a body that was still unfamiliar to her. Looking at her husband, the girl suspiciously asks if his words about the first time were an exaggeration. Embarrassed, the Duke says that when his wife left, he studied from books. Completely confused, the young man says that he experimented a little on their first night. Astina freezes in confusion. That night she was so drunk that she doesn't remember anything at all. Suddenly, the Duchess invites her husband to wash together, which plunges him into even greater confusion. Noticing the confusion on the young man's face, Astina playfully says that he doesn't insist if he doesn't want it. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. The Duchess, pulling the blanket over her husband, allows him to enter. The maid enters and announces that a message has arrived about the afternoon visit of the Marquise Tristan. Astina wonders if the message indicated the reason for Ensoren's visit. Hearing that it is just a friendly visit, the Duchess asks her husband if he is okay. Ensoren walks through the garden, joyfully greets the Duchess, and remarks that it is a beautiful day. Astina answers the greeting and says that she was waiting for her friend's visit. The Marchioness reports that her leg is already fine, and the Duchess wonders if the girl tried to contact her brother. Ensoren replies that her suspicions have not yet been confirmed, so she did not contact Edwin. Astina asks whether the Marquise conducted an investigation, to which she admires her friend's insight. Ensoren says that he cannot accuse Edwin unfoundedly, But with his inaction, he gives the criminal a chance to escape. Suddenly, the Marquise hears the clanging of swords and asks permission to inspect the training ground. Ensorin looks at Arthur and Jessie in surprise. Astina explains that these are not knights yet, but newcomers. The Duchess understands that Arthur cannot see the Marquise because the effect will be like a bomb. Astina says that the children still have a lot to learn, and she is ashamed that the Marquise sees them and invites them to go see more experienced knights. Ensorin is in no hurry to leave, saying that she knows the courage of the knightly detachment of Atalanta. Compared to cut gems, the girl is more attracted to ore that has talent. The Marquise invites Astina to conduct a knightly examination, since they are all gathered in the capital. Looking intently at Jessie, the Marquise asks permission to train the girl in her squad. Ensorin notices that every opponent of Jessie has a limitation, and in such an environment, it is easy to develop bad habits. The Tristan clan has several female knights training and willing to train. The Duchess says that all this is too unexpected. She will discuss this proposal with Jessie a little later. Astina understands that although she brought Jessie to the castle and entrusted him with Hyson, she did not provide the girl with such a good environment. Ensorin notes that if the Duchess needs her help, she can say so at any time. Jessie turns around sharply when she hears her mistress's voice asking her to come over. In the carriage, Astina ponders whether the Duchy of Atalanta would be a good environment for Jessie to develop. The girl is very embarrassed by such an unexpected proposal and is not ready to give an answer. Astina tells Jessie to think it over carefully, as this will be a good chance for her. The Duchess shudders when she hears the coachman's voice announcing that they have already arrived. Isis did not expect that the Duchess herself would ask for a meeting, although they had a lot to talk about. Astina notices that many events happened during the hunt, which is why she came to greet the princess. Looking into Isis's eyes, the Duchess asks for what purpose she did this. Seeing the bewilderment on the princess's face, Astina clarifies that she is talking about the Marquise Tristan. The princess thoughtfully taps her finger on the table and asks how her interlocutor found out about everything. Astina assures that she just guessed, and the princess admires her insight. Having received the support of Atalanta, Isis decided to clip the wings of their enemy, who might side with Phrymo. Astina looks at the princess in bewilderment and asks if this is the reason she sent the assassins. Isis calmly remarks that if the goal had been murder, she would have sent many more people. The princess is sure that all the Marquise's suspicions will immediately be directed at her older brother. Because of what happened, the Marquise will be called a naughty child and will not have time to think about anything else. The princess's goal was only intra-family conflict, and she is very surprised that the Duchess saved Ensorin. Astina understands that Isis intended to get rid of the person who could become her enemy, but is unable to respond with gratitude. Noticing the strange expression on the Duchess's face, the princess asks if he understands her. Astina confidently declares that Marquise Tristan will not side with His Highness Phrymo. Isis looks at the guest with suspicion and asks how she can be sure of this. The Duchess replies that if only the Marchioness could talk to Phrymo once, she would change her mind about supporting him. When asked about the reasons, Astina confidently states that Ensorin is an ardent admirer of Empress Martina. Astina asks not to interfere with the Marquise, and the princess asks if the girl is sure that Tristan will not become their stumbling block. The Duchess assures that the Marquise will not only not interfere, but on the contrary, will become their reliable ally. Isis notices that Astina is saying some nonsense, so that she begins to believe her. The princess says that if everything is so, then she will be happy to give Astina a chance to settle issues with the Marchioness. Astina leaves, and Isis notices that the Duchess clearly wants to criticize her. In parting, the princess asks you to remember that a fair woman cannot get anything. Turning around, Astina promises that she will certainly remember the princess's words. A few days later, the Duchess muses that Ensorin is too busy to meet, and Isis presses for confirmation. The head of the knightly detachment, Henry, comes into the office and declares that he is against what the Duchess is planning. The man protests after the exam for Jessie. and Astina realizes with a sigh that problems have begun within Atalanta. Having heard that the other knight candidates would be jealous of Jessie, the Duchess does not understand why the girl should miss her chance because of envy. Henry assures that if the lady takes a close look at all the knights, she will understand the imbalance of her decision. Astina begins to say that she brought Jessie to accompany the knight's detachment, but the knight interrupts her. The man shouts in irritation that even such a decision could not be made without approval and disrupt order. The Duchess says that last time she backed down from her decision in favor of Henry, but now he has no right to interfere with the knightly exam. The man says in confusion that there is already strong rivalry within the squad. The Duchess asks Henry to answer directly whether the girl's origin is the main obstacle. The man assures that, apart from his origin, there are too few conditions for accepting Jessie. Henry notices that Jessie recently began learning the art of swordsmanship. Astina takes time as an excuse and asks how long Jessie needs to study then. 5 or maybe 10 years. Henry is silent, and the Duchess declares that this is not an argument, and the knight simply does not want to allow the girl to take the exam. The knight understands that the Duchess has seen through him, but is not going to give up his intentions. Astina declares that she will pretend that this conversation did not happen and lets Henry go. The knight states that if everyone becomes aware of such support for Jessie, the status and influence of the entire squad will noticeably weaken. Looking after Henry, Astina notices that he still hasn't understood what he really should be ashamed of. The students surround Jessie, pinning her against the wall, but she calmly asks them to move away from her. One of the students asks if the girl knows that they had to go through 100 to get admitted to the exam. Jessie now understands why the students began to bully her more than usual, but it is not clear where the rumor came from. The guy pushes the girl and declares that they will burn with shame if they go to the exam with her. The guys say that the dukedom is complete nonsense for Jessie just because Mr. Arthur is coddling her. With amazement, the girl hears that it is the young master who laughs loudest behind her back. The young man states that Arthur said that Jessie does not know his place and therefore interferes where he shouldn't. Stating that it was Arthur who told about the exam, the guy adds that he wanted the girl to refuse it herself, thinking about the prestige of Atalanta. Jessie doesn't understand why Arthur did this. It seemed to her that their relationship had improved recently. The girl is silent, and the guys ask if she is really going to ignore everything they tell her. Suddenly, a voice is heard behind the young people, asking what they are doing there. The students turn around in fear and see that standing in front of them is none other than Arthur Esteban. Arthur doesn't have time to say a word before Jessie rushes past him at full speed. The young man asks what the students did that the girl had to run away from them. The guys are silent, and Arthur assures that this girl would not run away just like that. Shouting that he will talk to them when he returns, the young man rushes after Jessie. Out of breath, the guy finds the girl sitting on a bench in the backyard of the castle. Arthur plops down on the bench and says he didn't think about that. That girls can have such fast legs. Jessie jumps up abruptly and screams for Arthur to stop pointing out that she is a girl. The young man doesn't understand Jessie's reaction and asks if it's because the students told her something. Noticing that the girl is crying, Arthur says that he just wanted to warn her that becoming a girl knight is not at all easy. Turning around, Jessie invites the young man to honestly admit that her presence here bothers him greatly. Arthur grabs the girl's hand and assures her that everything is completely wrong, but she doesn't want to hear him. Snatching his hand away, Jessie declares that there is no need to assure her that everything is being done only for her good. Looking at Arthur, the girl says that it is better for her to leave, and then everything will be decided. Jessie says that the lady gave her an offer to study with the Marquise Tristan. The girl assures that the Duchess left the right of choice to her. Passing by Arthur, Jessie says that unlike the young master, Astina really thinks about her. Turning around, the girl says that now the young master should be able to feel calmer. Arthur is so confused that he can't say a word in response as Jessie storms off. Having woken up, the The young man shouts that everything is for the best, and if Jessie wants to leave, then that's where she belongs. Theriot blows out the candles and asks his wife how her day was. The girl admits that the day was very tiring, and she got the impression that she had come to the capital for the first time. The Duke begins to kiss his wife, promising that he will relieve her of fatigue. There is a knock on the door, but Theriot strenuously pretends not to hear, not wanting to tear himself away from his wife. The knock is repeated, and Astina notices that the guest is too decisive and will not just leave. The Duchess knocks on her husband and says that he will have time to return to her as soon as he deals with the visitor. Walking to the door, Theriot thinks with irritation, what kind of unreasonable person decided to crash into the bedroom of married people at night? Opening the door, the Duke looks at Arthur in amazement, not understanding why he came. The Duke looks at his brother angrily and remarks that he should be looking at his watch. Arthur is embarrassed, and Theriot asks where his manners are, since he decided to knock on their bedroom. The Duke says that if his brother understands everything, he can leave the same way he came, but Arthur assures that he has urgent business. Noticing that his brother is about to leave, Arthur grabs his hand and asks him to listen. The boy does not allow the door to be closed, and declares that his brother is completely insensitive. Theriot notices Arthur's red eyes and says that he will listen to him if he is brief. The young man admits that some time ago, Jessie suddenly got angry with him and left. The Duke remarks that he does not know what is wrong, but it is obvious that Arthur was wrong. Arthur says that the girl was bullied by others, and she was angry with him. Theriot states that whatever the reason for Jessie's anger, Arthur is to blame. Before closing the door, the Duke suggests thinking about what exactly his brother did wrong and coming tomorrow. Theriot sighs heavily, wondering how long Arthur will remain such a child. Sitting down next to Astina, the Duke declares that because of Arthur, he believes in the theory that all people are by nature devils. Hugging her husband, the girl says that tomorrow she will call these two to her and figure out what's going on. Theriot says with a smile that if his brother pesters his wife too much, she might beat him. Astina remarks that since all the problems have been solved, then they should finish what they started. Meanwhile, Jessie wakes up from a strange knocking noise coming from the window. The girl, irritated, opens the window and looks down, intending to deal with the annoying people. But downstairs, Jessie notices Arthur, who waves at her in greeting. The young man asks if he really woke up the girl, to which she notes that it is now late at night and everyone is sleeping. Arthur says he doesn't feel sleepy at all, so he didn't think Jessie would sleep. Going downstairs, the girl asks what the gentleman wants to say that he personally came to her. Noticing that Arthur's eyes are red, the girl is afraid that the Dukes might scold him. Arthur admits that during the day he was angry because Jessie had a fight with others, and he was the one to blame. The girl asks in surprise whether the guy really didn't understand why she did this. Arthur admits that this is true, and he even had to ask Theriot. Jessie looks at the guy in amazement when he asks how they can make up. The young man admits that he would like this, although he still did not understand why they had a fight. Suddenly, Arthur bows his head, and in a quiet voice admits that he is to blame, and asks the girl not to leave. Jessie asks why Arthur is apologizing if he didn't understand anything. Suddenly, Jessie, to Arthur's great amazement, says that he likes him. The young man blushes greatly and turns away, and the girl realizes that she is right in her assumption. Jessie notices that Arthur has been treating her better lately, and then asked her not to go to Tristan at all. Continuing to glow, the young man asks to say what he is wrong about, and then he will try to correct himself. Jessie says there's no point in acting if he doesn't even understand what the problem is. Arthur admits that he has not learned anything, but if the girl tells him, he will try to fix everything. Jessie passionately says that the young man will not be able to solve her problem. All guys sooner or later become knights, and her destiny is only to accompany noble ladies. Perplexed, Arthur notices that the girl knights are really inferior to the boys in battles, which is why they do not want to accept them as knights. Jessie notices that Arthur himself recognized her talent, and if the problem is only in abilities, then why did Knight Henry refuse her? Running into the guy, the girl tries to understand why she is not even given the opportunity to show herself. Jessie asks if Arthur started the rumor that she would be taking the knight's exam. The young man shakes his head negatively, wondering how such a thought could come to Jessie's head. The girl replies that she didn't come up with it, but that's what the students who attacked her said. Arthur remembers how he screamed loudly when he heard from Astina about the exam. The young man admits that he has a bad character and often does stupid things, but assures that he would not have done what made Jessie worry. The girl thoughtfully says that no matter what, she believes that both knighthood and friendship with Arthur are possible. The guy admits that he used to take it out on the girl because of his anger, admits that he was wrong, and asks her for forgiveness. Jessie listens in amazement as Arthur calls himself a fool and admits that he simply did not want to recognize the girl's abilities. Arthur claims that when he participated in sparring, he really wanted to help. Looking at Jessie, Arthur states that if the girl wanted to leave because of him, then she shouldn't do it. The girl irritably says that even if Arthur changes, it will not change the opinion of the entire squad. The guy catches up with Jessie and assures him that he can make sure those idiots don't dare open their mouths anymore. The young man throws his jacket over Jessie and says that it's too cold and it's time to go back to the dorm. Looking at the guy's back, Jessie thinks that she didn't expect to receive an apology from him. While sitting in the training cafeteria, Jessie overhears the students calling Arthur the crazy dog Esteban. When the guys start discussing her, the girl can't stand it, calls them idiots, and says that she hears everything. At some point, Jessie turns around sharply and begins to stare at those talking. Noticing the stare, the guys ask why the hell Jessie is staring at them. When the girl calls the guys worthless, one of them suddenly jumps up and approaches her. The students begin to bully Jessie, and she realizes that she clearly won't be able to eat in peace. The girl jumps up and shouts that there is no need to whisper behind her back. The guys can safely attack her. The girl leaves, but the students follow her, saying that when her face turns into a bloody mess, it will not be their fault. One of the guys grabs Jessie, but then one of the knights runs into the room and shouts that the crazy dog wants to make a castrato out of the captain. Arthur puts a knife to the bound Henry and says that he recently heard that if someone does not have pepper, then he cannot join the knightly detachment. Henry, furious, orders the boy to untie him and talk like a man. The knight says that he has always treated Arthur like a son, to which he replies that that is why he is giving him a chance to apologize. Jessie watches in horror as Arthur takes off Henry's pants and asks if he will allow those who don't have pepper to join the squad. Grabbing the man by the wound and threatening him with a knife, the guy notes that otherwise he will be the first to be kicked out of the squad. Henry shouts in despair that the main principle of a knight is to protect the lady, so he cannot allow the girl into the squad. Arthur states that in this case he does not understand the attitude towards Jessie, because she was left to the mercy of fate, knowing how she was being bullied. The knight yells that respectable maidens should receive respect, and a girl with a sword in her hands is not a lady. Arthur says Henry can't treat Jessie like a lady because she has a sword in her hands, but she can't join the squad because she's a lady. The knight asks whose side Arthur is on, and why he made all this fuss by standing up for the girl. The boy declares that he has repented of his stupidity, but Henry needs the torment of realization. Realizing that Arthur will not just back down, the knight shouts that he will say what is required of him. The young man offers to repeat after him the words that from this day on, people without pepper can join the detachment. Jessie and the rest of the students listen in amazement as Henry repeats Arthur's words. Henry asks her to tell Jessie that she can take the exam, but it will be very grueling for her. Arthur congratulates the man on his insight and runs away with incredible speed. The knights untie the captain, and he orders to immediately catch the boy. While getting dressed, the captain looks up and is startled when he notices Jessie and the rest of the students. Pressing his hand to his forehead, Henry sighs and says that he cannot take back his words, so the girl can go to the exam. Upon learning that Jesse is going to spar with the rest of the students, Henry says that he will deal with them himself. The girl objects and notes that it was she herself who proposed the fight. Looking at the captain, Jessie realizes that she was only allowed to take part in the exam because of Arthur. The girl draws her sword and shouts that she will show with her own hands the reason why she should become a knight. In the ballroom, Tristan Enserin greets the Duchess, noting that she looks beautiful. The Marchioness assures that she is flattered that the Duchess accepted her invitation to the reception. Having received the invitation, Astina decided that the Marquise had decided to officially show everyone her friendly attitude. Enserin points to the side and remarks that if the girl doesn't mind, she will introduce her to her friends. Entering the office, the Marquise asks everyone to greet Her Grace the Duchess, who became very popular upon her arrival in the capital. The Duchess formally introduces herself and politely says that she is glad to welcome everyone. The men approach the Duchess, asking if she saved the life of the Marquise Tristan. One of the men admits that Astina is one of those girls who deserve respect, and lately there are few of them. The girl smiles politely and notes that nothing serious happened. As soon as she stepped forward, the enemy immediately fled. Another man laughs and remarks that a normal lady would run away first. Enserin notices that Her Excellency is noticeably different from ordinary ladies. Astina listens as the Marquise says that she is far from ordinary people who do not know how to defend themselves. The man says that with the exception of the Marquise, this is the first time Tristan has met a lady so erudite in tactics. Enserin bows, stating that she is honored and needs to put more effort into her training. Astina understands that nothing else could have been expected, although the perception became different. But it could not change too much. The Duchess says that she rode in the carriage for a long time and is still seasick. She needs to get some air, so she will greet the rest of the guests another time. The men, looking after Astina, ask in surprise if they are not on good terms with the Marquise. Enserin asks for forgiveness and says that he will go and talk a little with the Duchess. Standing on the balcony, Astina reasons that Ensorin spent a long time putting effort into creating her image. The woman in trousers was meant to reject and criticize the femininity that men talked about. The Marquise goes out onto the balcony and, hearing the Duchess's words, asks if she is criticizing her. Enserin asks what is worse, being hated by everyone or hating yourself. Astina sympathizes with the Marquise and says that her sin is in her own abilities. Because of their presence, the Marquise wanted perfection, and because she knew about them, she wanted wisdom. Enserin grinds his teeth and says that her friend was mistaken, and she only has a third leg. When the Marquise fell ill, his subjects began to say that he needed to quickly choose a successor. Enserin winced when her father said that they had to wait until Edwin arrived before he would appoint a successor. Marquise says that the girl has no idea what kind of treatment she received before she got all this. Astina nods and asks Ensorin to continue to hold on to her seat just as tightly. The Duchess says that the Marquise should under no circumstances have any regrets. As soon as she starts criticizing herself, she will lose absolutely everything. Enserin asks to save her from useless experiences, because she has never regretted anything. Astina thoughtfully asks why, in this case, the Marquise followed her. Enserin sadly says that when she heard about her father's death, she was happy. The girl thought that she was finally freed from endless annoying repetitions about her eldest son. What the Marquise didn't count on was that everyone would shout for Edwin after this. It was after this that Enserin cut her hair, punished and kicked out everyone who called her brother. The Marquise managed to become more courageous than men, and now they do not ignore her to her face. Turning to the Duchess, the Marchioness asks if she did something wrong. Astina looks at her friend and says that she cannot blame her for anything. The prejudices and discrimination of this world became a wall for the Marquise, and she independently closed her eyes with this wall. Thus, Ensorin began to suspect and hate even her brother, who had given up everything for her. Suddenly, Astina says that it was not Edwin who ordered the attack on his sister. The Marquise is amazed to hear that someone has planned something big and tried to keep Ensorin's eyes focused on personal problems. The girl waves her hands in irritation and declares that none of this changes the fact that Edwin is the main suspect. Astina asks if the Marchioness really believes that her brother is a criminal, and she replies that there is no evidence to the contrary. The Duchess notes that Ensorin knows the reason why she knew her brother. Even though Edwin has no fighting skills, he ran in to save the stranger. Taking the Marquise's hand, Astina says that he has not changed so much compared to the memories his sister left behind. The Duchess asks you to believe that Edwin is simply the girl's brother, wandering far away for her own sake. The Marquise wakes up with a wild headache from a loud knock on the door and tells her to leave her alone. Ensorin jumps up in fright when she hears that Mr. Edwin has come to her. The Marquise walks along the corridor and, clutching her head, realizes that now is not the right moment. Seeing his sister, Edwin jumps up, asking if she is okay after being wounded. The girl looks at the man reproachfully and asks why he came to the capital. Edwin says that the news is that his sister was attacked and injured. Sitting down, the Marquise says that the rumors are simply an exaggeration, since the arrow only slightly grazed her leg. Edwin says it's good and he's glad his sister's okay. Looking closely at her brother, the girl cannot understand whether he could be the one who hired the killers. Suddenly, Edwin asks if they told their sister the news about him, and if they handed him a letter. The man shudders in fright when he hears the story that the letter to the Marchioness was given by the Duchess of Atalanta herself. Realizing that he was in a stupid position, Edwin says that he now understands why the companions hid their names. Ensorin reproachfully asks why his brother did not come home for 7 years. Getting out of it, Edwin says it's not much fun driving back and forth. Realizing that the excuse looks stupid, the man declares that his sister will feel calm in his absence. Edwin says that he was sure that he could not cope with everything as well as his sister, so he conceded everything to her. Looking at his sister, the man says quite sincerely that this place belongs to her. The Marquise jumps up in embarrassment and says that her brother needs to rest because he is tired from the journey. Late at night, Oliver and Astina look at the visitor, and the girl asks not to tell the Duke. She will figure it out herself. A completely insane Ensorin sits on the sofa with difficulty and declares that she has no excuse. The Duchess calmly asks on what issue Marquise Tristan came all the way to their house. The Marquise looks up, asks for forgiveness, and says that she doesn't remember anyone else to whom she could go. Astina says that everything is fine, but still she would like to know the reason for the visit. Ensorin hangs her head low and admits that Edwin came to see her. The girl in despair asks what happened to her that she did not believe in her brother. The Marquise desperately says that she threw away the girl sitting inside her for the disgusting position of the head of the family. Astina approaches the guest, puts her hand on her shoulder, and says that she doesn't need to throw anything away. The Duchess assures that inside Ensorin there is neither a girl nor a man, but just a person. The Marquise says that everyone is trying so hard to bring out this in her. If Ensorin starts crying during a performance, then everyone says that the woman inside her has a soft heart. If a girl's gaze catches on jewelry, everyone claims that it is because she is a woman. That is why the Marquise is very careful with feminine items. Ensorin screams in despair that no one knows that she can't give up her damn short hair. Astina advises the Marquise not to put meaning into such things. She is capable and courageous, and these facts have never changed. Although young people criticize outfits and jewelry, calling them luxury, girls holding a sword in their hands are considered wonderful. If a girl does not meet the standards of appearance, she ceases to be a girl for everyone, which is very comical and stupid. Ensorin listens that it is also stupid that short hair made her the head of the family. Astina assures that the Marquise should not allow speeches that have no form to be twisted around her as she pleases. The Duchess asks the Marquise not to do something that she considers wrong, just because of other people. After a moment of silence, the Marquise begins to laugh loudly, clutching her stomach. Ensorin notices that the Duchess is truly a strange person. Astina calmly notes that she often hears this. The Marquise notices that the girl says such words so naturally that it seems to her that she has become even stranger. Getting ready to go home, Ensign promises that next time he will come to the Duchess in a sober mind. On the way to the carriage, the Marquise tells the servant that until now she has lived trying to protect herself. Chobi listens with surprise that according to the lady, before this she was empty, looking at the beautiful sky, and Soren reports that only now she feels as if she has filled herself. The next morning in the dining room, Arthur happily tells Jessie that now she doesn't have to go to Tristan. The girl calmly says that she received permission from the captain with her own hands. Perplexed, Arthur turns his gaze to the next table and sees the students pretty beaten up. With his head down, Jessie says he now wants to increase his training time. The girl understands that their relationship is very simple, but still asks Arthur to continue training with her. The embarrassed boy says that if his girlfriend asks so, then he cannot refuse. Theriot notes that he doesn't know what the reason is, but they have been inundated with requests for a duel since the morning. The young man explains that based on history, Tristan cannot send anything other than requests for duels. Astina notes that if everything is so, then her husband will have to fight with one person well known to her. The Duchess says that yesterday, when her husband was away, a very handsome man came to see her. Provoking her husband, the girl says that Theriot was very late, and she was very lonely. The Duke admits that he was delayed and furiously asks who this visitor was. Realizing that it is better not to joke further, the Duchess admits that the guest was the Marchesa and Soren. Relaxed, Theriot notices that Marquise Tristan is indeed a very handsome person. Taking the next letter, the Duke begins to read and freezes in amazement. The Marquise writes that, wanting to apologize for her behavior yesterday, she entered the pantry to choose a gift. In the storeroom, there were many things obtained by the ancestors as a result of disputes and victories. At the end of the letter, the Marquise reports that she, as the head of the Trista family, decided to put an end to the long-standing enmity with Atalanta. Ensoren offers spouses real friendly relations instead of old enmity. Theriot asks what happened last night, but Astina says it's a woman's little secret. At the Imperial Palace, Fremo notices that his companion is a cheeky little thing who teases him. Isis watches the scene and asks if his brother can tear himself away from his games and talk to her. Fremo turns and angrily says that it wouldn't hurt for his sister to learn how to knock. The princess calmly notices that not only she, but also the servants knocked repeatedly. Watching his mistress quickly run away, the prince asks what happened. Isis states that she thinks the Duchess of Atalanta needs to be pulled from her place. The prince thoughtfully asks the reason for such strange words, because his sister was grateful to the girl for finding the glasses. The princess states that all this is very strange, both the fact that Astina was looking for glasses and how she found them. Isis asks how likely it is that the essence of the plan will be to desecrate his brother's legitimacy. The prince asks how he could offend the Duchess, so that she decides to disgrace him. Isis says that there are rumors that the Duchess broke the curse and asks if his brother knows what they really say. Fremo is surprised to hear that people are whispering that Astina is a witch. Even the fact that a man became a beast is already amazing, and it is hardly possible to turn a beast back into a man with the help of simple luck. The prince thoughtfully says that he heard such conversations, and also that the curse was originally the work of the Duchess. After Astina found the glass, she received everyone's attention and even reached a certain level in noble society. Fremo asks if Astina was just using her, to which Isis states that that's not all. There is news that Tristan is putting aside his former feud and inviting Atalante to become friends. The prince accepts such news with laughter, because this simply cannot happen. The princess notes that if the Duchess were not a witch who lures people, this would hardly be possible. The princess confidently declares to her brother that the Duchess of Atalanta is a dangerous person, and they need to hurry up and get rid of her. Fremo leans back in his chair and declares that in any case, Atalanta can't just be touched. The princess says that they don't have to get rid of her personally. They need to make her show her weaknesses themselves. First, you need to collect evidence that the Duchess is really a witch. Frymo asks what will happen if by such actions they alienate the Duke from themselves. Because he loves his wife very much, Isis confidently states that despite the title, Theriot will not be able to protect a woman who everyone will criticize. The prince is amazed to hear that it is necessary to slander the Duchess, remove her from her place, and send Isis as the Duke's new wife. The girl is sure that the princess as a wife will be a suitable reward, and she will give her brother everything that is in Atalent. Frymo reflects that, as he expected, his sister will not miss the chance to sell herself at the highest price. The prince declares that first he will call the priest Dennis, and they will come up with a move that can be used. Isis notices that the named person is not trustworthy, and it seems that he is planning something behind his back. Frymo irritably remarks that his sister does not understand people and should not get involved in this matter. The princess humbly says that she understood everything and asks to tell her everything after her brother meets Dennis. In the corridor, Frymo's mistress catches up with Isis and asks what they were discussing at this hour. The princess tells Agatha that in the palace one must always be careful with one's words. The girl assures that she will remember the advice and invites the princess to share a meal with her, but she refers to a bunch of things to do. The girl says that as sad as it is, she needs to prepare to apologize. In the living room, Enserin smiles tightly and thanks the couple for responding to her message so quickly.
Theriot notes that the Marquise's proposal was very unexpected.
The Marquis and the Duke exchange polite phrases, but the tension is noticeable to the naked eye. Ensorin believes that now when she sends a request for a meeting, she will not be afraid of the reaction of others. The Duke says that one should not forget that he and his wife are newlyweds and should not count on frequent visits. The young people discuss that, because of the sudden truce, many different rumors arose. The Marquise notes that something needs to be done to achieve political goals, and it would be nice if Atalent were supported by Tristan. Confused, Enserin admits that he expects to receive investment from the Duke. Theriot states that if the Marchioness wants to contribute to the production of weapons, then she will not have an easy time getting support. Enserin declares that the Duke has nothing to worry about and calls Chobi standing nearby with his fingers. While the servant is laying out the papers, the Marquis says that the bloody era is over and therefore a new alternative plan must be found. The girl says that the production of weapons is a thing of the past, and now they use the equipment to create a variety of products. Some time later, the Duke and Marchioness shake hands, rejoicing that they have taken the first step towards harmony. Astina intervenes in the conversation and says that she has one more proposal to what they have already discussed. The husband and girlfriend listen with surprise that the Duchess would like their subjects to carry out some exchange among themselves. Astina says that you can select a number of knights from their squads and send each other on an excursion. Enserin asks if this means that the girl she saw will still come to them. Astina says that Jessie decided to stay in Atalent and nothing can be done about it. Having resolved all the issues, the Marquise stands next to Astina and says that it is time for them to go. The Duchess explains to her husband that she promised Princess Isis to introduce the Marchioness. The wife promises that she will not be back late and asks her husband to take care of the house. In the carriage, Enserin hears a song about a witch with red hair and says that it has been very popular with children lately. Astina is surprised to hear that all this is not without reason, and the Duchess should hurry up and take action. Enserin advises from time to time to listen to what is happening on the streets, because she herself wanders around them for a reason. Astina begins to listen to the words of the song, and she doesn't really like it all. Heading into the garden, the Marquise assures the Duchess that all this is obvious nonsense. Astina replies that it is impossible to always remain popular only in the good aspect. Stopping at a flower bed, the Duchess says that she is very interested in how creative the enemies will use it. Isis greets the guests and says that it is impossible to believe that Tristan and Atalanta will be together in one place. Enserin greets the princess and remarks that this has given her a chance to meet her highness. The girls sit silently at the table, The Marquise looks around in surprise and wonders how long this silence will last. Suddenly, the princess bows her head and in a guilty voice asks the Marquise for forgiveness. Isis admits that it was she who ordered the attack on Ensoren during the hunt. Hearing the unexpected confession, the Marquise jumps up from her seat in rage. Noticing the Marquise's reaction, the princess asks her to sit down and listen to what she has to say. Isis says that the Duchess did not know anything. This decision was made by her alone. The princess continues that she needed proof that the Marchioness would not stab the Duchess in the back. Ensoren cannot believe that this is the reason why assassins were sent to her. Isis calmly says that she is not so brave as to kill nobles from the highest imperial society. Astina listens with interest to Her Highness's words that she could not easily trust the Marquise Tristan. Ensoren passionately says that her feud with Atalanta has nothing to do with the imperial palace. Isis looks irritably at the Marquise and notices that this is not about the imperial palace. Ensoren understands that the princess did everything alone. But if this is not all for the sake of Fremo, then for what reason? Isis declares that she has a grandiose dream. She is going to become an empress. Ensoren says it all feels like a made-up excuse after an assassination attempt on her went wrong. Isis notes that the Marquise must be well aware of the many hardships that she had to endure because she was a girl. The princess says that the Marchioness, too, who had talents, simply moved in the shadow of her brother. Ensoren looks at the princess in surprise, wondering if she, too, had to endure all this time. Isis says that she was alarmed by the Marquise's devotion and wanted to take possession of such a person. Ensoren reasons that even though the princess is a supporter of the Duchess, she is still too dangerous. The Marquise says that she cannot make a decision right away and needs time to think. Isis interrupts the Marquise and asks if she will help in making her a second Martina. Ensoren drops to one knee and declares that he will gladly follow the princess's orders. Isis says that she would like to give the sword to the Marquise right now, but now is not the right place for this. Placing her hand on Ensoren's head, the princess declares that when she sits on the throne, she will be the first to give her a knightly name. Ensoren looks at Her Majesty with tears in her eyes and admits that this is an incredible honor for her. The girls look in surprise as the Marquise runs away in tears, muttering something under her breath. Isis ironically notes that she apologized, and Astina says that they were mixed with lies. The Duchess notices that the princess also spoke to her about the second Martina. Isis says with a grin that she says this to women, but to men she voices the name Elito. With a grin, the princess notes that this always works 100% out of 100. The girl repeats her words that an honest woman cannot get anything. Astina leaves the carriage late at night, realizing that she returned much later than she had planned. Entering the bedroom, the Duchess is surprised to notice that her husband is already pretty drunk. Without looking at his wife, Theriot wonders if his wife had fun. The girl replies that they were talking about things that give headaches. Astina looks at the Duke and notices that it is already late, and it would be time to go to bed. The Duchess changes the subject and says that the days are getting shorter, which means winter is coming. Theriot notes that perhaps this is why his heart freezes. Looking at her husband, the girl understands that he was quite offended. Sitting down in a chair, Astina notices that last time her husband also returned home late. Theriot replies that it was only once and asks how many times over the past month his wife has been delayed. Realizing that her husband is right, Astina says that all this was part of her responsibilities. The girl gets up irritably and says that if her husband has accumulated so many complaints, they will talk about it when he sobers up. Theriot jumps up and grabs his wife's hand, to which she asks in surprise if she has anything to tell him. The Duke sits down, lowers his head and says that none of this matters. His mood must have deteriorated on its own. Astina looks at her husband and asks in surprise if he is crying. Theriot looks at his wife in rage and declares that he did not even think about crying. He just has such drunken habits. Astina sits next to the young man, and he notices that she spends more time with her friend than with her own husband. Leaning towards the Duke, the girl notices that there is a compelling argument because the Marchioness is a woman. Realizing that her words did not reassure her husband, Astina raises her hands and jokingly says that they can sign an agreement. Theriot immediately gets up and, to his wife's surprise, takes a blank sheet of paper from the table. The young man notices that quite often couples sign a prenuptial agreement, so why not try it? Astina says with interest that it is very interesting to look at the post-nuptial agreement. Theriot states that each of them will write 3 points that he wants from the other. Looking at the determined expression on her face and the prepared paper, Astina feels like she has been caught. Theriot calls the first condition a mandatory kiss once a day or any other manifestation of love. While writing down, the Duke says that the second condition is to think about your partner first. Astina accepts everything her husband says with a smile and asks what his third wish is. Lost in thought, Theriot writes down that his wife should meet much less frequently with Marchioness Tristan. To her husband's amazement, the Duchess voices her first condition, namely, not to whine when she arrives home late. Noticing that her husband is lost in thought, the girl asks why he doesn't write it down. Suddenly, Theriot throws his pen onto the table with all his might and shouts that he won't write this down. Pressing his hands to his face, the Duke desperately asks him to stop making fun of him. Astina calmly asks if her husband isn't interested in what else she wanted to say. The young man declares that his wife is very bad. The girl replies that he only says that because he is drunk. Not wanting to continue the argument, Astina abruptly bends down and kisses her husband. Having dismissed his wife, the Duke notes that this will not make him turn a blind eye. Astina calmly notes that the conditions of 1 kiss a day can be considered fulfilled. Touching Theriot's nose, the Duchess once again repeats that she and the Marchioness in Soren are just friends. Taking his wife's hand and looking intently at her, the Duke declares that the problem is not yet settled. Throwing the girl onto the sofa, Theriot begins to frantically take off her clothes. The young man passionately kisses his wife, and she notices that now he is behaving more naturally. When the Duke gets close to Astina's face, she shields herself and says that he smells strongly of alcohol. The Duke suddenly jumps up, runs to the exit, and shouts that he will wash himself right away. After a while, Theriot, who returned, picks up the sleeping Astina in his arms and carries her to bed. In the morning, Hyson reports that the atmosphere in the capital is unusual, and the actions of Carabella's believers are especially suspicious. The Duchess says that they must be performing purification rites before the great holiday. The knight notices that the scope of what is happening is noticeably different from what it was last time. Previously, a small group of people went to certain places, but now it happens in a huge column. The Duchess says that the time has come for the temple to show something, because the further it goes, the fewer believers there are. Suddenly, Theriot runs into the office and says that the time has finally come. Astina explains to Hyson that today is a historical day where the exchange of interaction between Atalanta and Tristan will take place. Astina explains that she couldn't send Jessie without a title to the exchange event. Instead, she chose the captain and the brave fighters. The Duchess hopes that by training with the girls, their knights will learn a lot, and ultimately, it will help Jessie. Theriot greets Captain Calix, who in turn thanks the Duke for the opportunity. The young man understands that there is a deep gorge between the knights of the two families, and it will not be easy for them to make friends. Suddenly, Theriot notices his wife talking with some knight of Tristan. Adolf asks with interest whether he should address Astina formally, since she married the Duke. The girl laughingly says that she did not expect the guy to comply with formalities, and asks him to be careful only at official events. The young man says that Marquise Tristan promised to hire him as a knight. During the graduation period, Madame personally selected several people and personally trained them. Quoting the Marquise, Adolf says that he was the best opponent who does not succumb to women because they are women. Suddenly, Theriot interrupts the conversation with his sudden appearance. Astina introduces the men, saying that Adolf is her close friend from the academy. The knight says that he did not expect the girl to get married. He believed that she would spend her whole life alone. Noticing with what tenderness the spouses look at each other, Adolf says that he needs to return to his comrades. Looking at the knights, Astina asks Adolf in surprise why all their clothes are wet. The young man says that the priests have gone crazy and are pouring holy water on all the people passing by. The knight says that this also affected him and asks the Duchess to be careful. Astina is somewhat alarmed by the current situation, but she doesn't yet know how to feel about it. A few days later, rumors spread throughout the city that the priests have caught a criminal with dark energy. Men notice that thanks to the church, the crime rate has noticeably decreased. The nobility is sure that now the influence of the temple will increase and donations will have to be made. The women discuss that the emperor has summoned the chief priest and intends to rebaptize. A few days later, Astina receives an invitation from the emperor. She and her husband are invited to baptism. Theriot reads the message and notes that this was expected, because it was Astina who found the second glass. Taking a cup of tea, the girl thoughtfully says that it is worth preparing well. In the house of worship, the priest is ready to bestow divine blessing on the next successor of this country. Astina quietly notes that with the help of this event, the temple will be able to collect a lot of donations and increase its scale. The Holy Father says that they can no longer observe the atheists who have filled the capital. In order for the temple to discover the evil that is plaguing the universal faith, they need to pray and pray again. Outside, Princess Isis greets a young girl standing nearby. Nadia Avalar, the prince's fiancée, happily says that she has not seen Isis for a long time. The princess notices her brother coming out of the church and invites Nadia to go to lunch together. Approaching Frymo, Isis asks his brother to accompany his bride. Walking arm in arm with the prince, the lady notices that quite a long time has passed since their last meeting. Looking after the couple, the princess thinks that her brother is not so stupid as to treat the future empress rudely. Isis turns around sharply when she hears that she has an incredible talent for ruining the lives of rich ladies. Belita Selen stands in front of the princess and greets her half-elder sister. Isis notes with a grin that she did not expect the girl to attend this event. Belita feigns a shudder and assures that she couldn't miss what her sister invited her to. The princess notices that the other brothers and sisters were more perceptive and did not come. With a forced smile, Belita listens that she must have been through a lot while traveling to the capital from her distant estate. Isis asks if her sister will have time before leaving to visit the place where the princess lives. With a fake smile, Belita replies that it would be a great honor for her. Miss Celine leaves with rage, thinking that she knows very well who killed her little brother. Noticing Freem, the girl decisively approaches him and greets her brother. His Highness looks at the girl puzzled and asks what she is doing here. Belita says that she came to congratulate the prince on finally receiving the successor cup. Leaning towards the bride, Freemo tells her to go alone, and he will talk a little and catch up with her. Looking after the bride, the prince declares that, unlike Isis, he does not have the ability to gnaw the enemy's neck with teeth hidden under soft words. Freemo asks if Belita knows why even his sister is careful with her words in front of him. Eyes blazing furiously, the prince declares that this is because he is more used to seeing blood in person. Belita understands that this man is still cruel, but she cannot back down right now. The girl says that she doesn't even know if Isis is really careful with her words or is pretending to mock Freimo. The prince confidently declares that this is proof of Isis's loyalty, and that it was she who sent the girl outside the palace. Belita agrees that her sister drove her away because this was the only way she could transfer the throne to Freemo or take it for herself. The prince declares that he left the girl alone, but there is no end to her impudent speeches. Obviously, she has finally gone crazy. Belita looks at her brother with a grin and asks if he really believes that Isis will remain in the role of advisor. The girl understands that she cannot immediately force her brother to go against his sister, but at least she can plant a small seed of doubt. Belita whispers in her brother's ear that when he gets the empire, it will not be his. Freemo furiously pushes her sister's hand away and declares that she miscalculated if she expected her stupid tricks to work. Belita bows and says that only time will tell whether it is tricks or advice. Looking after the girl, Fremo calls his faithful servant Felix, who also comes running to the call. The prince gives the order to assign a person to Belita on the way home. Her carriage should not reach the lands of Selene. Under cover of darkness, the carriage stops and Theriot offers his hand to help Astina get out. Looking around, the Duchess notes that, fortunately, there is no one around. The Duke asks who his wife is talking about, and she replies that she is talking about priests. The woman behind the counter greets customers and asks how she can help them. Astina asks to show them the board that Lady Koval made popular. The woman notices with understanding that the gentlemen want to see used items. Hearing that they have arrived at the address, Theriot carefully watches the man who is standing at the door. The woman pulls back the curtain and points to the secret passage, saying that the gentleman can come down here. Going down the stairs, the Duke asks with interest how his wife knows the secret code, and she replies that Oliver told her it. The merchant happily greets the couple and assures them that he has everything they want. Taking off the hood, Theriot declares that if they had to come here in vain, then they will not leave, leaving everything just like that. The man looks in horror at the silver hair and realizes that in front of him is a monster duke. The Duke orders all the things that belong to Atalante to be brought. Looking at the items on display, Astina is amazed at how much was taken away. The seller assures that he did not know that everything was stolen. The Duchess states that she does not blame the man because he probably would not have bought them if he had known that they were stolen. Deciding that the Duchess is very naive, the merchant asks how they will deal with payment for delivery. Astina, who is not so naive, is amazed at the man's amazing impudence. In the carriage, the girl assured her husband that if they immediately severely punish one merchant, the others would immediately hide. Theriot assures that in this case they will behave more brazenly from the very beginning. The Duke declares that his wife is too kind, and now he wants to brutally deal with the thief. Astina asks her husband to be generous, because in fact, the merchant is not to blame for anything. The man falls to his knees and assures that he will cover all transportation costs. The Duke states that the merchant must keep everything a secret from the people associated with this matter. Pointing to several items, Astina orders them to be loaded into the carriage, and the rest to be sent to their estate. The merchant reflects that he cannot remain defeated alone. The merchant tells the Duke that he knows of shops that have several portraits of Atalanta's ancestors. The Duchess realizes that she was right. People hate it when they themselves end up losing. On the street, the girl praises her husband, saying that the further he goes, the better his acting becomes. Confused, the Duke replies that this is due to the fact that he has an outstanding mentor. Suddenly, the couple hear some screams and notice that a lot of people have gathered near their carriage. The Duchess calmly approaches the carriage and asks the coachman what is happening here. A man separates from the crowd and introduces himself as the head priest, Dennis Jordan. The Duchess wonders why the priest came here. The man says that he felt an unpleasant energy from the carriage, became worried, and came to help. The priest asks if he can inspect the carriage, and Astina understands that even if he refuses, he will not give up. Having opened the door, Dennis looks with a strange look at the objects that lie inside. The priest states that he feels an unusual energy and asks where they bought these things. Dennis points to one of the vases and says that it is the source of dark energy. The man asks if he can take her, because the girl will have to get rid of her anyway. Astina listens thoughtfully as Dennis assures that the vase is saturated with immoral energy, so it is better for the priest to get rid of it. Turning away, the girl declares that the priest is right, and that is exactly what should be done. The priest thanks for the help and asks what the girl's name is and where she lives. The Duchess states that her name is Rose Anderson, and she lives near the square. Dennis says that if they still have questions, they will still find the girl. Looking after the carriage, Dennis mockingly thinks that Duchess Astina failed to trick him. One of the priests examines the vase and asks if Dennis really feels bad energy from this object. The priest looks at the young man with contempt and asks if he really doubts his strength. The young man shakes his head negatively. The man thinks to himself that it doesn't matter what energy comes from the useless ceramics. The main thing is that it will help turn the Duchess into a witch. The man recalls how Isis insisted that this store did not need to be checked. It was very suspicious. As he leaves, the priest wonders why the princess wanted to hide the weakness of the Duke's family. Stopping, Dennis thinks that initially it was Isis who suggested that Fremo make Astina a witch. Noticing the bewilderment from the other priests, Dennis says with a laugh that he was just thinking.
The next morning, the priest tells the prince that he has found an excuse to make the Duchess a witch.
Dennis says that he exposed the girl when she, hiding her identity, bought antiques on the black market. Among the confiscated items, one thing suited their request, and now all that remains is to lead the masses, justifying it with negative energy. The prince notices that the Holy Father has done a good job, very good. Suddenly, Dennis asks how Isis is doing. Fremo asks in confusion why he is interested in this. Dennis states that the prince does not like it when people talk in a loopy way, so he will get straight to the point. Fremo is perplexed to hear that, according to the priest, the princess is behaving strangely. The day before the incident, the princess called Dennis to her place and said that there was no need to go to the area of houses near the square. But unexpectedly, this place turned out to be exactly where the priest caught the Duke's family. Fremo asks if Dennis wants to say that Isis, secretly from him, has some other goal. The priest notices that the princess first proposed a plan, but decided to push it at the very moment that could become evidence. Dennis reflects that it is quite possible that Isis simply wanted to sweep him aside and take all the credit for herself. The priest understands that if he wants to squeeze between brother and sister, then he needs to sow enmity between them. Dennis asks if Princess Isis knows why she gave such an order. Irritated, Fremo says he has no idea what's going on in that girl's head. Whatever the princess is thinking, no one can find out about it. The priest notices that Fremo and Isis are not the same body, and he should know that everyone can have their own desires. The prince remembers Belita's words. She also said something like that. Suddenly, there is a rustling sound, and Dennis is frightened and realizes that there is someone else in the room. But Fremo assures that there is nothing to worry about. Hastily getting ready, the priest once again asks the prince to consider his words. After waiting for the priest to leave, Fremo declares that the girl can now go out. Agatha peeks out from behind the curtain and asks why the prince decided that she would not understand anything. Stretching out on the bed, the girl notices that the meaning of every word spoken has reached her. Fremo wonders what Agatha thinks about Dennis's words and what he should do with Isis. The girl thoughtfully says that, in her opinion, it is worth doing as the priest said. Agatha reflects that while Isis is truly an incredible person, this could be a double-edged sword. The girl continues that the princess has great influence, and everything is based on her decision. Agatha jumps up and declares that after Fremo takes the throne, Isis will literally become regent, which is very humiliating. Noticing that the prince was angry at her words, the girl invites him to calm down and think about everything objectively. Agatha notices that the princess has taken control of all the affairs in the castle, and even if the girl herself becomes the empress, nothing will change. Fremo grinningly thinks that the stupid girl hopes to take his wife's place. The prince says thoughtfully that lately his sister has been trying to pin him down every now and then. Agatha says that since the prince wants to get rid of the Duchess, then he needs to do something to frame Princess Isis. The girl stares at the prince and says that he must feed his sister poison. Agatha assures that if Fremo does not want to be hit by a coup after taking a weak action, then he needs to act for sure. The girl is sure that Mrs. Isis will not leave alone anyone who tries to remove her from her place. Agatha says that she is not sure that it will be possible to make a witch out of the Duchess. You can have Atalanta blamed and shaken, but most likely that will be the end of it. Phrymo says that Isis will take care of this herself, and she has probably thought about the next steps. The prince flinches when the girl asks why he thinks he cannot do what Lady Isis is capable of. Agatha says that the princess is a bad influence on her brother. She downplays the areas in which he can make decisions. The girl assures that the time has come when the prince must get out from under her influence and show his generosity. You need to give the princess poison and arrange everything as if the Duchess did it. Agatha says that if public opinion deteriorates, then there will be no need to make sacrifices. Everyone will believe the Duchess is a criminal. A few days later, Adolf desperately tries to get Astina's attention. Once again, the knight shouts that there are rumors outside that the Duchess is a witch. The young man assures that we need to get a hand on this as quickly as possible before everything takes a more serious turn. Seeing the girl's complete indifference, Adolf knocks on his chest and assures that it is dangerous to leave everything as it is. Changing the subject, the Duchess asks how Arthur has been doing lately. Adolf says with a grin that the boy diligently fulfills the punishment assigned to him by the Duke. Astina remembers how she forced the boy to write a letter of repentance, which became his first punishment. Suddenly the door swings open and Theriot runs into the room, turning his head in different directions. Noticing that his wife is not alone, the Duke apologizes for disturbing him and says that it is time for them to go. Taking her husband's hand, Astina tells Adolf that they will talk next time. After asking where the couple are going, Adolf hears that the couple decided to go to the temple and make a donation to them. Noticing Theriot's strange look, Adolf notices that he is behaving more childishly than one might expect. On the way to the temple, the Duke wonders how Astina met Adolf. The Duchess briefly tells her husband about the circumstances that preceded her meeting the guy. Theriot says thoughtfully that dating is very different from what happens now. Looking at her husband, Astina assures him that now she and Adolf are just friends. Gently taking his wife by the hand, the young man notices that she has too many friends. The girl says that she is hot, and Theriot notices that her hands are cold. Astina says that her husband is clearly jealous, and he replies that he hopes that because of this, his wife will love him more. The Duchess notices that although she has many friends, she has only one husband. Theriot cannot cope with his emotions and lashes out at his wife. After a while, the couple is frightened to hear that they will soon arrive at the temple. Theriot frantically buttons his wife's clothes, and she wipes the sweat from his face. In great embarrassment, the Duke admits that he has nothing to say in his own defense, especially since they are going to pray. Astina laughs and says that it's good that they both have no religion. The priest greets the gentleman and says that the archbishop is already waiting for them. The man jumps up and asks if they got to the temple well. Theriot notices that the temple is much noisier than when they visited it previously. The archbishop notices that recently their number of parishioners has increased. Astina says their family would like to make a donation so that the temple can continue to strive for the teachings of God. The man jumps up joyfully and says that he is going to get the necessary documents. Remembering his gratitude, the archbishop declares that any choice of the spouses will be accompanied by the patronage of Carabella. Theriot notes that for a man who cares about God, the archbishop is quite interested in material goods. Looking at the temple, Astina notes that it has changed little over time. During Martina's time, the Duchess imposed a lot of restrictions on them. The Empress had no choice, because it was reasonable to use them for political purposes. But if they increased their strength, then problems would begin. However, the girl did not think that even calling themselves the state religion, they would turn out to be so popular. The archbishop notices the Duchess's thoughtfulness and suggests that she must be bored talking about numbers. The man offers the girl a tour of the temple, but she refuses, citing the fact that everyone is busy with important matters. The wife tells her husband that she will go and pray about their family life and asks her husband to come to her chapel when finished. Theriot kisses his wife affectionately on the cheek and assures that he will quickly follow her. The archbishop looks away in embarrassment and realizes that the rumors about the couple's relationship turned out to be true. The girl looks at the huge statue of Martina and remembers that, being the daughter of nomads, she borrowed the name of the goddess of the battlefield Carabella. Taking a closer look at the statue, Astina notices that it was made quite well. Suddenly, behind the girl, a priest's voice is heard, telling her that in front of her is a statue of the first empress. Dennis explains that it was Martina who ordered the construction of the temple, and this statue was erected as a sign of gratitude. Leaning towards the Duchess, the man introduces himself as Chief Priest Dennis Jordan. The man assumes that in front of him is the Duchess of Atalanta, who came with her husband to meet the Archbishop. The girl looks at the priest with suspicion, realizing that he is only pretending that their meeting was accidental. Dennis wonders if Astina knows that Martina descended from the nomads of Leth. The Duchess remarks with a grin that she cannot help but know such a common fact. The Holy Father asks if in this case the girl knows what kind of people these nomads were. Dennis says that there are folk tales that the nomads of Leth were the children of the devil. Astina asks what fairy tale the interlocutor is talking about, not about Alatane. Dennis begins to say that a long time ago, the Alatane had mystical powers. These powers were mostly transmitted to women, but occasionally manifested themselves in men. Jordan notes that this happened very rarely, because the leaders of the Alatane were almost always women. Astina asks if the priest wants to say that this is the reason why Martina gained such an influential position. Having received confirmation, Astina, to Dennis's chagrin, only says that it must be a powerful force. The man assures that if the girl knew how much rejection men experienced because of this power, her opinion would change. Astina asks if this was not exactly the opposite of Carabella's current patriarchal society. Dennis admits with a sweet smile that he has nothing to object to. The priest continues that he is sure that the throne could only be occupied by a woman who is the daughter of the devil. Seeing the bewilderment on the Duchess's face, the man says that the devil's skin is softer and his speech is sweet. Astina understands that these words are aimed at Isis. The Holy Father checks whether she is in cahoots with the princess. The Duchess declares that she does not quite understand what she is talking about, because if Martina was the daughter of the devil, then who would benefit from taking her hand? Astina asks if Dennis is talking about Ilido, or about the religious organization that accepted her support and built this temple. Dennis waves his hands and says that his speeches were not aimed at anything related to Empress Martina. The girl says that, according to him, it turns out that the temple was built by the daughter of the devil, and asks how she should deal with someone who practices blasphemy. The Duchess says she can just go back and tell the Archbishop, or even report everything to the Emperor. Dennis realizes that he has completely failed hearing that Astina can make him answer for dishonoring their ancestors. The priest assures that his words were only a comparison, and if the Duchess is unpleasant, then he asks for forgiveness. The man swears that he had no bad thoughts. He just told a sad story about the Empress. Astina asks if Dennis knows which place in the body words must pass before they come out. Tapping her finger on the head, the Duchess says that it is nothing more than a head. Turning away, the girl says that she is not going to make a fuss, so she should stop for today. Dennis once again asks for forgiveness, and the girl thinks that she did not expect him to give up so quickly. Turning away, Astina says that she does not need an apology in words only. The priest grinds his teeth with anger and thinks that he shouldn't let the girl go like that. Dennis calls out to the Duchess and asks why her voice is so familiar to him and whether they have met before. The girl calmly replies that she is not sure, but this may well be so. Dennis asks if Astina came to the temple for any reason. The girl confidently replies that she doesn't understand what she's talking about. She hadn't come to the temple until that moment. Backing away, the priest sheepishly says that he was probably mistaken. Walking furiously away, Dennis thinks that they will see how long the Duchess can remain so self-confident. Finally, the memorable day of the announcement of the heir to the imperial family of Carabella arrived. Despite some delay, Prince Fremo had already been named Crown Prince, so nothing had changed. Nadia Avalar, who will become the heir's wife, stubbornly follows the Duchess. The girl can't decide whether Astina really looks like a witch. Nadia doesn't believe it yet, but she has been asked to keep an eye on the Duchess for the rest of the evening. The maid assures that it is time for the lady to return to the groom, but the girl says that this is all for the sake of the princess. The maid wonders what the girl was talking about with Her Highness this morning. Before meeting Isis, Nadia is very worried about whether the princess will like her. The mother always warned her daughter that she should be careful with Isis, even though the girl was able to become Frimo's bride only thanks to her. Nadia received a lot of help, so she really wants to be on good terms with Isis, and today she must show herself in a good light. Isis says that although she is now engaged in household affairs, after becoming the prince's wife, this responsibility will pass to Nadia. The princess notices that the responsibilities will be very pressing, but she hopes that the girl will gradually get used to it. Nadia passionately asks Isis not to worry. She will try harder than anyone else. Suddenly, the girl grabs the princess's hand and says that she doesn't want Her Highness to feel lonely. Isis is amazed to hear that Nadia thought that since the princess's brother was getting married, it would make her plunge into thoughts about the past. Miss Avalar asks Isis to treat her like a little sister and that she will visit her much more often in the future. Unable to bear it, Isis, to Nadia's great surprise, begins to laugh loudly. The princess cannot believe that a naive girl could think that she and her brother were sincerely attached to each other. Her Highness notices that she has long forgotten the meaning of the word sister. The girl says that in childhood she had a sister who later died. Nadia is perplexed. She has not heard about Empress Isabel having another daughter. Suddenly, the princess says that if you look closely, Nadia looks a little like her. Miss Avalar is just as young, naive, and weak, and she warms up to other people in the same way. It was a truly useless death. So thinking about it now, Isis feels her mind clouding. The princess notes that ignorance indicates that a person has no power, and his life is in other hands. Nadia anxiously admits that she doesn't quite understand what the princess wants to tell her. The girl states that if Nadia can make wise choices, then they can still remain on good terms. Miss Avalar presses her hand to her chest and asks firmly if there is anything she can do to help the princess. Isis wonders if the interlocutor has heard rumors that the Duchess is a witch. Nadia looks at the princess in confusion and asks if it was not false gossip. Isis says she thought so too, but the more she got to know the Duchess, the more strange she felt. The princess wonders if the girl can watch the Duchess's actions at the evening. Nadia says that she doesn't see anything suspicious, and the maid replies that she is the only one who looks suspicious here. Princess Belita asks how Astina decided to appear at the party, knowing all the rumors that were circulating about her. Theriot states that the Viscount's wife, Selina, behaves extremely ill-mannered. The girl looks at the Duke with fury, not understanding how he dared to talk to her in such a tone. Belita says that she was interested in the reason for the appearance of people in this place who had not been present here for some time. Frimo approaches the company and notices that Belita still has a lot to say at such a happy event. The prince strongly advises his sister not to make unnecessary noise, and it is better to return to her place. Belita leaves, and the prince asks for forgiveness for his sister's rudeness. Theriot says on such a beautiful day it's worth ignoring the incident. Looking at the Duke, Frimo notices that he is very straightforward, but this will not last long. The prince pats Theriot on the shoulder, says that the reception will begin soon, and offers to go together. Frimo raises his glass and declares that today's event is happening thanks to Isis. The princess is surprised to hear that her brother gives her the opportunity to be the first to say congratulations. Isis clears his throat and says that although he is shy, he will still make the first toast. Standing up, the girl raises a glass to the new emperor, who will remain in the history of this empire for a long time. The princess drains her glass, and a moment later her face changes dramatically. The princess falls back unconscious, and Frimo rushes towards her with a loud cry. Grabbing his sister in his arms, the prince shouts that someone poured poison into her glass. The emperor jumps to his feet and shouts to the guards to immediately cordon off the entire hall. Nadia looks at the princess, not understanding who could encroach on her life. Looking at the imperturbable Duchess, the girl does not understand how she can remain so calm. Fremo shouts loudly, asking if anyone saw anything suspicious. Suddenly, one of the footmen raises his hand and says that he saw someone pour something into the princess's glass. Trembling, the guy points at Astina and states that her ladyship did it. Fremo grabs the footman and asks why he didn't say so right away. But the guy says it happened quickly, and he didn't have time to say anything. Astina calmly looks at what is happening and declares that this is all slander. Rejecting the prince's accusations, the girl says that there was no point in poisoning the princess in front of everyone. The Duchess assures that if she had such a plan, she would force the servants to do it. Fremo recognizes the logic of her words. However, the prince says there is very strict security in the castle, and only the one who is sitting next to Isis could add poison. When Fremo asks Nadia if she saw anything, the girl does not know what to answer or what to do. The prince begins to shout at the bride and demands her to answer, because she was sitting opposite. Nadia begins to tremble because for the first time the groom raised his voice at her and began to threaten. Having made up her mind, Miss Avalor loudly declares that she also saw everything that happened. To Fremo's delight, the girl says that she saw the Duchess pour something into Isis's glass. Looking at Lady Nadia, Astina then suggests checking her words. The Duchess asks what color of powder the lady said she poured into the princess's sides. The girl does not know what to answer and looks pleadingly at her fiancé. Without waiting for an answer from Nadia, the Duchess says with satisfaction that she does not know the answer. Turning to the footman, Astina asks what he can say about this. The young man trembles, realizing that this was not part of the plans, and says that he was too far away. Theriot begins to shout that this is complete nonsense. The guy saw how the powder was added, but cannot name its color. Fremo states that the Duke grasps at strange things and should not deviate from the point. The prince is furious and says that despite the rumors, he invited the couple to the holiday, and they retaliated by killing his sister. Fremo looks towards the guards and orders the Duchess to be arrested immediately. Theriot shields his wife with himself, preventing the guards from running towards her. Looking at the scene, the prince approaches the bride and says that she has nothing to fear. He can protect her. Looking at Astina, Nadia wonders if the one being dragged like this could be a witch. The next day, the capital is abuzz with news that the Duchess wanted to poison Princess Isis. Residents are happy that the princess was able to survive and recently woke up. Dennis comes to Astina in prison and asks if she was doing well at that time. The Duchess replies that it's not very good, but it's clear from the Holy Father that he lives quite well. The man notices that the girl is very caring, although now she should take more care of herself. Dennis says that he came to conduct an interrogation and asks how long ago her marriage took place and at what time the Duke changed his appearance. Astina looks calmly at the Holy Father and does not utter a word. The man asks how long the suspect plans to remain silent. Hearing that in this way the girl is worsening her situation, Astina declares that the man is simply a fool. Dennis states that she cannot behave like this now because her answers will affect her life. Rising, Astina declares that the man failed to understand God's teachings, not because he was unwilling, but because he was stupid. Snatching the papers from the priest's hands, the girl reads with interest what she is accused of. Looking at Dennis, the Duchess asks how a person who has lied about God's will can call himself a believer. Throwing the scraps in the man's face, Astina declares that he does not know his place. The priest furiously says that he will gladly meet with the Duchess in 2 days at the court hearing.
The Duchess notes that she will definitely repay Dennis so that he has enough.
Isis looks at Nadia running into her room and asks her to come closer. The girl squeezes the princess's hand and says that she is glad that she finally opened her eyes. The princess thoughtfully asks to tell Nadia about what happened that evening. Isis says that he is aware that everyone is blaming the Duchess and asks if it is true that the girl testified against her. Miss Avalor throws herself on the princess's bed in tears and admits that she really didn't see anything. Isis does not understand how a girl could do such a dangerous thing and turn the Duchess into a criminal with her false testimony. Nadia is trembling with fear, and the princess, using all her acting abilities, says that she doesn't even know what to do now. The princess says that as soon as the girl receives a request from the court, she should call in sick and not go anywhere. Isis wipes away Nadia's tears and says that the court will sort everything out, and she doesn't need to fight Atalanta for Frimo's sake. Later, the maid says that Nadia helped the princess a lot, despite the fact that the antidote was taken on time. The princess thoughtfully asks whether the maid delivered the letter on time, to which the woman nods affirmatively. After reading the letters, Astina thinks that everything is ready and is now looking forward to the court hearing. When the Duchess appears as the accused, the crowd in the courtroom begins to buzz. The judge opens the hearing and calls the priest Dennis, who acts as the prosecution. The Holy Father says that he is a witness to the incident and a permanent priest of a religious organization. Going through the papers, Dennis says that 2 weeks ago he performed cleansing rituals on the streets of the city. On this day, the disguised dukes were returning to the carriage after purchasing a controversial item. The priest points to a ceramic vase and says that this is the same item. Dennis says that he immediately realized that the object contained a curse aimed at the imperial family, so he immediately removed it. Astina calmly listens that because the item was taken away from her, she decided to act on her own. The priest also adds that during the meeting, the Duchess called herself by someone else's name. Dennis shouts that Astina deliberately hid her name, thereby refusing an official investigation. Theriot is alarmed to hear whispers in the hall that all this looks very suspicious. Dennis says that he has everything. The judge calls the next witness. A merchant enters the hall, and the judge asks if this is the item that the man sold from his shop. The man admits that this item is from his store, and that the Duchess and her husband purchased it not long ago. The merchant says that the girl also purchased ancient books, but does not know how to answer the judge's question for what purpose they were bought. Frimo mockingly thinks that the books are just another whim of an eccentric woman who loves antiques. The man begins to tremble and admits that, in fact, all these things were Atalanta's treasures. Dennis doesn't understand what this idiot is talking about, because he didn't say anything like that when the priest came to him. The man says that, according to the Duchess, all these things ended up on the black market as a result of theft. The merchant says that the couple bought just a clay pot, and he himself recalls Theriot's threats. There is a hubbub in the hall that all these purchases are related to lifting the curse. Dennis understands that because of the merchant's words, everything can now be turned upside down. Suddenly the priest turns around, realizing that this could all be the princess's plan. The judge asks the accused to tell in detail everything that happened. Astina admits with sadness in her voice that at first she could not manage the servants properly, so something terrible happened. The vassals took advantage of the moment and stole the duke's property. Most of the items were sold to this merchant. The Duchess says that she and her husband found themselves in the capital and decided to return the stolen items. Dennis is furious and asks why, in this case, the Duchess did not give her name and used a pseudonym. With tears in her eyes, Astina says that the situation itself is terrible, and she did not dare to tell everyone about it. Crying, the girl says that she endured insults and kept her mouth shut, but the longer she remained silent, the more she was accused and called a witch. People begin to say that there was a misunderstanding because of the priest, and the Duchess is not to blame for anything. Dennis bows and admits that there was a misunderstanding between the Duchess and the temple. However, the priest says this cannot be evidence that there was no attempt to kill the princess. Dennis points to the footman and says that there is a specific witness connected with this incident. The priest says that with the help of the source, it is possible to grasp the thread leading to the criminal. Dennis shows everyone a bottle with a crystal and says that it is a mineral called realgar. This mineral comes from mines that produce gold, silver, and copper, but if refined, it turns into arsenic. The Holy Father says that in the southern part, where Atalanta is located, are the mines where most of the minerals are mined. Dennis asks to take careful measures in relation to the mines located on the territory of Atalanta. The judge nods and says that he has taken into account the information of the Holy Father and asks the next witness to enter the courtroom. Agatha Alito declares that she came to court to reveal the real criminal. The girl states that the real culprit of this incident is none other than Crown Prince Fremo. His Highness jumps up from his seat in panic and amazement. The judge asks for what reason His Highness the Prince wanted to kill Princess Isis. The girl says that although the relationship seemed good on the outside, Isis did a lot for His Highness. However, Agatha continues, Prince Fremo had an inferiority complex towards his sister. People begin to whisper, agreeing that even the prince's followers were constantly running to the princess. Nothing could really work without going through Princess Isis. Agatha says that everyone knows that she will gain absolutely nothing from this confession. The girl, crying, says that she can no longer love the immoral killer. Fremo rushes to his mistress, but Dennis intercepts him, convincing him that the prince needs to remain calm. Addressing the judge, Dennis declares that this confession is nothing more than a fantasy. Agatha wipes away her tears and says that only the priest throws around fantasies, and she has irrefutable proof. The girl says that the lands of Selene are located in the same southern territories as the lands of Atalanta. They are known for producing the highest quality diamonds, but they also mine many other minerals. Viscount Sinellin's wife has been on bad terms with Princess Isis for a long time. The judge notes that if everything is so, then the leader of the murder attempt was not alone. Agatha states that Prince Fremo conspired with Princess Belita and tried to kill Isis. The proof is in the letters exchanged between Fremo and Belita. Theriot listens as people begin to believe Agatha's version of what happened. The girl suggests first reading the letter written by Princess Belita. The girl writes that the Bella flower, growing in the lands of Selene, has bloomed properly, and the time will soon come to make a tincture from it. Astina remembers that this red flower is metaphorically called real gar. Leafing through the letter, Agatha reads that all preparations are going smoothly, so there is nothing to worry about. Next, the girl intends to read Prince Fremo's answer to her sister. Unable to bear it, the prince points his hand towards Astina and declares that everything was set up by this witch. The judge asks to remain silent. The court will definitely check the handwriting. After some time, a specialist confirms that the letters were written by Prince Fremo and Princess Belita. The crown prince asks not to make him laugh, since all the accusations are unfair. The man grabs Isis by the shoulder and asks her to confirm that he would never do that to her. The judge slams his gavel down hard and demands silence as he prepares to pronounce judgment. Looking at the handcuffed Astina, he acquits her. Fremo is horrified to hear that the charges against Prince Fremo will be heard in 3 days. Empress Isabel sobs on her bed in despair, not understanding how she can save her son. Isis comes into her mother's room and asks why she called her. Isabel jumps up and asks if the daughter has talked to her father about what he plans to do with his son. The Empress begs her daughter to ask her father for leniency for Fremo. Touching Isis's face, the mother admits that her brother made a mistake, but blood is thicker than water. Isis ironically asks if his mother really thinks that Fremo would be smart enough to make all these plans. The girl states that her brother lacks a lot to become an emperor, and ignorance of this became a failure for her mother. Isis notices that her mother never noticed her and always pretended that she did not hear her daughter's words. Isabel grabs her daughter by the shoulder, saying that she has no right to dream about something unreasonable. The Empress notes that even if Fremo disappears, the other princes will not sit idly by. The princess calmly notes that she has already enlisted their support a long time ago. Isabel shouts that no matter how smart her daughter is, her father will never make her his successor, especially since Benjamin has been visiting him often lately. The Empress, looking at her daughter, understands that Benjamin is also on her side and wonders since when she hatched this plan. Looking at her mother, the princess advises her to throw Fremo out of her head and out of her life. Isis reports that once the Duchess gets rid of the charges, Lady Nadia's family will be at a great disadvantage. The mother asks what her daughter managed to whisper in naive Nadia's ear. The princess says that thanks to her advice, the girl did not come to the meeting, and the Aveller family had a hole to escape. Isis intends to tell the Duke's family that Nadia testified under pressure from Frimo. The princess assures that all her plans can come true if her mother supports her. Isabel bursts into tears and says that she cannot leave her son. Realizing that her mother did not shed a tear when she was poisoned, Isis asks if she is not her mother's own blood. Hearing that Frimo is the eldest, the only and precious one, Isis silently leaves the room. Finally, the princess notices that the mother was protected not by her precious son, but by the useless kindness of the witch. A few days later, Frimo angrily smashes a glass against the wall, thinking about Agatha's betrayal. Remembering the letter, the prince remembers that he did not even send it to Belita. That day, Frimo was about to send a letter, but suddenly he realized the meaning of Bella's flower. Frimo wrote a new letter and intended to burn the first one, but got distracted. The traitor Agatha deliberately clouded the prince's brain and then stole the letter. The prince says that the girl should be torn into pieces, when suddenly a voice is heard behind him, asking if it is about her they are talking about. The prince turns in a rage and asks how Agatha dared to show herself to him. The girl begs to listen to her and says that she even persuaded the guards to leave their post for a while. Starting to cry, the girl screams that she did not testify of her own free will. The prince shudders and asks Agatha what it all means. The girl admits that Isis blackmailed her and promised to deal with her entire family. Crying, Agatha says that the princess seemed to know that it was not the Duchess who poisoned her. Starting to sob loudly, Agatha says that she was incredibly scared. Grabbing the girl by the hand, Frimo declares that it doesn't matter whether such a non-entity dies or not. Twisting his hand until it crunches, the prince shouts that the girl had no right to bite the one who would become emperor. Having thrown Agatha to the floor, Frimo remembers that the girl said that there were no guards at the doors. Running out, the prince thinks that now is not the time to deal with a worthless girl. Looking after the prince, Agatha says with a grin that he is a complete non-entity. The maid brushes Isis and says that they have temporarily removed the guards from her chambers. Suddenly, the girls hear screams as the maid tries to stop Prince Frimo. The brother grabs the girl by the neck and shouts that she is a cunning and evil creature who set everything up. The maid orders the guards to stop His Highness, otherwise he will kill the princess. The knights report that the prince cannot be here and urgently ask him to come with them. Leaving, Frimo advises Isis to wait for the future, namely the moment when Frimo gets rid of the guards. The maids panic and rush to their mistress, who is still lying on the floor. The emperor recalls the duke's words that the Atallant family does not forget its saviors and enemies. While drinking, the man cannot understand why Frimo approached the duchess and angered the duke. With a sigh, the emperor remembers that the priest also changed his testimony, blaming the prince for everything. The man understands that he cannot turn a blind eye to everything, but he cannot get rid of his own son. The veiled princess greets her father and asks for forgiveness for disturbing him. The father asks how his daughter is feeling, thinking that she covered herself with a veil because she had not yet recovered from the poisoning. The girl says that she has not yet recovered from the incident, but wants her father to know that she has forgiven her brother. Isis takes off his veil and, seeing the shock in his father's eyes, says that he is experiencing wild fear